Any ninjutsu curriculum worth your time must instill in your mind the pertinence of survival skills to the path of the ninja. As I have stated elsewhere on this channel, shinobi were not the creatures of comfort that may be associated with the dojos of contemporary civilization. Their lives were difficult by comparison to we who enjoy the convenience of modern infrastructure with its electricity, abundant water on tap, and the cellophane packaging ubiquitous among food, drink, and myriad products of a consumption era unlike the world has ever seen. What we would call survivalism was just the way of life for a shinobi, who, depending on the task assigned, would have to source his food, water, shelter, and other basic necessities from a natural environment, one way or another, every day of his mission in the field. Of course, exceptions are to be found with those who dwelled and operated in towns and villages, but for the most part, the presence of survivalism as a core component of ninjutsu is owed to the truth that shinobi were employed as an element of the armed forces of feudal Japan. An army is no good if its troops don't know the basics of how to sustain themselves in the absence of supply carts, or when circumstances don't permit subsistence by plundering keeps of the enemy. This is especially true for the shinobi of the Sengoku Jidai, who often operated as shock troops and forward reconnaissance units, traveling far beyond the bounds of the Allied forces' traditional Monomi scouts. For these missions in Japan's wilderness, a shinobi could and did carry a variety of items that would keep one alive for the short term. But if dispatches into the field extended into weeks and months, the ninja had to have the resilience of creatures of the earth, living, moving, and fighting as one with the elements and kami, or spirits of his surroundings. And herein lies the veracity of the point that ninjutsu students need to know how to survive. The Gunyo Hiki of the Bansen Shukai communicates as much with its advice on how to filter water from a marsh with paper or drink seawater that has been treated with a special clay. The extant texts of the shinobi are replete with recipes for hunger pills, torches, methods of creating and transporting fire, points on night and daytime navigation, medicinal mixtures procured from plants, a host of tools and structures created from natural materials, and an untold number of implicit ideas concerning what is necessary to operate remotely as a shinobi. Let's explore some of the basics together. Water. Sources of water for a shinobi included mountain streams, lakes, ponds, rivers, the rain and snow, and if necessary, marshes, moats, and ocean water. This water was collected with bamboo containers, helmets, tenugui, and other containers such as gourd-shaped hisago, and perhaps even bladder skins of animals. Shinobi were aware that certain sources of water can make them sick, and therefore opted to drink from fast-moving rivers or relatively cleaner mountain streams rather than risk health with stagnant pond water. A shinobi could boil water, as this was a known method in their time of making water potable, but stealth mission requirements might ultimately determine whether they did this. Food. A few of the primary staples of a shinobi diet included fish, buckwheat flour, and rice. Their diet was further supplemented with any number of fruits and vegetables that were native to Japan. A well-known recipe for a ninja's rations, known as hunger pills, consists of flour, yams, rice powder, ginseng, coax seed, and licorice. After being soaked in sake for 3 years, these ingredients were packed together into a tight ball about the size of a peach seed, and would be consumed at a rate of 3 a day to sustain a shinobi in need of food. What is not expressly stated in the texts regarding food is what we can expect from pre-modern living conditions. If a shinobi found it necessary to acquire food on a mission, he would have been equipped with the tracking, hunting, and wilderness knowledge to take down game and identify edible plant species. This is inferred from the conditions of their time and a statement within the Gunyo Hiki advising on the use of hunger pill rations when, quote, "you have no alternative way to feed yourself." This statement conveys that a shinobi would not use his hunger pill rations as the first and principal means of sustaining himself, instead leaving the rations on his person for emergency food when his hunting, fishing, and gathering knowledge was of no use, like in situations where he has to lay low and avoid detection for an extended period, or when a battle-torn area has already been picked clean of food sources. The hunger pill or kikatsugun recipe noted in the Bansen Shukai will make a batch of food around 9 pounds or so in weight when the sake has dried out, and will sustain a shinobi up to 24 days, assuming each hunger pill weighs around 2 ounces and the entire batch is carried. The ingredients of these pills would provide modest levels of all three macronutrients, such as your protein, carbohydrates, and fats, as well as micronutrients for cellular maintenance, electrolyte replacement, and maintaining energy levels. The hunger pill ingredient of the Japanese yam, for example, is high in vitamins C, B, E, and A, thus helping to prevent scurvy, assist with wound healing, and immune system function. The Japanese yam is also high in tryptophan and even calcium, which is important for muscle contraction. Though bodily wasting would still likely occur when subsisting exclusively on these hunger pills, a shinobi could still survive and operate on this meager Kikatsugan ration. Shelter. Ninja are known to have slept on the ground, in natural and debris shelters, and even in caves. Though there is little in the way of shelter left behind in their documents, we know shinobi would operate for many days in the wilderness areas, which would require a knowledge of shelter building and the means of protecting the body from the elements. The seasons would determine how and where they would rest, and their clothing and equipment likely factored into how they created a living space when needed. The shikoro, or handsaw, that we find in the ninja tools section of the Bansen Shukai could double as a shelter building and trap construction implement in addition to providing a way to cut through the enemy's fences. Security. Operating in the wilderness of enemy territory, if the natural elements weren't trying to kill a shinobi, human enemies would be. Though preservation of the self through the use of force was indeed a constituent mode of operation for a shinobi, it was not primary to satisfying their security needs. Instead of arming themselves with loads of weapons to be deployed in a direct confrontation with the enemy, a shinobi, as we all know, preferred to employ stealth and deception to overtake their opponents. Direct confrontations with the enemy were actually to be avoided, especially if the shinobi and his allies were outnumbered, and so the principle of stealth within Magakure no Sute, or tradition of hiding from sight, is present in many of their arts. Stealth was the ninja's primary means of maintaining security. Eliminating a relatively stronger opposition is not achievable without evening the playing field with tactics and measures stemming from an overarching strategy of using the unorthodox to one's advantage. Shinobi were partial to tactics that exhibited a wise economy of force, being able to conserve one's energy while simultaneously maintaining security and striking at the enemy from a distance. For this purpose, wana, or traps, were often constructed by shinobi to slow down, exhaust, injure, intimidate, and deter enemy patrols, and even enemy ninja. Evidence substantiating this claim derives from texts like the Bansen Shukai, Shinobi Hiden, and the scrolls of Yorihide of Iga, which speak of traps common to ninjutsu, including the Harahata Barai, caltrops, the bow in your absence, the Tsuryoshi, or deadfall, and even landmines. A shinobi was advised to place Tsuryoshi on all routes into a base camp area, including trails that would be used by enemy ninja. Trip lines made from plant fibers and bamboo would trigger the release of dead weight, like stones and logs, from a concealed position high up in the trees. Or, if operating in a village, mortar stones and heavy beams would be suspended above entrances to dwellings. Trip lines triggering these traps were so much a part of ninjutsu that they were considered an art unto themselves, to be mastered by shinobi to maximize their efficacy in psychologically manipulating enemies. The art of trip lines is known as Ashikarami no Jutsu. With a simple length of rope, a ninja enhances the security of his camp in the following ways. For one, lines were stretched around a perimeter with bamboo tubes attached to make noise when they were triggered. These were simple but effective warning systems in a time when people were relatively more attuned to their senses. The same lines could be attached to trigger mechanisms, releasing weights, projectiles, and spiked maces. Sometimes shinobi would place trip lines that were inert or not attached to any trap engine. This was done to get into the minds of enemy patrols. After encountering two or more of these inert trip lines, an enemy could become emboldened and throw caution to the wind as they proceeded further and encountered more of these lines, obviously or less obviously placed. If they lost all caution, then a critical mistake would be made when they cut or cross a line they believed as fake, falling into the trap of being psychologically disarmed, up to the point when a massive mortar stone comes sailing down onto their heads. The inverse of this method, laying real traps followed by a series of fake ones, would create the opposite effect of forcing the enemy to use caution and thereby slow down their advance into an area, giving shinobi time to determine their next move. Sometimes a shinobi would come out of hiding to bait the enemy to follow them into kill zones, as is evidenced by their Gunpo Jiyoshu scrolls, which admonish warriors to never chase enemy shinobi, as they were known to lay kiarimachi, or ambushes, assisted by komori, or ambush troops. We also know from these scrolls that shinobi knew how to construct arrow launchers that would be carried while traveling and deployed to guard a room while a shinobi was sleeping or absent for whatever reason. This trap was triggered by disturbing a line attached to a piece of bamboo over a sliding same door. A shinobi would let his traps work for him against the enemy while he pursued other activities necessary to his survival. His weapons were necessary only for unavoidable conflict, or if an attack's success probability was in his favor. If a shinobi's first move when encountering opposition is to use force in direct confrontation with an adversary he has not studied, something is wrong with his ninjutsu. The ninja's hand-to-hand skills, or taijutsu, have their place, but they are not that relevant to survival situations. The hand-to-hand skills of shinobi, however, do increase one's general security standing, and for this reason I include them. But they are more for dealing with threats in a covert espionage setting when the object wasn't to kill the opponent. Let's go back to the concept of stealth as the primary means of maintaining security. Because a shinobi's presence in an area must not be betrayed by leaving traps all over the place, it might be best to take up other measures in the course of his operations. It is difficult to attack an enemy that you cannot see, track, or otherwise detect, and so shinobi knew the value of natural camouflage, disturbing the natural environment as little as possible, concealing their movements in wind, rain, and darkness, and exercising a stern fire discipline. According to Jack Kelly's 2005 book titled Gunpowder, Alchemy, Bombards, and Pyrotechnics, Huoyao, or fire drug, is what the ancient Chinese alchemists called gunpowder, a substance used in health elixirs to ill effects until its true potential as a weapon was realized. After much trial and error, these alchemists successfully innovated the tripart mixture of potassium nitrate, sulfur, and carbon into a usable tool of puissant potential for war. In the 13th century, this fire drug would arrive in Japan by way of 2 invasions by the Mongol army, and there its manufacture and use would become a special skill set of the shinobi no mono. The fire skills, or kajutsu, of shinobi would never have been possible without the knowledge of gunpowder. A survey of the fire tools in the texts they left behind communicates this with scores of recipes for rockets, clay sphere grenades, landmines, torches, fuses, and flame-producing blinding powders. With these tools, a shinobi was able to burn down castles, incinerate entire villages, send light far away on an arrow, produce an expedient emergency fire, and create fulminations that startled and threw the organization of an enemy into chaos. The ignition source for a ninja's torches and hinawa fuses, or literally fire rope, was a bamboo container of char cloth which produced glowing embers with a strike of flint and steel. These embers could be carried over long distances and were fed by the shinobi's breath to ignite torinoko, or fire eggs made of bundled straw that were then touched to the gunpowder mixtures of torches, permitting rapid lighting of multiple tools at once, a method of action suitable for night raids. In a lead up to a raid, shinobi would combine stealth with fire to observe an enemy in their sleep, sometimes using blowgun darts with gunpowder payloads to light up a room or a gondo lantern. The Bonsen Shukai advises a shinobi to light a torch on one side of a dwelling and to peer in from another, keeping oneself hidden in the shadows should the enemy awake and fix attention on the lit torch. Armed with the knowledge of the layout of the enemy complex and how many targets they were dealing with, a large team of shinobi would be dispatched to the enemy complex on a moonless night, preferably with strong wind conditions. At a distance of about 100 or 200 meters, the koshi, also known as the fire performer, would begin lighting his torinoko eggs and take up a position close to the target for hoka, what is known as an arson attack. He would carry a bundle of torches, a dozen or so being common for a 2-man team, and would start lighting them once the signal was given. On his right stood his hizo, or fire assistant, who would help him throw the torches, expediting the attack process. As the flames of these torches began to spread around the perimeter and over the target, another section of the shinobi team would take up position by the doorways of the structures and draw rope across the entranceways. Shinobi would funnel the occupants of a burning complex to dedicated kill zones in this way, locking other entrances from the outside with a Z-shaped iron tool. Those who would awake during the raid to a building in flames would rush to escape through the only entrances that were not blocked. After tripping over the ashikarami traps on the way out, the enemy was swiftly eliminated by blade the moment they hit the ground. Those who could not find an escape route or did not wake up were incinerated. This was the brutal but effective means by which shinobi would take their opponents by surprise in their sleep, always leaving little chance for survival to the enemy. This is one reason why the duty of a village watchman and togiki listening scouts was vital. for if they could not detect the start of a raid in its incipient stages, it would send many to their deaths. Shinobi knew this, which is why within the Bansen Shukai there are repeated precepts of knowing the inclination to laziness within human beings, and how watchmen tend to become inattentive over a time of inactivity. This laziness and inattentiveness gets people killed and may lead to the destruction of a castle. These arson attacks were among the most important jobs of a shinobi. If a castle was vaunted by the enemy as unimpregnable, a shinobi would rise to the challenge and infiltrate with ease by yonin disguise arts and inin athletic skills. Once in the castle, the shinobi would map it out and communicate with his allies outside by means of yobumi, or messages attached to arrows, detailing the going-ons inside the castle and the proper time for a siege. Once the signal was received, perhaps by way of a Naroshi smoke signal, the shinobi would set fire to gunpowder stores, food stores, and wood supply within the castle. The ensuing flames would confuse and occupy the enemy as the allies of the shinobi moved into position around the castle to engage from the outside. In these situations, it was a ninja's skill of Hoka that produced the conditions for victory, and so relevant to notions of survival, it is historically evident that shinobi were quite familiar with the means of starting, carrying, feeding, smothering, and utilizing fire as a tool. Their uchitake and flint and steel were everyday carry items essential for food preparation, warmth, destruction of structures and messages, and signaling. As the knowledge of starting fires is considered basic to survival, we can say shinobi were well beyond the basics with their wide knowledge of incendiary warfare and the fact that they lived during a time when primitive and rudimentary fire-starting skills were common to most people. As evidenced by volumes 21 and 22 of the Bansen Shukai, a ninja's recipes for incendiaries conveys requirements that prove ninjutsu involves knowing how to source fire resources from the natural environment. Pine resin, for example, is known to modern survivalists as an aid in fire building, but they may not know that ninja collected and used this substance to a great degree in modifying the burn rate of their black powders, and it was also applied to torches as a flammable hydrophobic to repel water. Other common ingredients in their fire tools include camphor, moxa, wolf, hawk, and mouse droppings, green tea, and chili pepper. For example, a recipe for a smoke signal called the Naroshi signal powder calls for a mixture of wolf droppings, moxa, saltpeter, and ash, while an attack torch calls for gunpowder, camphor, moxa, pine resin, mouse droppings, and powdered green tea. While I'm on the subject of ingredients for tools, let me posit a theory on a tool called uniqueness that we find in the Bansen Shukai. The ingredients for this tool are in code: 112 grams of moon, 215 grams of sun, 29 grams of star. A researcher named Yunoki Shunichiro believes, on the basis of cross-referencing the gunpowder ingredient amounts among the Bansen Shukai's recipes, that sun is saltpeter, sulfur is moon, and ash is star. I think this is incorrect because the Chinese alchemists associate sun with sulfur as it is yang, and moon with saltpeter as it is yin. This would help explain why this tool is labeled as unique, because it calls for double the amount of sulfur relative to saltpeter, making for a unique burn. But this is just a theory. In studying the fire arts of ninjutsu, a student may be impressed with the following practical considerations relevant to survival. First, one should carry a lighter or other fire-starting implement at all times, as one may never know when a fire will be needed. This is especially important in the cold seasons. Second, one should appreciate and respect the destructive power of fire. Fire is not something to be played with, and a ninja fully understood this, especially when mixing gunpowder. Incendiary warfare is given extensive attention in ninjutsu, as strong fires can lay waste to whatever they touch, particularly under conditions of high wind. Shinobi were known to destroy entire villages by setting fires in one burst, in synergy with wind breathing life into the inferno. Lastly, know that there are many naturally occurring substances, pine resin for example, that can aid you in building emergency fire. No matter the gear you possess or the skills you've trained to excel in, without sleep you won't last in the long term. This critical activity that we all take for granted has a special place in the art of ninjutsu, as it is considered a weakness to be exploited and a strength to maintain, according to the scrolls of the shinobi. We all know that the human animal requires sleep for a third of its existence. Without it, the body and mind suffer greatly. Sleep is essential for clearing waste products from the brain with the actions of glymphatic processes that are most active when resting. Consequently, if we don't get enough sleep, the nervous system is deleteriously affected, resulting in a lack of focus, deterioration of memory, hormonal imbalances, susceptibility to infection, slower processing and reaction times, and at the extreme end of sleep deprivation, we get effects like hallucinations, paranoia, stroke, and death. Getting less than 6 hours of sleep a night increases the risk of stroke by over 300%. And in the case of an unfortunate genetic disorder known as fatal familial insomnia, wherein the inheritor loses sleep to the point that he or she cannot sleep at all, death ultimately results merely from the lack of sleep. So just as food, water, shelter, and fire are crucial to the survival of a shinobi, getting sleep must be part of a plan for subsistence. Because everyone has to sleep at some point, it is reasonable that we find throughout history military tactics that were engineered to take advantage of the enemy's slumber. Shinobi are widely known for their nighttime operations, the details of which are conveyed in historical documents such as the Bansen Shukai. In volume 13 of this text, we encounter observations about sleep that shinobi deemed important for nighttime infiltrations, such as how to profile people to determine their sleep patterns and how to tell if someone is feigning sleep, as well as methods for harassing the enemy so that they cannot rest easy. We are informed by the shinobi ways that the elderly tend to sleep less while the overweight might sleep more. Alert, vigilant military types will be quick to rouse from light sleep, and if someone is heavily intoxicated, once they pass out, it will be easy to infiltrate their residence. We are also told within this text that those of a firm body and who are trained on the consequences of not keeping a strict watch will not sleep deeply. This all depends on environmental and circumstantial factors, however, such as seasons and whether it is a time of peace or war. A few of the observations respecting sleep in relation to the seasons recorded by the shinobi are that in the winter months, people tend to have a difficulty falling and staying asleep, whereas in the spring and summer months, a cool, light drizzle of rain actually assists witnesses of the potential infiltration to fall into a deep sleep. However, in addition to these general rules of thumb, further assessment measures were required prior to infiltrating. For example, a shinobi might carry a kikitsuzu, or listening cylinder. They would press this tool up against walls and doors to listen for signs of an enemy in slumber, or the stirring within, indicating that someone is awake. The snoring of the enemy assisted the shinobi in identifying where they were located within the dwelling, leading up to a night raid, or concealing oneself inside the structure for intelligence collection purposes, and even outright assassinations in the dead of night. If a shinobi could not detect the enemy by listening for snoring or movement, a technique known as kyonin, or startling the enemy, was used to rouse and draw out the presence and location of their targets. Kyonin could take the shape of a fellow shinobi making a lot of sound in front of the dwelling and faking an illness, or staging a confusing altercation that beckons the guards out of the dwelling to respond. Or a shinobi might simply make animal sounds, such as a cat or dog, to educe a response from the inhabitants of the residence, the former being a way to create a gap in the enemy's defense to get a shinobi into the dwelling and listen as things settled down, while the latter technique could be used to know where the enemy is sleeping while keeping the human form concealed, and even harass the enemy throughout the night for many nights to keep them from getting the rest they need to be an effective fighting force. In addition to these tactics of exhausting the enemy by chronic harassment throughout the nights, shinobi would augment their hidden advantages by coupling the principle of the dream pillow, or yume makura no daiji, with the active phase of their nighttime operations. This principle, recorded in the Gokui Ten no Maki scroll, admonishes the shinobi to not rely on methods of staying awake, but instead, one should ensure the shinobi team is getting enough sleep by taking turns in rotating shifts. If this team was hidden in a secure location, a few shinobi could be dispatched to harass the enemy, while another part of the team slept easy. Shinobi called this method of sleeping in shifts nete nezare no sute, or the tradition of sleeping while not sleeping. Although ninja did have a training discipline that would adapt them to the effects of having little sleep, such as avoiding comfort, refusing to lay down, and generally subjecting oneself to miserable conditions, Fujibayashi Yasutake informs the ninjutsu student in volume 11 of the Bansen Shukai that no matter how encouraged you feel, you cannot perform anything well without sleep. going on to advise the shinobi on the importance of getting a nap prior to a nighttime infiltration. Yes, a nap. Interesting enough, in a presentation put on by Harvard Medical School titled Why Sleep Matters, researchers asserted their evidence for the astounding effects of a 90-minute nap, stating that one such nap produces as much memory and information processing restoration benefit as a night of 8 hours of sleep. So take it from the ninja. Naps are powerful. The takeaway from all this is that sleep was just as vital to shinobi as it is to all people today. Everyone needs adequate amounts of sleep to maintain their health. Sleeplessness is an epidemic, and we aren't even experiencing a global end of the world as we know it crisis. So just imagine how much harder it would be for people to fall asleep in the event of scenarios that captivate the minds of preppers across the globe. Stress makes it harder to sleep, and if everything around you is falling apart, good luck getting a good night's rest. The practical value of what we know about shinobi and their studies of sleep is that rotating shifts should be implemented to secure watch over your domain during a disaster, conflict, or black swan event. Recognize that attention should be given to sleep systems that one keeps in a pack for emergencies, and how the lack of sleep will impact one mentally and physically. If you can't use your phone to know where you are or where you need to go, will you be able to find your way in a crisis? What if you can no longer use your car? Do you have the fitness level necessary to travel long distances on foot? And if you do find yourself in such a situation where you need to travel from point A to point B in this way, do you have the gear, skills, and supplies that will sustain you while on the move? These considerations are relevant to one's survival if the world as we know it falls apart. A few centuries ago, people were far more adapted to the strain of moving over terrain by foot for many miles just to get to a market. And they didn't need Google Maps to know where they were or how to find their way home. This was definitely the case with the shinobi of feudal Japan. To know where you are going, you need to know where you are. And if plotting longitude, you need to know when you are. Shinobi didn't have global positioning systems to figure this out. Instead, they had to rely on the capacity of human memory to work out their position. Their memory was typically stocked with all sorts of information about their local topography, as well as terrain features of distant provinces, and their methods of knowing compass directions relied on an extensive understanding of star constellations, lunar movements, and the Chinese zodiac. Volume 17 of the Bansen Shukai speaks of the need for shinobi to study the stars by referring to star maps often enough that constellation patterns become easily recognized by the shinobi, while Polaris, the North Star, is not directly mentioned in their texts. We know that shinobi could work out north, south, east, and west by observing relationships between the star Hagun, the seventh star of the Big Dipper handle, and the time, month, or season. Compasses did exist in the days of the ninja, but these items were typically reserved for commanders and higher-ranking components of the army. However, shinobi knew how to make their own compasses, as evidenced by Tenji of the Bansen Shukai, which describes the heating of a piece of iron oriented on a north-south axis and magnetizing it by the shaping and quenching process. The result is a piece of metal roughly 2.5 inches in length and 1/2 inch in width. Referred to the shinobi as a small fish, this piece of metal was floated in water to work out the magnetic north-south axis. If a compass was not available, shinobi knew how to estimate directions on the basis of lunar cycles and of course the rise and fall of the sun. These methods of calculating compass directions were obviated, however, in instances of travel to places a shinobi was familiar with. The art of ninjutsu explicitly calls for memorization of road systems and a familiarity with several provinces beyond a ninja's local area. The Hoi no Maki of the Yokan Kajo Demoko Kugi scrolls of the ninja contains the traditions of Shinobi Michimi no Kodo, or knowing roads, and Shinobi Michimi Fumio no Kodo, or walking roads. These traditions communicate to us that ninjutsu involves knowing travel routes by memory rather than by using maps and navigation technology. They also tell us that shinobi were constantly traveling on foot around their local provinces and beyond. In this way, knowledge of potential enemy provinces was collected prior to conflict, providing the ninja with highly valuable information pertinent to allied troop maneuvers and movements once exigent circumstances developed. If a shinobi was not familiar with a territory for whatever reason, his ninjutsu training reminded him of the importance of establishing contacts with other shinobi in various provinces. These were shinobi contacts who resided resided in the territory of interest and knew the area well. Land navigation for a shinobi largely relied on the accumulation of knowledge of the area prior to any emergency, but even with this map memory, their movements in conflict zones could be hampered or impeded by enemy checkpoints set up along well-known roads. To bypass these checkpoints, shinobi had a few options at their disposal. First, a shinobi would simply pass through the checkpoint under a pre-conflict cover that was already established. Ninjutsu traditions of knowing roads tell us that shinobi would blend into the traffic of a travel route because they made a habit of using the roads frequently, so people got used to seeing the shinobi on the roads in question. Therefore, when a checkpoint was set up, it was not so suspect to see the shinobi attempting to pass through it, especially if the prior background for traveling the road was already known to the authorities. For example, a shinobi would have credible covers such as that of a horse dealer or merchants of various types, and even temple priests, as evidenced by traditions like Horoke Gakure no Koto, Buddha hiding, and Gyuba no Sute, or tradition of cattle and horses. If passing straight through a checkpoint was not possible, the next viable option was to find alternate routes around the checkpoint and to circumvent the checkpoint at night. The tradition of foxes and wolves, for example, advises one to emulate the behavior of wolves by avoiding where people typically travel and walk the less known paths, and to be like the fox by changing appearances. But this option could pose a navigational problem if the shinobi is not familiar with these lesser known travel conduits, and it shows in their ninjutsu texts. The Shoninki of 1681 gives advice on what to do if a shinobi is potentially lost on these less traveled paths, or if it is not clear which road the shinobi should travel on. One tradition states that the ninja should taste the road for its salt content and look for discarded sandals to tell them if there are people traveling on that path, whereas another tradition speaks of letting an old horse lead the shinobi through the unknown. If chancing the risk of getting lost to bypass a checkpoint was not appealing, another option a shinobi had was to dig a tunnel or hole under a wall or climb over it. These techniques are recorded in the traditions of the spider and connect us to the consideration of what gear a shinobi would carry while traveling. Typical items included a kaginawa, or grappling hook and rope for climbing, securing shelter, and for other cordage needs, a stone pencil for taking notes and making maps, an amigasa hat for hiding the face and shielding the head from the sun and rain, sanjaku tenugui, a multifunctional piece of cloth for filtering water, dressing wounds, concealing the face, a mask for smoke, and a rag for cleaning equipment, field medicine for fighting parasites and illness, and a fire starter or body warmer like an uchitake or danohi. The equipment carried by the shinobi would of course have been modified and swapped with other items depending on mission priorities. And for those of you wondering about 72-hour kits and go bags, yes, ninjutsu has a tradition concerning how they should carry gear called dogu mochio no kodo, the art of carrying your tools in a bag of leather. Shinobi would carry rations like rice and hunger pills, water, security items like knives, blinding powders, and more as they traveled around, getting to know the land and people, and the seasonal conditions that would make certain routes impassable. This activity requires stamina and muscular integrity, as walking long distances with a constant load on your back is taxing to the body. This constant walking under the load of your life-sustaining equipment is something people would have been used to in feudal Japan, whereas today we call it rucking, a form of recreational exercise. This alludes to the fitness standing of the shinobi of history. Walking, say, 20 to 30 miles a day with equipment every day requires physical fitness. Running from threats or engaging with an enemy at speed with the load of equipment on your back requires even more. This is why in a previous video titled The Overlooked Skill of the Ninja, I posited that ninjutsu training must have involved drilling the shinobi in sprints and running over long distances in varying terrain under load. Their lower body strength and endurance must have been tremendous when we consider that they would navigate over mountainous terrain where horses could not travel and would have to carry what they needed to persist for an extended time. In addition to all of this, ninjutsu texts teach us that shinobi were always scanning their environment for threats as they traveled. Shinrin Fushin no Kodo, the tradition of identifying suspicious woods, for example, speaks of how a ninja would avoid potential ambush points, and elsewhere in their writings we find references to staying wary of other travelers, especially at night. These are the key takeaways from this video. First, recognize that shinobi knew the areas they were operating in, and if they didn't, they had shinobi contacts who did, or they would get mapping information from local sources like temple monks. Ninjutsu students and the modern survivalists can benefit from this principle by making a habit of studying road systems and maps. If lost or needing to work out directions, a ninja knew how to estimate the north-south axis by observing the stars. We moderners could learn from this by knowing how to read the sky, or the North Star Polaris, depending on your latitude, or make a shadow stick to determine direction by the sun. Shinobi would carry a compass needle to set in water to know what direction to go. So carry a compass, or know how to make one. A ninja needed to have alternate routes worked out in advance as a contingency to address enemy checkpoints or natural phenomena like landslides, earthquakes, and floods that could make a primary route impassable. Long-distance travel requires stopping to rest and refueling with calories and water. A shinobi carried the gear and had the skills to sustain themselves without modern infrastructure. Knowing where to find water along a route is essential. Traveling long distance on foot requires physical fitness. Ninjutsu students should take up practices of walking about their local areas often, and if possible, practice running at speed over long distances under load of the emergency supplies they plan on carrying in a crisis. The human senses root us in reality insofar that the meaning of the stimuli they receive is accurately assessed and interpreted. Let me explain. Once there was a shinobi that intended to pay a visit to another ninja's house in the dead of night. With the utmost stealth characterizing his movements, as we might expect of a shinobi, he approached the house, but just as he was at the threshold of entering the dwelling, the shinobi turned around and left, abandoning the infiltration attempt altogether. Upon seeing each other the following evening, the owner of the house asked the shinobi why he didn't infiltrate into his house. This question alluded to the truth that the ninja in the dwelling detected the shinobi that night. The would-be shinobi infiltrator replied that he knew the ninja had awakened, so he decided not to go through with stealing into his house. A third ninja listening to the two speak asked how it was that the two detected each other. The ninja of the house stated he heard the insects in his yard grow quiet, indicating the presence of someone in the yard. The infiltrating shinobi, in turn, stated he heard mosquitoes moving about in the dwelling, indicating the ninja in the house had woken up. And so the two were tipped off to the activity of one another by their sense of hearing, the insects being the central indicator of the threat in this situation. This story is recorded in the Hoi no Maki of the Gyokan Kajo Damukokugi scrolls of the ninja, and is important for the insight it conveys regarding the senses of a shinobi and how they pertain to situational awareness, threat detection, and communication as a two-way process between the ninja and his environment. Communication, in its essence, is to encode meaning and to present that meaning to intended recipients. Communication is occurring around us all the time in various forms, yet without the perceptual capacity to grasp what each sign in a communication string means, we are excluded from a meaningful conversation. We must learn the language, be it Morse code, a foreign tongue, lights and sirens, birds flying away from a forest, abstract symbols etched into buildings, colored rice, hand signals, musical tones from a conch shell, the body language of the individual we are observing, and more than I can list here, to discern the messages. Meaning is what the mind identifies. Psychology and meaning go hand in hand. So a shinobi would be instructed on how to convey meaning that is false, to conceal what is true, and vice versa in a manner that manipulates the psychology of the observer. This can get complicated. Take Ura Awase no Daiji, the principle of secret connection. It provides insight into what the art form of psychological manipulation would entail for a ninja. First, we must know that shinobi were well aware that the enemy would send spies to discern what useful intelligence they could about one's allies. This was just a simple fact of warfare and espionage that could not be avoided. Shinobi would turn this potential disadvantage into an advantage by flipping or converting the enemy's spy into a double agent through a number of actions that communicated care and concern for the enemy ninja, like buying them food and clothing and speaking of what would benefit their families, and generally displaying goodwill to the enemy ninja until their hearts and minds were effectively captured. With them now convinced to act as double agents, information about the enemy's disposition and activities could be provided until the time came to draw the enemy into a trap by turning these double agents into doomed spies. Look at it from this perspective. Being slighted by someone you think cares about you hurts tremendously, especially if you were manipulated in the first place to give up loyalty to your former leader to help this person, as may be the case with converted spies. Being angered as the relationship begins to sour, seeing through the facade, or being victim of the negative actions of the handler is only natural, and the feelings that develop as the abuse of the converted spy persists will include the desire to get back at this person who took advantage of one's heart and feelings. The converted spy continues to deliver on promises of information about the enemy, all the while holding a grudge against this new employer, who originally won him over with praise, flattery, gifts, and prospects of friendship. Then, one day, the double agent hears this handler speaking about a plan to attack the double agent's former master. Seeing his chance for vengeance and redemption, the double agent reverts loyalty back to his original side and tells his lord everything he has overheard while in the service of the enemy, including the plan now underway to attack the lord's army. It would appear that the shinobi handler on the other side, who deals in gifts, praise, and flattery, has been seen through to the core as just a manipulator too stupid to see the consequences of letting information about a vital plan slip to a converted spy he has angered. But, on the contrary, this seeming miscalculation was all part of the plan. The handler waits for the enemy lord to act on the information provided by the angered double agent, and then launches an offensive. Due to the indiscretion of the double agent, his lord has now walked right into a trap. The double agent is summarily executed in the aftermath by his lord, hence the term doomed spy is applied to these people. This should show you that ninjutsu is no joke when it comes to manipulation. One must appear to be a friend while simultaneously holding a knife behind one's back. No wonder paranoia is a mainstay of the espionage motif. You really do not know who you can trust. Interact with any supposed expert or text on ninjutsu, and you are bound to come across the kakinawa, or grappling hook and rope, at some point. This tool, long standing now as an icon of the classical shinobi nin arts, has more uses than climbing over walls though. I have personally used it to rig up ashikarami trip lines for deadfalls. I've used it to hook onto debris partially interred beneath riverbeds to hide underwater. I've used it as a cooking aid by suspending a boiling pot over fire with it. And wouldn't you know that the grappling hook and rope can also be used to set up a quick escape zipline. So far on this channel, I have presented a couple of rope skills that are historically associated with the skill sets of shinobi, namely the single-line rope bridge for crossing over gaps and water, and how rope could be used to set up some basic traps that are mentioned in ninjutsu manuals. But I've yet to provide an overview of rope as it pertains to the art of ninjutsu in general, so consider this the overview. First, we will remind ourselves of the inin, that is, hidden infiltration functions of a ninja. Shinobi needed climbing skills to get up over walls and trees, between rooftops and onto castle ramparts in a way that kept them out of sight of sentries. A shinobi could climb obstacles without equipment, of course, but rope certainly made the job easier for getting up and over to high places and hoisting up one's tools. The majority of ninja climbing tools consist of ladders made of bamboo and rope, and metal kunai. Reading into this deeply, we find that shinobi needed to know a bit about knot work and have the creativity that's conducive to constructing tools that will help them with their ascent and descent. Also, we can infer that a shinobi could not be afraid of heights. They also needed to know how to make their own rope and be familiar with its applications in the field. Now, climbing with a kakinawa is pretty straightforward, but what about crossing over gaps between rooftops, as is explicitly listed as a skill in the Iga and Koka traditions of the spider? And what about descending from high places? To understand how to perform these skills, we must understand our tools. We know that the grappling hook, in essence, is just an anchor. Hook it to something solid and pull on the rope, and we have effectively extended our reach. Throw it vertically, and we have a climbing tool. Throw it laterally, and we have a weapon and a line to cross over spaces. Throw it at an angle, and we can construct a rapid descent zipline, all dependent, of course, on whether our hook digs in deep to its target. As the shinobi traditions of the spider go, spiders spin web to move in all directions and to achieve their objectives of survival. And so shinobi must be able to use rope to move in all directions, wrap up their supplies, and ensnare opponents. As an adjunct to the classical skills of ascending with rope, in my opinion, ninjutsu students should also learn various means of descending on a line, what we call abseiling or rappelling. I think everyone should at least know how to tie a Swiss seat and be able to rappel with or without a harness. This concludes my overview. Beliefs are powerful things. They can move us to lay down our lives and even change the world through the will of our convictions. What you believe is your responsibility. If you are to move in this world with beliefs that are false, you might find yourself trying to fly without wings or attempting to cure a sickness with yet more poison. Some believe in ghosts and demons. Others are convinced the universe is just a matter's matter. And even more believe we are all creating this reality together through attunement with a universal numinous force, or just by the consequences of our choices as human beings. In any case, we cannot deny that the strength of our convictions turns into action on this earthly plane, and a student of ninjutsu must know that this truth cuts in all directions. There is nothing new under the sun. And so, if we remain attached to the wheel of birth and death by failing to see the illusions of every age and how we, the masses, continue to repeat the endless variations of the same basic lessons, we will not escape from our cycles of pain and rebirth, or so it has been said by mystics of the past. Yojutsu, a shinobi no mono's art of witchcraft, sorcery, and psychological deception, is more than folk magic and superstitious systems of belief. I argue that it is an instrument for cutting through the illusions of this world by understanding how they operate in the minds of those being deceived. The extant scrolls of the ninja are full of methods for creating talismans, invoking divine forces, and casting spells to produce a variety of effects conducive to the success of the agent. But whether or not their dark rituals worked is unclear to us. Let this be an attempt to explain the mysterious power of Yojutsu. To begin, we must recognize that the belief systems of Japan are the substance through which Yojutsu operates. These systems of belief include the animist deity religion known as Shinto, which paints reality as a place where numerous kami, or nature deities, interact with humankind. Then there is Buddhism and Shugendo, the latter translated to mean the way of power, through which practitioners develop their bodies, minds, and spirits by seeking out and propitiating the spirits of nature with ritual and ascetic practices. Shugendo is a syncretic religion, resulting from a synthesis of Shinto, Buddhist, and folk religion beliefs. Ryoe Takagi of Seigakuji Temple states that one of the objectives of the religion is to recover true humanity. A Shugenja, or Shugendo practitioner, seeks to revive the human qualities of benevolence, compassion, and empathy by undergoing a death and renewal process. For one to be reborn, one must experience the death of the former self. One must be taught the ways of nature and the mountains, places of power where the kami dwell. Just as water flows down a mountain and nourishes the fields of agriculture upon which people of the earth depend, what a Shugenja receives in nature is to be brought back down the mountain to benefit humankind. Within Shugendo, there is great gratitude for nature and for what it has given us. We may think of a Shugenja as a shaman in training, receiving seemingly supernatural power by communing with innumerable gods and kami of Japan, engaging in Shinshin Tanren, or forging the mind and body with intense mental and physical training so that the body becomes a vessel for otherworldly power. Many shinobi were Shugendo practitioners. Now, if you believe there are spirits all about you, as many of the people of Japan still do, there will exist in your psychology the superstitious template upon which Yojutsu will carry influence within the psyche. This is an essential point to consider. What you believe may be used to cut against you. What you don't believe may produce ignorance with regards to how unseen realms make impressions on physical reality. Magic, or Majutsu, a component of Yojutsu, is the application of beliefs and practices to influence the supernatural and physical realms. Within the domain of magic, there is always an element of human psychology at play. Hence, the power of a Shinobi no Mono's magic is a form of psychological warfare. So prevalent was the belief in the existence of malevolent spirits in historical Japan that even the highest governing powers would institute precautions to avoid the dangers associated with cursed entities. For example, William Wilson's translation of the Demon's Sermon on the Martial Arts, originally penned by a 17th century swordsman known as Issei Chozashi, speaks of the shogun Tokugawa Ienari, who, wishing to travel to Mount Nikko, a place where demonic Tengu were thought to reside, had officials erect signposts in the mountain, commanding all Tengu to leave the area until the shogun had safely passed through their territory. Tengu, a type of oni or demon, manifest in various forms and are associated with Jigoku, the Japanese Buddhist conception of hell, divided into 8 fiery and 8 icy afterlife realms of punishment, ruled by Emma-O with an army of Oni, including Tengu. These demonic entities punish moral failure and can take on human form. And so we see how the ninja technique of Oni no Kamun, wearing a demon mask while harassing troops, can have the effect of inducing great fear in the ranks of the superstitious. Because the desired effect is to provoke fear in the target audience, thereby granting power to the man behind the mask, a discussion of how fear corresponds to superstition is essential. So what is fear? Fear is an emotion. It is a state of mind. There are a variety of ways to approach this emotion, such as through biological models of physiology and the effects it produces in the body, or through psychological models of subjective experience. But cutting down to its essence, fear is at the root an evolutionarily adaptive mechanism, instrumental to preserving the life of the body. This is how fear connects to sources of tangible and life-threatening stimuli in the external world. But protecting the body against physical harm is not the only function of fear. For, depending on what sort of organism we are speaking about, the nervous system is responsible for the construction of the psyche and subjective experience of identity. Rather than viewing fear solely as a biological phenomenon, we must recognize that fear also exists to preserve an identity, a concept of self, the death of which can be just as harrowing as the anticipated loss of physical life. The psychodynamic theory of psychoanalysis, for example, attributes a form of fear known as anxiety to repression of psychological material that threatens ego structures of identity. In this view, fear inhibits growth and the expansion of our self-concepts. Hence, transcending our fears means to transform our identity, something that may only be done through the death of our former self. Just as Shugendo monks view death and rebirth as a process that must be undergone to attain spiritual power, our own identities can only be reformed by letting go of outdated concepts of self through death. Our egos, one may say, instinctively resist this transformative process by manifesting defense mechanisms to preserve ego structures, the death of which is ultimately the death of the false self. Now, tangible external sources of fear are those things that symbolize the potential to cause bodily harm and physical death. One may look down the barrel of a gun and connect the subjective experience of fear to a legitimate threat. But in the case of anxiety, the source of fear is not readily identifiable without insight into the identity structures of the individual. But both tangible and intangible sources of fear are inexorably tied to the specter of death and the loss of control and identity that death, in a metaphorical and literal sense, represents. In acquiring an understanding of how the fear that Yojutsu subdisciplines of a shinobi may induce in a target audience, we must also recognize that fear is a contagion. It spreads from person to person, through information channels of speech, tone, facial expressions, and symbology. that whisper to our primal instincts of survival. Furthermore, our cosmologies of afterlife realms, created, one might say, to cope with the unknowns of death, only serve to preserve the grip of fear on our psyches, as we no longer have to worry about just physical death, but also the survival of our soul in the halls of judgment in the afterlife. Hence, we now see how Yojutsu can have a powerful effect on the person if we know what they believe and why they believe it. For example, a samurai encultured to believe in Tengu, Kami, and the punishment realms of Jigoku is susceptible to the psychological weapons of curses and seemingly supernatural appearances and sounds of otherworldly entities that evoke fear of death, not just in the physical world, but also in the afterlife. This is why I say that what you believe is your responsibility. Appearances can be deceiving. The unknowns, the mystery of the void, and the prospect of death are powerful tools of manipulation. If one is to defend against the type of psychological manipulation spoken of here, we must confront the source of fear. This goes deep, and there are many methods to do this. But in the context of the Shinobi no Mono, Shido Kegyo, or meditation practice associated with Shingon Buddhism's doctrine of the Mikyo, or secret teaching, is one tool for understanding the nature of self, the nature of death, and the root of the mind. In this vein, it is well to know that courage is not the absence of fear, rather courage is the will to act despite it. It has been said by shinobi of old that ninjutsu is employed to achieve bravery and valor, putting oneself beneath the knife, and enduring the fear that is educed by nature of dangerous duty. In our ignorance of life's mysteries, there is the potential to find inner peace and knowledge of the one true self that we all seek. One of you out there made a comment expressing a want for escape and evasion skills within the arts of the shinobi. So today, I will speak on one of my favorite aquatic skills. Tied to Mizudori no Oshie within the 17th century ninjutsu manual known as the Shoninki, we have the historical precedent of shinobi using a sword saya, that is the scabbard, as a breathing tube. On the surface, this skill seems straightforward until one tries it out. I've been practicing saya breathing for a few years now, so I can appreciate the persistence and training that a shinobi would have exhibited to master this technique. The temperament of the water determines how the skill is to be employed, and one must learn to breathe with calm draws and exhales, especially when being hunted by foot patrols. And this is the context that matters. If I'm understanding the history correctly, shinobi were taught to swim silently through water and to expose only the tops of their heads when they were surfacing, so as to minimize their presence signatures. Furthermore, the skills within Mizudori no Oshie include hiding among the plants and trees near an embankment. This tells us a number of things about what is required of a shinobi to use this skill effectively. The first thing that comes to mind is the importance of waterproofing mission-critical items. The notion that shinobi would swim through or hide in water during an infiltration without the ability to start a fire after exiting the drink is not in line with what their duties would entail. If a shinobi was infiltrating to carry out arson, for example, then using the water element to hide presence signatures would waterlog his fuses, torches, gunpowder, and charcloth to a point of utter uselessness unless ninja had methods of waterproofing these items. I also find myself thinking of the ridiculous way in which I treat my own katana as some kind of precious jewel that needs to be left pristine and clean at all times, when history and practical application shows that this piece of equipment would be under the constant assault of mud, water, sand, and blood during a mission. Now, I'm sure shinobi cleaned their swords, but I doubt their priority was to keep a katana dry. In short, the blade was for work, and not so much for show. This is evident in the technique here of anchoring oneself to the bottom of a river. Rivers are moving, and adding the natural buoyancy of the body to this flow, one will find it difficult to keep oneself fully submerged. And so if a shinobi was being pursued and jumped in a river as a last-ditch attempt to escape, he would have to either hide among the plants of the bank by holding to roots and branches, or use a katana to tack him down beneath the surface.
Doing this, one could remain hidden for a single breath as the torchlight of pursuers gave a pass and then began searching elsewhere, whereas during the day it would be harder to pull off this method of evasion. The length of time one can stay under, however, markedly improves with a saya or bamboo breathing tube, but the trade-off will be an increased risk of discovery due to surface agitation from the saya and sound produced by the breath leaving the tube. Furthermore, instead of holding onto the suka, or handle of the katana with the hands, a different technique would have to be employed to stay anchored under moving water. One way I have learned to do this is to use a fudoza seated posture, wrapping one leg around the suka or mune, which is the back of the blade, and using the hands to plug the nose, hold the saya, and fin oneself down when inhaling. This definitely requires practice, as a wrong move will lead to laceration. Also, the depth of the water and length of the saya determines how well one may breathe. The pressure of the water above pushes on the body, which calls for the use of diaphragmatic muscles to aid inspiration. If one's breaths are too deep, the body will rise, unless you have equipment which weighs you down. So if you aren't carrying equipment, short, shallow breaths are preferred. But then again, slow, deep inspirations and exhalations help one remain calm and do not make as much noise. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that a shinobi would not have executed saya breathing without having initial training to back up his efforts. So we can surmise that a ninja put significant time into developing this skill. Otherwise, there was no reason to maintain it in the texts. Why bother if so much training is required? This rhetorical question conveys that ninja not only found value in this skill, enough so that they trained in using it, but also that they were successful in hiding and infiltrating using the skill, enough so that they wrote it down. It kind of makes me wonder what facets of this skill may not have been transmitted through time. I'm sure there were idiosyncratic variations, but we won't ever know.
Ninjutsu is a stealth art, and was originated in the 4th century by the general Sun Tzu. The ninja are skilled at silent killing. They learn how to dislocate their own joints, and how to use meditation to stay underwater for prolonged periods, and control their heartbeats to avoid detection. This statement is sourced from page 345 of Harper's Encyclopedia of Mystical and Paranormal Experiences, compiled by Rosemary Ellen Guiley. It's a published statement about the art, but is it true? Beginning with the first clause stating that ninjutsu is a stealth art originated by Sun Tzu, it appears that Guiley is reaching because many would assert that ninjutsu is Japanese, not Chinese. Discarding this cursory examination, though, and turning to the primary documents responsible for most of what we know of the shinobi arts, we find that the ninja themselves have attributed the origins of ninjutsu to individuals of Chinese nativity. However, these people do not include Sun Tzu. The ninjutsu manual, known as the Bansen Chukai, is vague in presenting an origin story of the ninja arts, stating that they appeared along with all other warrior arts in China under the reign of Fu Zi in the 28th century BC, almost 5,000 years ago, then going on to elaborate on the 13th chapter of Sun Tzu's Art of War as one later example of how the principles of ninjutsu were written about in early Chinese texts. But Sun Tzu did not invent ninjutsu. His writings are simply some of the most well-known that contain elements of the art. If you were to ask one 17th century ninja known as Fujibayashi Yasutake where ninjutsu came from, he would tell you that ancient China is the root where the essence of the art could be found. And it is this essence that is mistakenly attributed to Sun Tzu by Guiley, probably because the use of spies is a chapter in Sun Tzu's Art of War that we can all point to if asked, what is ninjutsu? But it is incorrect to say Sun Tzu is the origin of the art. Now, is it an art of stealth? It depends on what we mean by stealth. If we were going to define a tree by its fruits, we may look to the book The Tiger's Way, published by military trainer, researcher, and Vietnam veteran John H. Poole, who has published an extensive list of skills attributed to the ninja which he claims should be taught to members of the U.S. infantry to give them a fighting chance against Eastern armies. This list includes arts like Anko Kutoshi Jutsu, the art of seeing in the dark, which involves techniques for adapting human sight to the aphotic depths of shadows, preserving night vision by keeping one eye closed when near or looking into light, using peripheral vision and the rod cells of the human eye to scan an object in the dark by moving the head side to side, and other defocusing exercises meant to enhance sight in shadow, in addition to an awareness to watch for the presence of unexplained shadows in one's operating environment, all of which relate to stealth by favoring darkness to conceal one's activities from the enemy. Then there's Tenman and Chiman, arts for predicting weather and knowing the advantages or disadvantages of terrain, respectively. Subsumed under these arts are knowledge and techniques for avoiding detection, such as keeping the body profile under the horizon when moving, identifying cover and concealment on the terrain, pivot movements to dive behind objects at sharp angles or to break up the line of track, dissolving into shadow and moving between shadows to stay concealed. The moon and clouds were given special attention as the light from above could shift terrain appearance in the dark and open the possibility that one may be seen. So too, rain, thunder, snow, fog, and mist could all offer advantageous conditions for movement and stealth, which is why Shinobi had the skill set of a minor meteorologist. Then there is Jisen Seiko Gijutsu, which is the art of scouting by stealth while the terrain is occupied with enemies lurking about. And so shinobi were aware of the importance of not crossing roads unless they had to, and if crossing was necessary, to only do so in a low-lying area, or where the road was covered by shadow, trees, or elevated terrain. They learned to run on the toes of their feet to stay light and quiet, and would also practice moving so slow in subdued light that the movement could not be discerned by the eyes of an enemy sentry. Their movement techniques were typically geared for stealth. To reduce the sound of their footsteps on wooden floors, special sandals donned with cotton floss were used, or an obi sash was unrolled and walked on. A rolling step was used for rocky terrain or loose dirt, and a sideways step called yoko uruki was employed for narrow alleys or passageways, and for flattening the body against a wall to make use of the slight shadows produced beneath the eaves of buildings. If one needed to stay above the view of guards, special sets of tools called nekote were used to assist the in-nin shinobi agent with clinging to rafters and ceilings, a technique that has much to say about a ninja's upper body conditioning. Their lower body required just as much attention for movement techniques up vertical surfaces, such as running up walls, a skill found within the art of Shoten no Jutsu. Upper and lower body strength were also combined for things like climbing up limbless trees, scaling ramparts, and moving over walls without equipment or assisted by tools like bashigo, loop, spider, and hanging ladders. All of these methods of moving over perimeter obstacles are unconventional for the obvious reason that the shinobi is not supposed to be there, which is another blatant allusion to their stealth function. Furthermore, the dragon crawl, serpent crawl, use of nekote, ladders, distorting one's silhouette with a cape, jinton jutsu or hiding in shadows, skills for obscuring one's own presence or tonke no jutsu, and various elemental escape strategies turned gotan po all convey the implication that shinobi were trained in these arts by senior instructors as opposed to the idea that they were skills one could just pick up in a moment. The body conditioning alone, one may surmise, would have required months to years of training, which is why Poole asserts that ninja were the products of, quote, a highly systematic and scientific method of secret espionage, danger prevention, and advanced combat, end quote. The credentials of Poole are behind this statement, consisting of 28 years as a commissioned and non-commissioned officer in the United States Marine Corps, multiple tours as a platoon commander in Vietnam, and a lengthy service record as a small unit infantry tactics instructor, among other things. But we need not rest our case on the Tiger's Way, for the primary ninjutsu manuals all convey the very things Poole has written about. Even Anthony Cummins of the Ninjutsu Research Team, which has provided the world with English translations of ninjutsu documents, has published a statement about the significance of said documents, claiming that they, quote, allow a single human to train diligently to become a clandestine operative with knowledge that rivals modern special forces, with skills that have relevance for modern espionage and clandestine warfare even today. End quote. If you take issue with statements like these, recognize that Poole and Cummins have a wealth of knowledge and experience to back up their words. I think one reason why many are inclined to see ninjutsu as just a watered-down art for people that love black pajamas is because the drive for profit and commercial packaging of an art originally meant for dangerous times has reduced the quality of what may be taught. If you wish to know what I mean in more detail, seek out the videos below. I don't think it is necessarily a bad thing that ninjutsu dojos don't teach how to kill another human being silently, or how to burn down entire villages, or how to build explosives, for it would be arguably morally reprehensible and illegal to do so. But it would be nice if the idea of ninjutsu as a martial art in the pugilistic sense just disappeared altogether. And I don't think this can be accomplished without referencing historical documents that speak of how dark Shinobi no Jutsu really was. Before I go off on a tangent though, let's return to our assessment of Guiley's statement. We see how inaccurate information about a topic can be widely published and disseminated, leading to a lot of people consuming falsehood and spreading it to others, resulting in ninjutsu getting a bad rap. Guiley is right about ninjutsu on a few points, but she needed better sources for that entry in an encyclopedia, and the best sources are the documents written by ninja themselves. ChatGPT is not the best source, nor is any AI language model, and I would also be very skeptical of anything promulgated on YouTube that uses an artificial, non-human voice and doesn't cite any sources at all. There is no one who has attained mastery of every conceivable art under the sun, and finding one who has mastered several is a rare find indeed. But there are many that have mastered or are proficient in at least one art. Just as an array of colors and tapestry holds the potential to become a work of art, bringing a variety of talented individuals together under one aegis can lead to the accomplishment of great things. Some are athletic, some are social chameleons, others are technologically inclined, and there are even those skilled in thievery. Every person has weaknesses and strengths. It is the job of the Shinobi no Soto, or boss of the ninja team, to know how to use the strengths and weaknesses of his or her ninja to fulfill the job requirements given by the higher-ups. The role of the Shinobi job boss has been likened to that of the kaname of a fan that bands all of the parts of the fan together. If the kaname is faulty or is removed, the fan falls apart and loses its function. If the head of the shinobi team is not talented in commanding, organizing, and leading the shinobi at his or her disposal, the ninjutsu strategies that are devised will be rendered feckless in the end. The shinobi no Soto must thoroughly understand the proclivities and hearts of his ninja. This is known as Kaname no Daiji. Let us souse our minds with the waters of this principle by using the Gando burglar raid as an example. To execute this kind of attack, the shinobi commander will need to select ninja to fulfill the job categories of watchmen, combatants, and signaling. Watchmen are also called hari, and their role is to set up a perimeter around the enemy quarters and to keep the shinobi team apprised of the situation outside of the operation zone, such as whether reinforcements are arriving unexpectedly or anything else that could cause problems for the main performers and combatants. These hari are placed at every route into the target zone, and the job boss must select for this role shinobi that are calm, patient, and don't become scared easily. It is said in the extant ninjutsu texts that if a coward is selected as a hari,
The security of the whole raid will be jeopardized because the Hari might abandon his post, fail to inform insiders of the situation outside, and flee from the area, all due to fear and impatience. Shinobi need to be patient. Hari need to be doubly so. The job boss will also need to select Koshi, those who handle arson implements, and Hizo, those who help the Koshi. These men must be skilled in handling fire and work so efficiently together it is as if they are one mind. The shinobi commander must also select those who will serve as Doze, the role of force. These men must have skill with spears, bows, and swords. Their specialty should include handling these tools in close quarters situations. As the 17th century ninja Fujibayashi Yasutake tells us, fighting within a building is likely during a Gando burglar raid. Lastly, those who can play the shakuhachi flute or other instruments for signaling must be selected. All shinobi must be instructed on what signals are to be used, what they mean, and signalers must not fail to communicate. Prior to planning the raid, the commander would send out meakashi, which are scouts that are good at observing the enemy and telling the job boss what he or she needs to know about the status of the enemy that could factor into alterations of the tactics used in the raid. So you see, shinobi are not all one and the same. They all have differences in stature, physical aptitudes, mental acuteness, social connections, language ability, and profession and trade considerations that translate into their degree of spiritual adeptness, tool and weapon proficiency, suitability for certain disguises, and every other quality necessitated by the job. Shinobi work best by themselves, but to accomplish large tasks, teamwork is fundamental to ninjutsu. All of this flows out of the Yokan Kajo Damoku Kugi scrolls of the shinobi. To be a leader of ninja, one must have eyes to see and ears to hear what makes each of his or her shinobi exceptional and how to use their strengths. For example, one would not use a tajikara or a male ninja to seduce an enemy officer, unless he's into that sort of thing. No, instead you'd send a kunoichi. One would not send a ninja that has not mastered picking joshi padlocks if a stealthy burglary was called for. And one would certainly not send a spy among the occupants of a temple who knows nothing about Buddhism, Shintoism, or Shugendo. And so the ninja Notori Mazuzumi made the remark that learning ninjutsu is like running into a great void. You will always find yourself wanting to fill it with knowledge of more arts and skills than you could possibly master in your lifetime. You will always find yourself wanting to learn more, and it is a mark of a true ninja to try to learn every art that you can, for you do not know what will prove useful to you later. Those who master many arts are jonin, and finding them is again difficult. So rather than rely on the limitations of a single person, a shinobi master brings the talents and skills he or she needs together through unification, a team, and a community.
You may be inclined to think that the stealth of a shinobi is to be found in methods of training sokushinho, or silent footstep techniques like nukiashi, shinobi-ashi, and yoko-haruki. But the stealth potentials of the ninja are much deeper than this, involving a number of arts that you've probably never heard of, like Henso no Jutsu, Tenmon, Chimon, Kansatsu, Kyomei, Onshin, Kugutsu, Inton no Jutsu, and Kakurumi no Jutsu. I was asked by a subscriber to make a video on a ninja's physical stealth discipline, so get ready to become acquainted with the aforementioned arts as we proceed, because all of them comprise the stealth discipline in ninjutsu. What do we mean by the term stealth? The word is in fact a descriptor of a relationship between two or more parties. The essence of this relationship is in the dynamic of one party searching or leaving the senses open to stimuli that indicate the presence of a threat, while the other party makes the effort to stay off the radar, so to speak, of the opposition's sensory fields. Stealth involves keeping oneself concealed, one way or another, from the sight, taste, touch, hearing, and smelling senses of those around you. But most important for a shinobi of feudal Japan, stealth is the ability to trick the perceptions of trained observers. The trick being to convince the minds of the enemies, through their sense impressions and composite perceptions, that a shinobi isn't really there. Staying out of their mind's awareness is more than hiding the physical form. It also demands concealing signatures of presence, like broken twigs, footprints,
dust, trash and waste, fire, light and smoke, the smell of the body and one's equipment, the sounds that one makes when moving, trees that have been cut, rocks that have been displaced, and even information leaks with no identifiable source. One who has effectively eliminated or concealed his or her presence signatures has made their activities appear as natural products of the environment. Trails that a shinobi has walked on are to be perceived as game trails of animals. Areas where a shinobi has slept are to be perceived as bedding grounds for deer. On the roads, a shinobi is just another peasant, while among the enemy, he is the rain, the wind, and the thunder. So now you may begin to see that the stealth of the ninja was not just about silent footsteps and hiding on rooftops. It was really about blending into the sights and sounds of the operating area. In the words of the shinobi derived from the Bonsen Shukai of 1676, competent ninja make no sound, leave no smell, and get no fame or honor for their bravery, and their activities will produce results that appear as natural as nature itself. One way such stealth was achieved is by adhering to a principle known as Kyome, or harmonizing one's presence and movements with what is already occurring in an environment. Kyome translates into English as sympathy or resonance. Kyome may be thought of as an overarching principle that is the root for all stealth techniques, as it is chiefly concerned with harmonizing one's presence with the operating environment. No matter where the shinobi is, or what the mission may be, Kyome is a reminder that the best approach to stealth is to become the background noise and activity. The principle of Kyome is timeless, and for that reason we find it in the modern concept of the gray man, popular in preparedness content. To be the gray man is about not standing out in an urban setting by dressing in neutral colors and carrying gear in non-tactical enclosures. The principle of this concept being to look like everyone else so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The gray man concept is paralleled in ninjutsu's Shinobi Irui no Koto, which predates the notion of the gray man by at least 400 years. Shinobi Irui no Koto is found in the Hoi no Maki volume of principles in the ninjutsu scrolls of Chikamatsu Shigenori, who met with and recorded the Kuden transmissions of Koka ninjutsu from Master Kimura in the year of 1719. The tradition states that shinobi should select clothes and items that will not stand out in the province they are spying in, being sure to study how people dress, how they act, and even how they speak. According to this tradition, shinobi would employ a technique of wearing a double kimono, with one matching the clothing style of the people in the area, while the other, worn underneath, was used to change into so as to appear as an outsider if necessary, or to hastily alter an appearance. In the era of the ninja, people could accurately judge what province you were from based on hairstyle and clothing. And so a shinobi had to take these details into account to achieve kyome among the locals. As a general rule, if you do not stand out, you will not be remembered. This is an important aspect of kyome in an urban environment, and we continue to encounter its relevance in the gray man tactics of today. As they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in Owari province, do as the Owari do. And when in natural environments, act like the locals. Hunt, but avoid being hunted. Make yourself scarce, and know the highways of the land animal. Kyome, when applied to the natural world, requires studying the color scheme, sounds, and weather impacting the area. Although weather forecasting and estimating its advantages is a separate ninjutsu discipline called tenmon, its stealth aspects are rooted in kyome. For example, wind and rain were deemed favorable to the stealth movements of an nin shinobi. Wind will mask the inevitable sounds you make when walking on dead leaves and debris, and rain softens the ground, further reducing the noise of footsteps. By harmonizing activity with gusts of wind and bouts of thunder, the shinobi becomes the forest, the mountain, the water, and the darkness. The principle of kyome is at the root of all stealth disciplines. From kyome comes the creation of myriad techniques for hiding oneself from the enemy, and these techniques were collectively referred to by the shinobi as magakure. From kyome, we receive magakure, and from magakure branches henso no jutsu, intan no jutsu, and every other stealth art and technique of ninjutsu. Disharmony stands out to the ear. Harmony is to be one with the chords of reality. I've been delving into Hoyer's The Psychology of Intelligence Analysis lately, and he states in there a quote from Herbert Simon in his 1957 book, Models of Man, that the human mind cannot cope directly with the complexity of our world, and because of its limits and mental capacity, we must create simplistic models. of how we interpret the reality around us. Our rationality is limited. It is bound by how much we can process and by the mental model of the world we must construct to cope with this complexity. Quote, "What people perceive, how readily they perceive it, and how they process information after receiving it are all strongly influenced by past experience, education, cultural values, biases, analytical role requirements, and organizational norms, as well as by the specifics of the information received." Keep this in mind as I speak about the observation skills of a shinobi no mono. A shinobi must have a good memory, not just for recalling details of a conversation or where to find water, but especially for learning new material or catching incongruencies between a subject's overt behavior and speech. The principle of mitsume, observing with intensity, and kikitsume, listening with intensity, are at play in this kind of situation, wherein the shinobi applies what is known of a subject to the conversation at hand. If what is communicated contradicts what has previously been observed, a shinobi will pick up on deceit and know when Kozen speech is being used as a tool of manipulation to shift suspicion or keep secrets in the dark. Memory is vital to this ability, and it is fed by the human senses. Contrary to what is conventional thought, there is more than one type of memory. Cognitive psychology teaches us that environmental inputs pour into a sensory register prior to being encoded by the brain. Each sense has its own register. Sight corresponds to iconic memory. Sound corresponds to echoic memory. Touch corresponds to haptic memory. Smell corresponds to olfactory memory, and taste corresponds to gustatory memory. When combined, these registers provide a highly detailed snapshot of what is occurring in one's environment. But without focus and attention, the contents of these registers are constantly wiped every few seconds or so. Short-term memories are created when we focus on select contents of the sensory register and discard information not relevant to what we are paying attention to. The smell of fire or rain, the sudden cessation of sound in a natural biome, furtive movements by an individual we are observing, and sudden changes in ambient temperature are examples of stimuli that push their way into conscious awareness so that mental processing of them may begin. This modal model of memory, as it is called by psychologists, serves to instruct us as to why it is important to not allow the senses to become dull. The senses are gateways to the mind, and so if they are vitiated, the mind will not be quick on the uptake of what is happening in an environment. Too much sound deafens the ears. Too much seasoned food dulls the palate. Engage in unrestrained sensual pleasure, and it will become harder to climax. Flowers are more fragrant if you do not smell them all the time, and seeing too much can manifest as the inability to see anything at all. This is something to ponder. The ninja Fujibayashi Yasutake speaks to us from the past, telling us that the lower mind will be easily affected by what the eye sees. It will worry about what the ear hears. It will be absorbed in what the nose smells and indulge in the tastes of the tongue and sensations of lust. A shinobi must control the mind by respecting the senses as tools that keep the mind sharp. If they are blunt, a shinobi cannot cut through what is false, cannot cherish what is truly valuable, and cannot see what is right in front of him. To create good memories, the shinobi must be grateful for what the senses provide. Concealing one's heart, this can be easy. Concealing one's form is another matter. True stealth is all about presence, yet seeming not to be present at all. To hide one's thoughts and intentions requires speech that is terse and laconic, if at all put forth. And the language of the body must come under conscious control through a disciplined focus on autonomic functions. In time, the breath, autonomic responses to anxiety like sweating and even heartbeat, may be regulated through the will, particularly when one recognizes that much of what the body gives away is due to the thoughts of the person. The thoughts of fear, anger and hostility, love and kindness may all be intuited by tracing the exterior behavior of a person back to the mind within. You could say that ripples always have a source. Now, the stealth of the shinobi takes this principle to heart. giving mind to the diligent removal of traces in the world. When it comes to concealing one's physical form, rather than relying on a dedicated camouflaged uniform or the thick envelope of darkness, a shinobi refines techniques that are found in the following principles. If you've been on this channel for a while, you might have heard some of these already. It is hard to see clearly that which is small. Evincing a humble ego given over to the necessity of humility, while disguised as a lowly person, is one way this principle may be applied. The gregarious, egotistical, and highly extroverted may find it more difficult to don a humiliating facade, yet the reward is that by appearing small, your function as a shinobi is hard to perceive. This principle pertains to hiding the physical form as well. While standing, there is more of us for an observer to see, whereas if we crouch or lie down, our form, relative to the observer's perspective, reduces considerably in size. Ongyo Jutsu uses this principle by advising a shinobi to crouch low and hide the face when happened upon by enemy patrols. But another principle is added, that of imitation. The shinobi imitates the environment, pretending to be a rock, a tree, or the many grasses of a field. The human form is hidden by trying to take on the characteristics of what is around us, and thereby appear like we belong there, because we have shed the skin of what screams human, at least to the observer. This principle of imitating nature is where we get camouflage, painted faces that look like grasses and leaves, clothing that imitates the colors of the natural environment, and behavior that blends in with the ambiance of the norms of plant and animal life. At night, we imitate darkness by wearing dark clothes, whereas by day, we let the many things of the earth guide our adherence to kyome, or harmony with the environment. But there is yet another principle of stealth to be aware of. This is knowing the mind of the observer. Even if you manage to make yourself small and are as silent as the wind and trees, even if you have merged with the environment, at some point you will have to fulfill bodily necessities and functions. You will have to piss, you will have to eat, and eventually you will have to move. Unlike animals who don't have to care where they leave their tracks, a human being hunted by another human does. If the observer we are trying to deceive is skilled, he or she will know the difference between a plant that was browsed by a deer or one disturbed by a human entity. The observer may have dogs at his or her disposal, making the possibility that a shinobi is found much higher, and simple camouflage cannot thwart the abilities of high technology like thermal and ground sensors. More is required of a shinobi when dealing with an intelligent and experienced observer, so beware that who the shinobi is hiding from is very important. We can get the best idea of the methods of a shinobi's stealth by looking at the security measures he or she had to bypass to gain entrance to an enemy castle or camp at night. We have a great resource for this task in the Bansen Shukai, wherein we receive instruction of how ninja themselves would have defended a camp against enemy shinobi infiltrators. In general, a camp perimeter may be divided into Kidashi, the area immediately outside the camp, and the Tobari, the area beyond the Kadashi, situated 30 to 50 ken or 60 to 100 meters from the inside perimeter of the camp. Within the Kadashi, guards are placed 5 to 7 ken, 10 to 13 meters, outside the inner perimeter, in guard stations, and are instructed to keep a strict watch in rotating 2-hour shifts. The camp interior is lit with watchfires. All guards were instructed to carry a lantern, except dark patrols that were instructed to follow the light patrol and engage in kamaritsuke, or detection of kamari ambush troops, as well as shinobi infiltrators. The interior of the camp would be patrolled by at least 3 foot soldiers, with orders to check latrines, alleys, all rooms, wall recesses, gutters, wooded areas, rubbish piles, and basically any other good hiding place for a shinobi. It's not like one could just creep in there and hide in any shadow. Perimeter security could include tsuryoshi and other traps like caltrips and ashikarami trip ropes that have been spoken about on this channel. And then there were the Togiki listening scout units, consisting of Kagi, warriors with a good sense of smell, and Monogiki, warriors with excellent hearing. These units would be sent out every night to patrol the darkness and spaced 30 ken or 60 meters apart around the camp exterior. In addition to these measures, we know that an infiltrating shinobi would also have to deal with dogs, as the Togiki listening units were given specific instruction to pay mind to the sounds of the dogs as they listened for shinobi. And so you see that the basic camp security rundown and review consisted of watchfires, security-conscious foot soldiers, horse-mounted warriors, walls, traps, lanterns, torches, passwords, Kage and Monogiki scouts, dark patrols, light patrols, and guard dogs. To get past all of this, a shinobi would have had to have skill indeed.
The Yokon Kajo Demoku Kugi scrolls of the Iga and Koka ninja contains a few traditions that seem to imply an endurance and strength of the physical body that I don't think gets talked about much in the ninjutsu community nowadays. In a previous video, titled An Overlooked Skill of the Ninja, I rendered a hypothesis concerning the physical training of a shinobi that was predicated on the long-standing requirements of military forces. Specifically, I said that warriors need to be capable of running short and long distances, often while carrying loads over varying terrain. I also asserted that this was just as much true for the samurai as well as shinobi. Rather than build up the body for aesthetics, the physical training of these feudal warriors was oriented towards functional performance in activities such as carrying a message at speed or moving under the weight of armor and weapons with agility and precision. A lower body conditioned to move quickly and over long distances was essential not only for battle maneuvers, but particularly for hikyaku or foot messengers trained in shinobi no jutsu. Running was more than a fitness activity, it was literally their occupation. The tradition of the movement of clouds, or Unko Nusute, explicitly calls for the use of hikyaku to swiftly communicate urgent messages during covert operation. Before we get into the details of shinobi hikyaku, we should look at these messengers in general, as they have been used extensively throughout Japan's feudal history. The term hikyaku is comprised of two ideograms. The first, hi, meaning to fly or flying, fast, rapid, and swift, and the lower ideogram, kyaku, represents legs or feet. Thus, hikyaku may be translated as flying feet or swift legs. Hikyaku were employed for a variety of courier tasks since at least the Kamakura period, and their services were expanded during the Edo period. While there were a variety of hikyaku types, including the horse-mounted Ropora or Uma hikyaku, our main interest here is in the foot-to-ground messengers, for the inferences we can draw from them regarding shinobi hikyaku training. Hikyaku messengers are said to have sometimes traveled in pairs, so if one was injured, the other could continue on and get the message or goods carried in a wooden box fixed to a bamboo pole to their destination. They could run an estimated average of 80 miles a day, and at one time had established a communications network covering Ezo, or today's Hokkaido, all the way to Nagasaki in the southwest. For a higher fee, some express hikyaku could provide delivery service from Osaka to Edo, a distance of roughly 500 kilometers or 312 miles in 5 to 3.5 days. If single runners were not used, then relay stations called shukuba, spaced 6 to 10 miles apart, housed fresh runners that would take over the message in a handoff, thus permitting greater speed of conveyance than could be achieved with a single endurance runner. Hikyaku would travel in inclement weather and even at night over mountainous terrain. The training regimen for hikyaku therefore included long-distance running, trail running through the mountains, and weighted running, as they often carried parcels of various sizes. And they did all this running either barefoot or in straw waraji sandals, as rubber soles and enclosed toe boots did not exist yet. Now turning from hikyaku communicators as a public service to the context of ninjutsu's tradition of moving clouds, which advises on the use of hikyaku to carry a sensitive message to one's allies during conflict. The question arises, were these hikyaku shinobi? Consider that the tradition also states the messengers should, upon being questioned, state they are communicating changes in market values of rice in different provinces. Reading deeper then, we can reasonably infer that the messengers are operating under circumstances of increased surveillance and are subjects to search and questioning by authorities in the area. We can therefore also infer that the sensitive message is either 1. Carried on the messenger or in the parcel and is encoded in such a way that suspicion is not raised once it is seized for inspection, or 2. The message is hidden on the messenger or within the mind of the Hikyaku. If the former is the case, then the Hikyaku need not be a shinobi. But if the latter is true, then the Hikyaku is likely a shinobi, especially because the tradition calls for concealment of the messenger's true purpose with a cover story, and one would not ask just anyone to do this. Definitely not some random public service Hikyaku, for a solid trust in the individual is required. And this is where we can posit that the messengers spoken of in the Iga shinobi tradition of moving clouds were actually highly trusted shinobi, operating a front business of Hikyaku, all the while gathering information about enemy movements or political intelligence throughout Japan under the guise of delivery men, providing a totally legal and normal service that was in vogue during the time. And if you happen to be a shinobi in the employ of this Hikyaku-mediated intelligence front, you can bet you did a lot of running. We can therefore conclude on this basis that ninjutsu students ought to take up running as a basic method of physical training, if not for its health benefits and functional movement, suited to a variety of purposes, then at least to honor the tradition of moving clouds, carrying secret messages through sleet, snow, rain, and mountainous terrain in the dark and despite pain to keep allies apprised of the situation. In closing, I want to remark on the brilliance of using a Hikyaku front to satisfy intelligence requirements, rather than send an Indian shinobi in dark garb across enemy lines to spy out the happenings in a province. Better to use Hikyaku that let you go anywhere without raising any suspicion, and move rapidly by nature of the business itself. This serves as an example of how even during conflict, private sector services can augment intelligence collection capabilities. It kind of reminds me of the 150,000 or so business enterprises of China that are doing just that. But I'll save this notion for another video. Till next time. I know there are many of you that are aware that ninjutsu is not a hand-to-hand combat system, and you know that the essence of the art would not be found in deception, disguises, and criminal behavior. Let me say that ninjutsu is important to me because it has equipped me with a most valuable perspective through which I view the world. You know, people try to deceive you, to manipulate you, to trick you. This art teaches you to be aware of the survival games humans play with one another every day. It informs on the necessity of understanding the motivations for the behavior we see in other people, how everyone wears a mask to a certain degree in relation to what they are trying to gain. You come to find that vituperation, flattery, sensual appearances, the colors and tones that people display can all be traced back to a psychological source, an origin within the mind of the individual and the collective whole that ripples out in the choices we make and actions we take. Prior to the systematized scientific inquiry into the nature of the human mind, shinobi were already studying human emotion with the intent of knowing what the mind of an intelligence target may be like. This is evident in their art of Shinso no Kodo, recorded in the Shoninki of the 17th century as a way to know the mind through what we see in conduct and what we ourselves feel. In a world where authenticity is hard to find, a world where everyone is trying to make a buck and play the game of material acquisition and status peacocking as if the measure of a good life is to be found in these things, the survival value of ninjutsu could not be more apparent. You need to be able to see through people's bullshit. You need to know what motivates behavior so you can predict threat potentials around you. You need ninjutsu because at its core, the art is about knowing the difference between what is real and what is not, how to find strength in our weaknesses and identify weaknesses in what is strong. But most importantly, ninjutsu is about mastering darkness to fight darkness and see truth when it is not supposed to be seen. What else could be the purpose of questioning your spies about topics they know nothing about, other than to see who feeds you misinformation or who is loyal and correct? Those who conceal treachery will speak of things they have no knowledge of. In a world where a shinobi must know who in his own sect may be a double agent, one must become adept at spotting the lie. For the ninja of history, this was of grave importance. I think people can benefit from studying ninjutsu, particularly for the value it adds to human relationships. It also helps us by hinting at
the propaganda that may be present in our environment. Ninjutsu teaches that lies are powerful. You can get people to kill one another over a simple lie. Take Chirashi Gaki, a tradition of the ninja that involves writing and distributing false letters among the enemy, conveying messages that make it seem like the enemy cannot trust one another. Letters that spread rumors like how a respected officer has flipped sides, or that an attack by agents who have penetrated the ranks is imminent. This method of propaganda by sending arrow letters into a camp would produce confusion to the point that the enemy becomes divided by their paranoia oriented to the potential of shadows in their midst. Lies can kill. We should be aware that even though we are not operating in an environment of intelligence networks like the shinobi of old, the ability to analyze what we see and hear with a critical eye and ear is important in an age where everything is artificial, even truth. The human species lives in an era where human pollution has penetrated to the greatest depths of the earth. In fact, recently, an intact beer bottle was photographed in the Marianas Trench. If the pollution of our civilization has gone this deep, how much more so has the depths of our minds been affected? You study ninjutsu, you will find that what people call critical thinking is intrinsic to espionage. Knowing how to distinguish truth from specious reasoning, sophistry, and outright propaganda is inherent to the art. This is why I say ninjutsu students should take up studying propaganda as well as a course in logic and rhetoric. I am not proclaiming to be a paragon of such things. I am just asserting that if you value ninjutsu, you must study them. There are so many things that are today associated with the ninja of history, from motorcycles and food processors to obstacle courses, martial arts dojos, and the fit physique. But what I want you to associate with the ninja, indeed what I myself perceive to be the essence of a shinobi, is finding truth, finding what is false, and taking one's own secrets to the grave, especially for a higher cause. I suppose that a higher cause is to communicate to those of you that follow the path that your mind is your greatest tool, and you must sharpen it against the deceptions of the world. Do not let artificial intelligence replace your own reason. Reflect on how you should live your life, not how the world wants you to live it. Maybe uplift the human spirit. I think that it is better to live absurdly, despite the apparent meaninglessness of it all, than die what they call a dog's death from depression and self-deletion. I've been there. You might get there too, and I want to say you can find a better way out, further down the path, maybe even helping others along the way, rather than submitting to the pressure of implosion or lashing out in rage. The way I see it, psychological damage is a burden of service. If you fix what is broken within you, this will lay a path with signposts for others who seek thaumaturgy for similar maladies. While studying mass killers, I have noticed that what they do not fix internally manifests as the opposite. Rather than becoming a force for lifting others up, their internal suffering is transmuted only in self-annihilation. Like a collapsed star, their gravity takes others with them into the abyss, often walked into by ignorance and a lack of insight into their own mental conditions. We all know soldiers kill and criminals kill. Sometimes you can't tell the difference between them. So, jus in bello, justice in war. Humans have always been finding justifications for destroying others. Mental suffering and a bloodlust is not a good reason. If you live in a war environment where it is kill or be killed, the justification is easier to find, and one could argue that some of our urban concrete jungles have dynamics akin to war zones. Many of us are just trying to surviving in the dark underground of criminal networks. But if I have your ear, don't throw your life away. Find another way to fight your suffering. Like a stoic, hell, even like a shinobi, endure because you're supposed to be stronger than what you are being forced to put up with. Why cut a life short when there is always more to learn? This is loaded with value judgments, I know, but it's what I want to say. My hope is that this rhetoric can help someone out there.
And for those who need to hear it, Shinobi knew how to take their secrets to their graves. This is a burden of service too. Interpret it as you will. I intentionally leave it here for you. A writing utensil for taking notes was one of the 7 items carried by a shinobi. Writing is a memory aid and a means of externalizing a problem into a visual format to allow the mind to work on it without the limitation of holding many memory elements in the mind at once. Human short-term memory is limited, so writing things down to keep track of them as a situation increases in complexity is useful. Now, anytime a thing is written down, the security of the collected information is at risk. You are making a paper trail. One remedy to this problem is to write in code, if you have to write at all. And when the collected information has been communicated, destroy the copy. If writing aids aren't available, one must rely on human memory. Cognitive science has shown that short-term memory is limited on average to a 7 to 10 item capacity. To remember more, one must use a method of encoding the information into easily retrievable chunks. One method is to assign a letter to a number value, 0 through 9, and to create words or phrases with the substitutions. I find this method useful for remembering license plates and other numerical information like phone numbers and various digit sequences. Here is a table of the alphanumeric number to letter substitutions derived from Dennis Rourke's The Lost Art of Human Memory. Notice that there are no vowels. Vowels are added to create words. For example, a plate reading L4792183 can be encoded as lore gap, not fame. After memorizing the table here and with constant practice, one may begin to hold onto large digit sequences with ease. Just don't forget the phrase that you have assigned to the sequence. Sot no ku, the method of withdrawing one's presence from a house or other target area by stealth, occurs after a successful infiltration. This is a most vulnerable interval for a shinobi and is a truth that is counterintuitive. Why would the time of greatest danger be after the breaking and entering and trespass into the sphere of the enemy has already occurred? The answer to this question is more related to the psychology and chi, or ki, of the infiltrator than to the watchful acumen of enemy guards. Handed down to us from the ninja of Iga and Koga are psychological insights into how the internal state of the infiltrator affects the outcome of their exfiltration. We are told at the beginning of a mission the chi and mental state is strong, with robust resolve to fight the enemy even unto death if one is detected. The initial stages of an infiltration present less risk because one is highly attentive to the actions being taken to steal in without inducing a single ripple of alarm. For this reason, the shinobi is quite dangerous. In this state of fortified chi, one's resolve will enable the immediate silencing of anyone that attempts to raise alarm in the incipient moments of the infiltration. The quality of the mind of a shinobi in this mental state is encapsulated in Uchinoki Sotonoki no Sute, where we find the phrase, "let them all come." We can bear any arrow, any shot, or shield. But the way-going affair of the agent after the work is done has the propensity to flip the polarity of the agent's chi from that of yo to in, from a resolve to fight right into the umbra of death to a follow-through of retreat to save one's skin that, if not corrected, we are told, can result in the death one is endeavoring to avoid. The culmination of the shadow work becomes a fixed thought, and thus one falls into the mental trap of cudgeling one's brains over nothing more than escaping from the enemy sphere before one is detected. The mind slackens, and habitude marks one's strategy for dealing with potential opposition on the way out.
This inattentiveness means the shinobi may not pick up on enemies, darkled in their pursuit of the agent and preparing to strike down the ninja who is afflicted with tunnel vision of the finish line. This teaching of chi-mediated mental states arrives to us with an admonition to not lose the strength of mind characteristic of enthusiastic and resolute beginnings, but preserve the readiness to fight through the enemy at the outset and even on the way out. And we are also advised that our fixation with silent escapes can result in death by threats that could have been spotted otherwise. If one thinks of life, it may turn out that he or she receives death without putting up a fight. Whereas if one thinks of death and is ready to respond to its call, life may be, paradoxically, the reward one receives.
I have for inspiration, and as a door to the reality of people, a quote attributed to a Dwight L. Moody that alludes to the deceptive nature of human appearances. He says, "Character is what you are in the dark." This quote asserts that overt behavior, attributes in speech, do not carry as much weight in character assessments as what an individual does when nobody is watching. Only in the absence from the theater of life and its audiences may one truly know what a person is like, or who someone really is at the core. This is to say that humans have the proclivity to hide parts of themselves behind social masks, an obstacle that intelligence agents have dealt with in their assessments of human character for literally thousands of years. This is evidenced by ancient Chinese texts like the Dadai Li Ji, or Book of Rites of Dai, and the Shuo Shuo, or Lost Book of Zhao, along with an abundance of intriguing information regarding the use of envoys, spies, and networks of informants. These texts instruct us to observe what is concealed by following the traces of what is hidden through the overt or manifest actions and attributes of the person in question. What is hidden is yin, or in the Japanese context, it would be yin, and what is readily observed is yang, or in the Japanese context, yo. And seeing that these opposites influence and depend on one another, it follows that studying what is in the open can lead inference to what is closed off in the dark. The aforementioned Chinese sources state, "There are many who conceal their emotions, who adorn themselves with artifice in order to seek fame. There are those who hide in humanness and substance, in knowledge and principle, those who hide in culture and art, in purity and courage, in loyalty and filiality, and even in friendship. Such cases must be investigated." For the intelligence components of feudal Japan, we find similar attention given to the ways of knowing what a person is like at the core. For example, within the Shoninki of 1681, attributed to shinobi and samurai Notorious Andrew Mazazumi, ninja were instructed to cultivate the means of knowing the minds of others by first studying their own psychology, indicating that a brutally honest awareness of self and how one's mind operates and reacts is vital to seeing into the dark mental sphere of others. This constitutes a pragmatic example of how Sun Tzu's admonition to know oneself and the enemy was reified in the world of the ninja. The Shoninki reads, "You must observe your own mind as it is given to you by heaven and see where it is out of balance. By observing the imbalances of your mind, such as whether you are greedy, given over to delight, anger, sorrow, pleasure, or even evil thoughts, you become adept at seeing the signs of these imbalances in others. The nature of the targeted mind can thus be read in this way." How do you know you are being followed? Do you look over your shoulder? Maybe use the screen of that tracking device in your pocket as a mirror to the six? Do you stop and stare idly into a store window or catch a reflection of a passing car? Who or what are you looking for? Is it a face that tends to show up in crowds at an unusual frequency? That cream-colored sedan that has made one too many passes in your area?
How do you pick up on physical surveillance? This topic is one of interest, for the art of ninjutsu has a subdiscipline comprised of surveillance activities and skills. Take Junin, Juenin, and Jogenin, three ancient methods of the shinobi used to follow their surveillance targets that is mentioned in the 1681 text called the Shoninki. Junin is translated as obedient ninjutsu, and it is all about following a target without giving the target any sense that he or she is being monitored. Though the details of this skill are lost, we can infer quite a bit about it by the fundamentals of surveillance detection. Prior to the existence of electronic techniques, surveillance was conducted on foot. The target would have been in relatively close proximity to the shinobi agent so that information of the situation could reach his or her senses. The target is made aware of unsolicited surveillance if eye contact with the shinobi is established for prolonged periods, or if a pattern in the senses emerges that holds the presence of the shinobi as a consistent variable in the target's experience. Think about it. You're in a marketplace and some stranger has some kind of fixation on you. This is going to garner your attention. Obviously, obedient ninjutsu would require that the ninja avoid eye contact or making his presence in an area as a watcher obvious. Hence, the disguises of Shichihode and the Shoninki, such as a Kamuso monk, which permits the shinobi to conceal the eyes and face with an amigasa hat, and not stand out due to the costume's pairing with what was normative in the culture at the time. However, the clothing selected would have to match up with every location the target traveled to, meaning a preliminary surveillance of where the target goes would have already needed to be established to inform on cover selection. The modern equivalent of obedient ninjutsu would be found in electronic internet devices that we use every day. The use of these devices is now normal in our world, and an intelligence asset versed in siphoning data from these devices would be able to do so without the target ever being aware. This corresponds with obedient ninjutsu. With obedient ninjutsu proper, a shinobi gains intelligence on where a person goes, who they interact with, and what they say. It would be useful in instances where the target has taken up security measures that make tracking through electronic means impossible. This is all the same with Juenin, or shadow ninjutsu, the main distinction being that the shinobi follows a target by moving from shadow to shadow or hiding behind, beneath, above, or within objects. Unlike obedient ninjutsu, shadow ninjutsu requires stealth movement and proprioception that helps in navigating darkness. The advantage of shadow ninjutsu is that it does not require a disguise. This type of ninjutsu is all about stealth and in jutsu as opposed to yo jutsu. Its use implies the presence of darkness or long shadows in the environment. Use of Juenin today would require a knowledge of how artificial light sources produce shadows when they are used, and how to use this to the advantage of the observer. Unlike the historical environment of a shinobi no mono, darkness these days will likely be populated with the lights of civilization, making this type of ninjutsu more difficult to use. However, from the targeted individual's perspective, this is an advantage, because car lights and the like will have to be used by surveillance teams traveling by car, unless they're using night vision for whatever reason. Juenin training would require darkness adaptation and familiarity of an area by daylight to prepare for the fall of shadows. Jogenin, translated to mean disguise or mutation ninjutsu, is a method of interacting with the surveillance target by pretending to be an individual of little consequence to his or her life, getting the guard down by seeming in need of help and appealing to the social pressure to assist someone in need. This type of ninjutsu is used extensively today by people of all sorts: criminals, law enforcement, intelligence operatives, and even the average citizen. Using social engineering, that is, manipulating outcomes of conversation through the employment of false narratives and cover identities, one can gain a great deal of information from an unsuspecting target. The way to defend against a shinobi using these methods of surveillance and elicitation is pretty simple. One must simply learn to assume that unsolicited interactions may be malicious in nature. Trust should not be readily extended, and one must keep the senses open for those trying to hide their eyes within the crowd or stepping within the shadows. And the best value pertaining to privacy that we may gain from these ninjutsu surveillance methods is this: Shinobi didn't use computers. This is something to ponder.
Again, I first want to tell any of you out there who have been actively training in so-called ninjutsu dojos that if you want to understand ninjutsu on a deeper level, you must read Sun Tzu's 13th chapter of his Art of War, if not the whole of his text, because this is indispensable to your understanding the functions of a shinobi agent and ninjutsu itself. We know this to be true because Chikamazu Shigenori, an 18th century ninjutsu adept who studied under masters of both Iga and Koka lineages, speaks through his writings with the centrality that Sun Tzu's 13th chapter holds in relationship to ninjutsu. As written in the Yokan Denkai, Shigenori expounds that Master Kimura of Iga, with whom he studied, considered the 13th chapter to be primary source material for the highly recondite aspects of ninjutsu, and so too Master Yorihide of Iga, with whom Shigenori had also trained, likewise regarded this chapter of Sun Tzu's text to be of the greatest importance to the art of the shinobi. Even Fujibayashi Yasutake,
makes numerous references to the importance of Sun Tzu's text as well. In fact, these masters more or less assert that the skills which are typically perceived to be the core material of ninjutsu, such as combat tactics and battlefield techniques of deception, secret means of scaling walls and hiding among the enemy, are actually shallow derivatives of the art. These masters even go so far to claim that the only text one must thoroughly understand to retain the fundamentals of deep ninjutsu is Sun Tzu's Art of War. The 13th chapter delineates 5 different types of spy that may be used to support intelligence operations of a military campaign. These include local agents. These are people that live in the district of military interest and are recruited for the Allied cause. Internal agents. These are people who hold governmental positions in the area of military interest. Double agents. These are the enemy's own spies, which have been converted to begin spying for the Allied cause. Expendable agents. These are propagandists and fallmen who are used to spread disinformation among the enemy. They are expendable because they are likely to be executed once the enemy learns of their deceit. Surviving agents. These are spies that have the knowledge and training to infiltrate an enemy camp or province, collect intelligence, and manage to exfiltrate the area and survive, going on to report back to their commanding officers what they have learned. While Shinobi no Mono could serve his lord in any one of these capacities, we will focus for now on the profile of a surviving agent, a Shinobi no Mono who is adept at infiltration, intelligence collection, and exfiltration. Tu Mu, a 9th century commentator of Sun Tzu's Art of War, delineated the ideal attributes of Sun Tzu's surviving spy, stating that we must recruit men who are intelligent but appear to be stupid, men who seem to be dull but have strong hearts, men who are physically fit, vigorous, tough, and brave, and men who can live a simple life and survive, enduring cold, hunger, dirt, and humiliation. Fast forward to the 15th and 16th centuries of feudal Japan, and the ideal of a surviving spy was embodied by the anonymous Shinobi no Mono, who was fit enough to climb mountains and scale walls, run long distances, adhere to ceilings, and crawl over great stretches of land, all while loaded with equipment. Further representing the preferred qualities of Sun Tzu's surviving spies, shinobi were apt to appear stupid so as to conceal their true intelligence from others, while presenting a benevolent and honest persona that could facilitate the unhindered conveyance of a lie to a target audience when the time arrived. They were also quite capable of living the quoted simple life, as they are often said to have slept beneath the stars and lived off the land in isolated mountain wilderness when deemed necessary. In short, shinobi were not the comfort creatures that we may associate with modern dojos, but rather ardent foot soldiers and adept scouts who were familiar with the constant perils associated with spying within an enemy's domain. Though death could come at any moment, a shinobi was taught to throw off the fear of death and be compelled by courage of duty to his cause, and thereby move forward to accomplish his intelligence objectives, no matter the consequences. In considering the fitness standing of the shinobi, we must bear in mind the gravity of the situations they operated in. As surviving spies, they were employed in the infiltration of a target area, wherein, should they be discovered, death or torture would most certainly follow their capture. Therefore, a prudent shinobi was apt to pay mind to the conditions circumscribing how he should train his body to move silently with agile maneuvers, and use his equipment in the dark without telegraphing his activities to the ears of enemies. In light of the complexities involved with espionage operations unassisted by electronic technologies, it is certain that an effective shinobi had to maintain a degree of sensory acuity, finesse, strength, and skill with movements considered absolutely essential to fulfilling a rudimentary function of ninjutsu, and that is, how to get close to the enemy. Aside from the more well-known physical obstacles a shinobi could face on a mission, like gated complexes, hungry dogs, high walls, guarded bridges, or vast tracts of mountainous terrain which had to be traversed in a short period, there were occasions, perhaps more often than not, wherein a shinobi had to approach a target by crawling through a drainage ditch, crouching on makeshift kunai footholds beneath the darkened eaves of rooftops, or by maintaining a slow stealth gait up precipitous mountain inclines under the cover of nightfall. Ninjutsu prepared the surviving spy with an enormous variety of techniques for moving through an enemy country and bypassing enemy sentries, and even eliminating sentries as well. These techniques included how to predict the shadows of natural and man-made objects, how to move quickly from shadow to shadow, how to move extremely slow so as to make movement indistinguishable to the viewing sentry, how to remain perfectly still under sudden artificial illumination, how to move in pitch darkness, how to avoid making eye contact with a sentry, how to know the limitations of a sentry's peripheral vision, how to use nekote or shuko to climb along rafters, how to monitor one's own shadow to avoid casting it within the view of sentries, crawling on the hands and knees, crawling on forearms and toes, crawling through sewers, air shafts, or other openings ordinarily deemed inaccessible, how to regulate one's breath for quieter respiration, how to run up walls, or shoten no jutsu, how to assault sentries from below and above, variations of running with relative silence, and many more techniques.
While shinobi possessed myriad methods of igniting fires, it was often the case that their mission required operating in pitch black conditions so as to stay as concealed as possible from the eyes of others. They had to know when to move and how to move while relying on senses other than sight. If you were dwelling in Japan during the feudal Sengoku period, one thing that is likely to strike your attention is just how dark the night could be. Back then, there was no electric haze to obscure the night sky, and darkness was dissipated only by way of igniting a flame or appealing to the good graces of the moon and weather. Like our other human ancestors, the feudal Japanese were attentive to the steady celestial rhythms of the moon and stars. Beginning in the 6th century AD, Buddhist sects such as Tendai and Shigon became involved in the importation of astrological lore from China, which eventually contributed to the Japanese practice of star worship and divination, which accent the art of ninjutsu. As was natural in a time before electricity, shinobi tuned their methods of timekeeping and astronomical calculation to include means of foreseeing the rise and fall of the moon and its position among the 28 lunar mansions, as well as the position of certain luminary constellations scattered across the great beyond. Among other skill sets, a shinobi was a meteorologist, astrologer, and ritual diviner all in one. Does the night bode well for an infiltration? Is the darkness deep enough to conceal our activities? This consultation with the heavens was key to efficient shadow work. As the sun fell beneath the horizon, the landscape was transformed into a literal shadow zone of pitch black shades that could conceal movement, identities, and secrets. There wasn't a lot of light back then, and this fact served to enhance the stealth functions of a shinobi infiltrator. A shinobi no mono actually preferred to steal in on the night of a new moon, wind and rain, or the periods of the night before moonrise and after moonset, as the scant light from the moon and stars was further reduced during these occurrences. Using Jokie Jutsu, the art of projecting no shadow, shinobi were keen on keeping their movements in the deepest of shadows by calculating the position and phase of the moon, a practice which requires a certain knowledge of the lunar synodic month, when moonrise and moonset will occur, as well as an adherence to the admonition that moonlit nights were considered inauspicious for eating arts, and were therefore to be avoided. All of this comprises the principle of the moon, known as Suki no Daiji. In fulfilling his obligations of state protection, a general has to know the ways of his enemies, but this knowledge can only be garnered from the sagacious employment of intelligence agents. For this reason, it has been written by strategists of ancient China, such as Sun Tzu, that the riches spies could gain for their shadow work are often greater than the rewards afforded to any other personnel associated with the success of military affairs. In other words, spies are absolutely critical to state survival, and therefore, it is important that a state's intelligence officials know how to identify and recruit talent while providing the right incentives to prospective agents. To do this effectively requires the ability to accurately judge an individual's character, their psychoemotional dispositions, values, politics, and any other innate propensities which may assist or otherwise pose a risk to the objectives of an intelligence operation. This ability to assess and know the nature of people has remained a constant concern for spies throughout history. The Japanese ninja, for instance, are said to have assessed the mind of a potential intelligence asset through a tradition known as Shichi no Sute. Within this ninjutsu tradition, a shinobi is advised that there are 4 ways to know the psychology of another. The first is to observe his customs, comportment, or behavior. The second, a shinobi should listen to his speech to gain an idea of what his thoughts are like. The third way is to question him on various matters to see how he thinks. Lastly, it is said that a shinobi should provide the potential agent with a test contrived in such a way as to evince his true inner nature, which may have remained concealed. The Shoninki, a ninjutsu manual of 1681, similarly draws out methods of knowing the minds of others. Two methods derived from this manual are Shinso no Koto, a way of assessing personality traits through observation of one's reaction to emergencies or stressful situations, and Ninso no Koto, a way of assessing personality traits through physiognomy, a somewhat occult body of knowledge which pairs associations between an individual's personality attributes and anatomical expressions of facial features, height, weight, and the like. But of course, reliance on such personality assessment methods may have proven to be problematic, especially if the agent performing the assessment was not sufficiently skilled in painting an accurate profile of a potential agent. If his assessment was wrong, it could cost him the intelligence operation, and perhaps the whole state. Therefore, in light of what is at stake, it is not surprising that personality and background assessment methodologies for identifying and recruiting talent have continued to be refined and evolved throughout the centuries by intelligence apparatuses of various nations. China, a nation with a deep history of military sophistication and study, did not spare its reservoirs of intellect from the question of whether it was possible to truly know the inner world of another human being for intelligence purposes. According to Ralph D. Sawyer, a notorious sinologist and prolific writer on the military ways of the ancient Chinese, there has been no nation which has practiced the craft of intelligence or theorized about it more extensively than China. Insomuch that this is true, the Chinese term Qijian, or knowing men, has throughout the centuries subsumed a wealth of theoretical and practical knowledge respecting the identification and selection of talented individuals. Interestingly enough, many of the greatest intelligence agents of China's military history were not recruited from elite or well-to-do circumstances, but on the contrary, a persistent element of Qijian involves the almost mythic act of recognizing the true worth of some lowly, ignominious individual dwelling in abject obscurity, until a critical turning point in the affairs of the state spurns recognition of the outcast's talents. Jiang Ziya, for instance, the strategist who helped King Wen of Zhao overthrow the Shang dynasty, and to whom the 6 secret teachings are attributed, was found as an isolate hermit, idly tending to his fishing lines on the banks of the Wei River. So too, Yi Yin, popularly known as China's first spy, whose shadow work potentiated the overthrow of the Xia dynasty in 17th century BC, is said to have been employed as a lowly chef to King Tang prior to taking on the occupation of intelligence agent. So rather than giving way to decent appearances and conventional values of fame, class, and rank, knowing men in accord with ancient Chinese wisdom meant acknowledging the unconventional and non-traditional hermits, outcasts, and loners as potential sources of talent. But identifying individuals capable of loyally carrying out intelligence objectives moves far beyond evaluating them by their mere mystic appearances and stout reputations of wisdom, for again, facades can obscure one's true nature. Instead, a combination of evaluative criteria must be employed in determining the true worth of a potential agent. These criteria include appearance, reputation, speech, associates, background, motivations and desires, political attitudes, and responses to stress. However, the interior of an individual is most telling of all, and harder to estimate just by evaluation of overt characteristics. Because the potential for creating appearances to dupe others may always be present, the principle of judging the exterior works and behaviors as reflective of the internal self should be used with great caution. As noted with ancient Chinese spycraft techniques and ninjutsu traditions of knowing an agent by cutting or observing their reactions to stress, an individual's true essence may not manifest until unpredictable and or uncontrollable circumstances predominate. It is difficult to maintain a lie indefinitely, so the potential may eventually be found out for what he or she is, with the proper application of assessment techniques and the march of time. The point of this overview of evaluating people is to allude to the innumerable instances of agents who have never been detected for what they truly are. Agents who are so talented at manipulating appearances and undermining evaluative criteria to their favor that they went on to lead a double life, unbeknownst even to their closest of relations. The Japanese referred to such a one as a Joni, or Master Shinobi, a warrior scholar talented in ninjutsu traditions to the extent that their true occupation and level of acumen in the art is forever concealed from history. Fujibayashi Yasutake, author of the Bonzen Shukai, speaking on the masters of the Inin arts, remarks that such men are shallow because they have been revealed as shinobi agents by historians, whereas Joni, he says, knew ninjutsu so deeply that they did not leave their names for us to give fame to. As one ancient proverb has it, water makes sound when it is shallow, while deep water makes no sound. Chikamatsu Shigenori, the head of an 18th century school of Japanese warfare, once asked a large favor of a certain merchant of Owari named Komiyama Soho. Komiyama could have been considered rather successful in this trade of business, for Chikamatsu asked him for 100 gold coins, a rather substantial sum during the Edo period. At first, Komiyama was hesitant with agreeing to give Chikamatsu the gold, saying that he should first confer with his head clerk on the matter. But Chikamatsu explained that he did not need the gold right away. Rather, he was asking Komiyama to lend him the 100 gold coins once war broke out in the land. After hearing this, Komiyama readily agreed, and thereafter Chikamatsu regularly sent Komiyama gifts of sake and food throughout the seasons to show his gratitude. What exactly Chikamatsu intended to do with the gold is uncertain, but owing to his background in military affairs, his training under two distinct lineal masters of shinobi no jutsu, and being the founder of the Renpai-do School of War, it may be said that Chikamatsu was a prudent man who intended to cover his bases should cries of war fulminate throughout Japan. It may be said that, had Chikamatsu not established a relationship with Komiyama, his strategic planning for war could have been seriously impeded. But fortunately for Chikamatsu, he had a network of associates who would be capable of providing him financial and logistical assistance once the banners of war had been raised. To begin our exploration of ninjutsu networks, we must first make a distinction between the yin and yo aspects of the art. Much the same as the Chinese Taoist dichotomy of yin and yang, the Japanese correlates of in and yo are expressed throughout the historical writings of the shinobi. I will not plague you with an extensive overview of what phenomena are subsumed under each polarity at this time. All we need to know for now is that the term in is to dark, negative, and hidden, while yo is to light, positive, and in plain sight. Therefore, an in-nin shinobi using in-jutsu represents the dark or hidden sides of ninjutsu that we are all familiar with, what with the infiltration tactics by night and arson-mediated sabotage, while a yo-nin shinobi using yo-jutsu represents the light or in plain view aspects of ninjutsu that are lesser understood, which are manifested through disguise, wit, and social manipulation. There's a great deal of information regarding what constitutes in-jutsu and yo-jutsu, but for the sake of simplicity, remember that in-jutsu means to use arts and techniques of stealing in, or infiltrating by hiding from the eyes of others, while yo-jutsu comprises the arts and techniques of infiltration by disguise, social engineering, and elaborate plans effected through the manipulation of an enemy's psychology. According to Fujibayashi Yasutake, yo-jutsu is superior to in-jutsu, though both are required for the success of an operation. While the iconic dark aspects of in-jutsu are most popular even today, it is important that the student of ninjutsu recognize that in-jutsu is nothing without its opposite, yo. So just what did yo-jutsu in practice look like, and what does it have to do with networks? An Iga ninjutsu tradition explains that in pursuit of fulfilling objectives of espionage and subterfuge, shinobi should make sure to form connections with key individuals within an enemy's domain who may be able to gain them entrance to a territory or pass gate security of the enemy's keep. Further commentary on the tradition divulges that a student's aptitude for ninjutsu was assessed by drawing a layout of a castle and then asking how shinobi was to infiltrate. The lesser students tended to obsess over the points of the castle which could be bypassed or scaled over by climbing, an in-jutsu function, while the student with higher aptitudes for ninjutsu would astutely point out that going right through the gate, in full view of security, a yo-jutsu function, made the most sense, since people were passing through there anyway. All that was needed was the right disguise or connection to the right people on the inside, and the shinobi would be able to infiltrate. Another version of this tradition expounds that, like fleas and lice, if a large number of shinobi infiltrate a territory and take up yo-nin covers, it will be very difficult for the authorities to get rid of them all. They will take root in a variety of towns and villages, forming connections and ties between many people from the highest offices to the lowest of commoners, and with the information networks that they form, there will be no secret that can be kept hidden from them. In other words, networking is a critical component to ninjutsu. The yo-nin functions of gathering intelligence were further enhanced by the traditions of the mosquito and the fly, which teach that much how mosquitoes and flies do not discriminate between aristocrats or commoners. A shinobi no mono must be able to associate with people of all social class standings, be they outcasts, beggars, merchants, or warriors. For a shinobi no mono cannot gain good intelligence otherwise.
Intrinsic to these traditions are the principles necessary to adept socialization. Not only does Shinobi no Mono need to be able to interact with people of every potential background, but the shinobi also needed to be capable of converting the loyalties of the people he interacted with. It was only by establishing good rapport with individuals that intelligence could be gathered, and that key personnel with certain skill sets could be retained among the Shinobi no Mono's contacts. Need to gain entrance to a castle? Then befriend the musicians that entertain there. Need to know what the local magistrates are up to? Then you should flatter their associates.
Long-distance travel is an activity that has been long associated with the scouting functions of a shinobi no mono. According to numerous historical sources, shinobi had to be familiar with moving vast distances on foot. There are a few reasons for this. First, consider the times in which they lived, wherein the only way to reach faraway places was to either move on foot or rely on animal-mediated transportation. Within this past context of feudal Japan, it may be surmised that the average person had to be somewhat able-bodied just to travel to the next village. This was also true for shinobi, who, compelled by their filial obligations to their lord, would travel across mountainous domains for a variety of intelligence purposes. One example of this arrives to us from the writings of Chikamatsu Shigenori, who divulges that clandestine communication between provinces was sometimes achieved by using a relay of shinobi messengers, who can convey messages to the desired recipient without detection by their adversaries. Furthermore, the tradition of shinobi michi fumio no koto, or the shinobi art of walking, informs us that shinobi were instructed to tread on every road in as many provinces as possible. Shigenori tells us that even if a shinobi did not venture into other provinces, it was still crucial for a shinobi to be aware of the local topography, including its roads, water sources, and more. This video will consist of a few practical interpretations of some of the scouting functions of a shinobi no mono, related to the shinobi art of walking.
According to the authors of Spycraft, The Secret History of the CIA's Spy Techs from Communism to Al-Qaeda, there are 5 disciplines to spycraft that are fundamental to almost any intelligence agency of history. These fundamental disciplines are assessment, cover and disguise, concealments, clandestine surveillance, and covert communications. The art of ninjutsu embodies all of these disciplines, but this video will be a continuation of the assessment discipline, centering on motivating factors that can influence an individual to begin spying against his lord or country. As explained in my previous video on knowing others, the assessment stage of recruiting spy assets requires a sound appraisal of an individual's personality traits, and determining whether he or she can withstand the demands of leading a double life. To do this, the CIA employs a group of professionally credentialed psychologists to assist operations officers with identifying vulnerable human targets with access to desirable information, and thereafter employs specialized tests to draw out an individual's personality traits, as well as his or her most likely reactions to specific situations. This stage of recruitment would most likely transpire over a period of months, as a case officer patiently cultivated the asset before moving into a more clandestine handler-agent relationship. To avoid exposing the overall operation, damage control measures were thought out and implemented in advance for the event that a recruitment offer was rejected. If the target accepted the offer, the cultivation process could continue, but not before moving into the sphere of understanding an agent's motivation to spy for the agency. While there are a great number of legitimate factors which serve to motivate an agent into spying against a nation on behalf of the recruiting intelligence agency, the CIA's MICE model succinctly encompasses cross-cultural motivations which may represent vulnerabilities used as a basis for recruitment. These vulnerabilities are broken down within the MICE acronym, which stands for money, ideology, coercion, and ego. According to a report titled The Expanding Spectrum of Espionage, published by the Defense Personnel and Security Research Center in 2017, the greatest motivating factor for individuals to begin spying against the U.S. is the prospect of financial gain. As a result of assessing the habits and characteristics of 209 individuals who collectively represented 3 cohorts of agents who committed espionage against the United States between the years 1947 to 2015, it was found that 41%, 45%, and 28% of spies from these cohorts, respectively, were motivated to spy solely for monetary gain. So basically, the allure of large payoffs is often sufficient enough to tempt someone to spy against his or her homeland. Not surprisingly, the feudal Japanese ninja also found the vice of greed as the most favorable motivating factor in recruiting what were a form of double agents, known as minumushi, or worm-in-the-stomach agents. Similar to the modern practices of spy recruitment, a shinobi no mono was advised to observe an individual for a period to discern his or her motivating factors that could represent vulnerabilities, which could serve as a basis for recruitment into the sphere of the ninja's influence. It was often the case that the shinobi would dangle the reward of gold or silver to this effect. The Bonsen Shukai reads, find someone who is very greedy and wants gold and silver, or a high stipend, or someone who is cunning and has little loyalty and is double-minded. Ideologies which promote a division in an individual's loyalties to a cause or country is another motivating factor for individuals to spy against their own nation. Sourcing from the aforementioned Perseric report, divided loyalties may be defined as a commitment by American citizens to another country or cause that they put before the U.S., and can include supporting or helping other nation states, terrorist groups, or ideological systems such as communism. While spying from divided loyalties was a less important motive in the first two cohorts surveyed in the Perseric report, this motivating factor grew in importance over the years. In fact, the motivating factor of divided loyalties came to rival money. The report indicates that among those who began espionage since 1990, 35% spied from divided loyalties, compared to 37% who spied for money. An exemplary case of spy defection motivated by ideology was reported on by the Washington Times in 2009. The story centered on Li Fengzi, a confirmed longtime agent of China's Ministry of State Security, who allegedly left the agency and defected to the U.S. as a protest to the Chinese agency's role in government repression of political dissidents and religious groups that are outside of the ruling communist system. Li further confided to the Washington Times that the Ministry of State Security is actually not doing things for the security of China, but rather they spend a lot of effort to control the people, the dissidents, the lower-class Chinese people, and make these people suffer and also make their lives miserable. Needless to say, such ideological attitudes towards one's own homeland are conducive to producing double agents. Shinobi agents would also exploit the ideology of select individuals to gain the access necessary to an intelligence operation. Vulnerable dispositions, marked by ideologies of samurai and officials considered susceptible to manipulation by a ninja for the purposes of creating a turned minumushi agent, included the harboring of negative feelings towards one's lord, born of an excessively harsh punishment that was carried out by his lord against his own ancestors, the entertainment of thoughts that deprecate one's lord as being stupid or susceptible to flattery, and even someone who has committed an act that has dishonored his father and therefore has given a bad reputation to him, and he feels embittered by this situation. The Perseric report asserts that coercion or blackmail is not as common of a motivating factor to commit espionage against one's own nation as are the lust for money or ideology. But nevertheless, coercion and blackmail should still be recognized as potential tools for gaining spies with access to a specified intelligence target. Threats of injury or death can often be employed to coerce an individual to spy against his or her nation. So too, blackmail, including the risk of exposure of one's sexual preference, or orientation in a nation that is overtly suppressive of homosexuality and other deviant sexual acts such as extramarital affairs, as well as the threat of exposure of criminal deeds that could bear negative consequences on one's political status, can all influence one's decision to carry out acts of espionage. The ninja of Japanese feudal history had their own methods of coercing individuals to doing their bidding that were rooted in cultural practices of the time. For example, if one claimed loyalty to a lord, it was common practice for that lord to take one's family as hostage, who would likely be executed should one's loyalty be thrown into question. This obviously represents a rather severe form of coercion, and it could be combined with covert yonin practices of the shinobi. The art of creating a minumushi agent, for instance, could involve securing large quantities of gold and silver from one's lord, and thereafter posing as a wealthy ronin who could guarantee a target a high stipend should he resolve to pay his loyalties to the fake ronin. Once the target agreed to serve the ronin in disguise, his wife and children would be taken hostage, as was customary in those times. The final motivating factor for espionage identified by the Mice model is ego. According to the Perseric report, spying to gain recognition for one's talents or to bolster an otherwise lowly reputation have proven to be valid reasons for spies to betray their own country. An unchecked ego can be toxic to any individual because it is so readily pliable with the right methods. If the assessor knows of one's likes and dislikes, aspirations, and inner self-perceptions, it becomes easier to create a ruse that will dupe the individual into carrying out illegal espionage acts with the promise of social recognition or achieving some egoistic satiety. Because ego is a human element, it is not surprising that the feudal ninja use the manipulation of an individual's ego to their advantage as well. Again, drawing from the ninjutsu strategy of creating a Minumushi undercover agent, Fujibayashi advises that a shinobi no mono should target those individuals who have been given a lowly position among his lord's retainers, but has talent enough to rise to distinction if only he was given the opportunity. As can readily be seen, ninjutsu has so many parallels to modern spycraft because ninjutsu is itself a form of feudal spycraft. The more that ninjutsu is studied from this mindset, the more the materials left behind by the ninja begin to make sense. Not surprisingly, studying ninjutsu will also reveal the 5 essential pillars of spycraft, as perceived by these feudal agents.
The body of extant ninjutsu literature often conveys the adeptness of shinobi as physical infiltrators of properties. While much of ninjutsu seems as the art of thievery, it should be pointed out that the extant manuals of the art admonish that shinobi are not thieves. Rather, they understand these arts so as to protect their interests, be what they are. Drawing from volume 13 of the Bansen Shukai, Fujibayashi Yasutake lays out a number of guidelines shinobi were to follow when planning to infiltrate a house. He remarks that, although it is easier to steal into houses than it is to infiltrate castles, the infiltrator must be sure to first conduct an assessment of the security measures placed about the property prior to infiltrating the targeted household. In many ways, this pre-infiltration assessment conveyed by Fujibayashi parallels the activities of common thieves, who case properties prior to burglarizing them. For example, just as some thieves are known to use their official job status as deliverymen or other occupations requiring frequent access to people's homes, shinobi would use covers as well to get a better picture of what security was like within a property, in addition to taking mental notes on the floor plan and entrances. Fujibayashi states that shinobi paid particular attention to the overall design of the house, including its fences, gates, hidden and overt entrances, and security measures such as joshi locks, kakegane, kororo latches, shirizashi locking bars, guards, and even squeaky floorboards. Upon completion of his assessment, the shinobi would have a better idea of the gaps in the property's defenses that could be exploited. Now, let's turn to the samurai methods of protecting property against shinobi infiltrators. The homes of shinobi have been described by Stephen K. Hayes to have possessed secret entrances and exits that were used to vanish or exit the building without being seen. Similarly, as indicated by the samurai tradition of Shinobi Guchi Naraya no Koto, samurai were also trained to incorporate secret entrances into their properties. This tradition advises that the samurai include 1 or 2 secret entrances into the outer wall of the dwelling, and to be sure that their whereabouts remains a secret. It is a common practice of the shinobi to hide in the deepest of shadows to avoid botching their infiltration. The samurai tradition of Monko Tojio no Koto conveys awareness that deep shadows pose danger to the security of one's property. To protect against shinobi infiltrators, samurai were advised to place lights about their premises, including in areas where shinobi were known to infiltrate, such as through sliding paper doors and the corners of walls. As history attests, good exterior and interior lighting is a simple yet effective way of complicating infiltration, or deterring intruders altogether from engaging with one's property. The employment of entrance guards should not be done without giving due diligence to assessing their abilities to deal with sanctuary seekers, messengers, or any other individual who might be trying to gain access to your property. The samurai tradition of Mon Genkan Banin Kokoro no Koto advises samurai to employ guards that are of sound mind and can deal with social matters in a tactful manner. Failure to do so could bring dishonor to the samurai. In other words, one should employ guards that are skilled in discerning the authenticity of speech and behavior of those who seek entrance to the property. On this point, it is worth noting that because shinobi were known to probe the security of property, the entrance guards would do well to know the potential ruses that a shinobi may use in furtherance of a hostile agenda. The presence of guard patrols in the same areas where insiders, such as servants and warriors, provide their services is a security measure that samurai use to keep the people within the property from becoming negligent in their trade and security duties. These internal patrols added another layer of defense against shinobi infiltrators and even insider threats.
In times of emergency, or when something suspicious indicates that someone is planning to infiltrate the property, samurai were instructed to erect defensive spikes on the exterior walls and to place caltrops or tetsubishi around the perimeter. These measures could injure or slow an infiltrator, though it should be known that they are not necessarily effective against skilled shinobi who are familiar with such deterrents. Should the property come under the threat of arson or natural fires, keeping food and other supplies safe should be a priority of the samurai. Therefore, samurai were instructed to build underground storehouses to mitigate losses when and if the property was burned to the ground. Extreme security matters may require the use of weapons to defend the property. In the event of an unexpected raid, samurai needed to have quick access to their armaments. For this reason, the tradition of Ima no Erugu Okyo no Koto advises samurai to mount halberds and spears with their tips pointed towards entrances, and to take care in determining which rooms needed weapons present and how to properly position them.
This is my training katana. I've modified it to satisfy the requirements of a ninjutsu dojo. Not the padded mat and four-wall variety, but a natural environment with trees, sand, mud, water, and creatures of the earth. Ninjutsu is best studied outdoors because a great portion of the shinobi art involves scouting activities. This is evidenced in the writings of the historical ninja, such as the Bansen Shukai, which communicates many skills that cannot be practiced indoors. So my training equipment, my bow and my katana, needed to be adapted to the effects of the elements. The primary difficulty in this has been learning to waterproof a dedicated training katana so that it could hold up to repeated exposure to water. A subscriber asked if I could describe how my katana and saya have held up to the activities I have put them through over the years. So I decided to dismantle it and observe the damage. The suka was cracked and rotted through, and the blade, as you might expect, was colored with rust. The saya, however, has remained relatively intact despite hours of water exposure, and the wood has not seemed to swell. But the shitodome and kurigata have been completely removed by shearing forces produced when laying out an ashikarami tripline with saya and sagio. I replaced the suka with a couple of wood scraps I had lying around, and I wrapped it in electrical tape and paracord. I then opted to coat the blade in bed liner to help ward off water and reduce the shine of the blade. As for the saya, the only major modification I have made to it has been drilling a hole for underwater breathing. I also replaced the stock sagio with paracord so that it may be used for a variety of tasks. For example, reading from the scrolls of Yorihide of Iga, we find Ashikarami no Jutsu, the art of foot traps, and Ude Karami no Jutsu, the art of arm traps. These arts are all about using cordage and katana saya to psych out pursuers or infiltrators who may advance into your camp. Specifically, Ashikarami is a defense against enemy shinobi and calls for stretching lines throughout an area that will be hard to see at night. In their time, shinobi new triplines could be linked to traps like the Tsuruyoshi or shank sweepers, so stumbling across a line in the dark would induce caution and slow the advance of the infiltrator. Similarly, Ude Karami no Jutsu is about using the saya and sagio of a katana to induce caution in the enemy. Sensei Yorihide states that leaving the saya sends an implicit signal to the enemy that a sword is drawn and the wielder may be waiting and hiding close by for the best moment to strike, and so the enemy becomes hypervigilant. Both of these arts would have been useful for a shinobi when fleeing from an enemy force, as the slowing of their advance with pre-placed lines or ashikarami made on the fly would permit the shinobi to widen the distance between him and his pursuers. One technique that combines udekarami and ashikarami is to anchor the saya between two trees and tie off a loop on another tree with a falconer's knot. With practice, this tripline can be deployed within seconds. The saya may be left in place while the shinobi flees, or one could take up position by the kill zone waiting for a pursuer to trip over the line in the darkness, or be mentally occupied by its discovery. Yorihide tells us that this principle should be applied to everything, and not just cordage. A shinobi is supposed to know how to get into the mind of the enemy. Anyway, this is why the sagyo of my training saya is at least 6 feet in length. If you have questions, put them in the comments below. Till next time.
This video will provide an overview of the volume of the Bonsen Shukai termed Seishin, translated to mean the correct mind. This volume is placed at the beginning of the Bonsen Shukai, for as is asserted by Fujibayashi Yasutake, the author of the text, the art of ninjutsu is tinged with techniques commonly associated with the criminally minded, such as thievery and arson. He states that in order to avoid the risk of promoting criminality, the principles of the correct mind are regarded first in the text and are to be taken seriously by any student following the path of a shinobi. One could surmise from Sensei Yasutake's admonition that the distinction between a ninja and a criminal is made apparent by the essential mindset and moral principles a shinobi is to adhere to, such as loyalty, benevolence, and righteousness. Therefore, it seems apparent that the essence of ninjutsu is not to be found in arts of trickery, deception, and subterfuge, but rather the guiding principles of Seishin comprises the heart of what it means to be a ninja. Sensei Yasutake writes that the novice should use the volume of Seishin as a lead, keeping its traditions close to one's heart even while resting and sleeping. If this is done with diligence and with an eye transfixed on loyalty, the student will develop fearlessness and naturally come to know what a correct mind means. Furthermore, Sensei Yasutake affirms that if a student of ninjutsu masters the correct mind, then a soft and weak person will become hard and strong, an evil-minded person will become loyal, and a stupid person will become wise. In contrast, those who are evil-minded will not benefit from the teachings of the Bonsen Shukai. One's tactics will not succeed if they are out of line with the correct mind, and the plots of those that misuse the teachings will be exposed. This, Yasutake says, is because a correct mind should come first. So what is this correct mind that Yasutake speaks of? Sensei Yasutake states that the Chinese equivalents of the shinobi ideogram were named as Kan, Cho, Saisaku, and Yute, whereas in Japan, the kanji shinobi is used because it has a deep underlying meaning that further clarifies the function of a shinobi agent. The kanji ideogram, designated as shinobi, is comprised of 2 parts, one meaning blade and the other meaning mind or heart. This ideogram conveys that the essential nature of a shinobi is one of strength, will, valor, and bravery. One whose heart is always under threat of the knife, owing to the dangers associated with their role in wartime affairs, and one who is patient, courageous, and persevering. We are told by Yasutake that the type of courage one should develop is not brute courage blended with rage directed at the enemy, but instead the courage of duty should be cultivated. For the courage of duty never gets tired, whereas the courage born from hot blood will. In other words, Yasutake is giving the student of ninjutsu the point of reining in one's emotions when engaging with an enemy. Brute courage may make you strong or hard out of temporary rage, but it is difficult to keep your mind strong and hard to the bottom of your heart as the rage calms down. As a result, you will not have foresight nor be ready to defend yourself fully, and you will only destroy yourself and will not ruin the enemy to any significant level. The text then turns to speak about the folly of being impetuous and allying yourself with those who are not afraid to die as a result of doing something stupid, such as attacking a tiger or crossing a river without a boat. A shinobi is advised to take sides with those who have reasonable fears and prefer the prudence of secret stratagems to fall the enemy. Yasutake then speaks of the principles of benevolence, righteousness, fidelity, and loyalty, providing a basic delineation of what these principles entail. Benevolence means comporting oneself in a way that exudes compassion, gentleness, kindness, and charitability. This does not mean that a shinobi will refrain from violence, however, for as is noted in the ninjutsu texts, it is considered benevolent if one slays a single man to save 1,000. Anyone who does not hold to the principle of benevolence, Yasutake says, should not be considered to be human, for benevolence is essential to mankind. The principle of righteousness is interpreted to mean doing what is right relative to myriad situations one may encounter. What is right will change in accordance with the situation. The principle of loyalty circumscribes one's actions in service to one's Lord. A shinobi must commit himself fully to the cause of his Lord and missions the Lord assigns. The principle of fidelity entails keeping a mind centered on truth while getting rid of anything false or wrong within one's mind. These four principles are the foundation of one's relationship to the art of ninjutsu. The wise keep these principles close to their hearts and are said to possess doshin, or the mind of principles, while the stupid are led by their own self-interest and desires and are therefore said to possess jinshin, or the mind of man, which is preoccupied with attempts to satiate the senses and give in to drinking, lust, thievery, and greed. Yasutake states that giving in to jinshin will ultimately drive oneself to ruin. Sesshin requires the sedulous practice of observing one's own mind to understand how it operates and discern whether it is in line with doshin. One may find that jinshin, the mind of man, is constantly active, and only a strict adherence to doshin will bring the mind of man into compliance with the higher mind. Once one gains experience and skill in adhering to the higher mind, the full essence of the ideogram for shinobi will manifest as self-restraint and patience. The success of an operation might depend in its entirety on the correct conduct of the shinobi no mono involved. This correct conduct or manner of behavior is essential to ninjutsu, for it constitutes the beginning of any attempt at deceiving others. This is to say that when interacting with others, a shinobi exercise an exterior comportment that could effectively conceal his or her heart. There is much that can be learned about the insubstantial inner world of an individual by studying his or her exterior. For example, the clothes one wears, place one lives, friends one keeps, and interests that one expresses conveys much about the inner personality of a given individual. The outer presentation of a person can be indicative of his or her inner dispositions. Shinobi understood this to the extent that they would willfully obscure their own inner world and thus retain their secrets by presenting a carefully crafted exterior character which belied the shinobi's true operational purposes. This concept was reified not only through simple disguise, but also through calibration of one's heart and mind to the complexities inherent in living as a double or even triple entity in thought, comportment, and speech. What follows here regarding points on the conduct and heart of a shinobi has been derived from the Yokan Denkai's Hoi no Maki of Iga and Koka shinobi traditions, as well as the Bonsen Shukai of 1676. The Shinobi Momochi no Kodo advises the would-be shinobi that the most important thing to abstain from is dishonesty. This admonition is found in the Bonsen Shukai as well, wherein Yasutake asserts that dishonesty in speech will result in a lack of trust between the shinobi and the external world. If a shinobi cannot be trusted, then many plans that depend on the conveyance of a lie at the right time by an honest person cannot be implemented. A shinobi therefore needs to have the reputation of being an honest person. Therefore, those aspiring to follow the ninja's path should mark mendacity as a pitfall to be avoided. Many of the extant ninjutsu texts remark that honesty is a supreme quality to be developed within a shinobi. Chikamatsu Shigenori of the Renpaido School of War contends that it is difficult for a shinobi to accomplish his or her objectives through the use of martial arts alone. Military skills have their place, however much of what ninjutsu entails requires associating with various people from a variety of backgrounds outside of military culture. A shinobi who is skilled in martial arts might find common ground with those in the military culture, but the same may not be said when associating with poets, priests, and tradesmen. A shinobi is advised to learn as many arts outside of war as possible, for this will expand his or her repertoire and consequently social opportunities for intelligence connections. Music, singing, verse composition, dancing, writing, and other arts should be considered worthy of study. With enough practice, the shinobi will be capable of manifesting disguises that make use of his or her skills outside of martial culture. Du Mu, a poet of the late Tang Dynasty, wrote, "He who can hide disgrace or bear shame, that is a man." Many are encumbered in their paths to greatness by the fragility of their own egos. Bearing shame, suffering disgrace, or appearing weak when the situation calls for it is difficult for the prideful and egocentric. Regarding the character trait of humility, the student of ninjutsu is pointed to the story of Han Xin, who was the Marquis of Huayin. Han Xin liked to wear a long sword in his early years, and some street hoodlums who were convinced that he was a coward and simply wore his sword for show, challenged Han Xin to a fight. If he refused, he was to disgrace himself by crawling between the legs of one of his challengers. When Han Xin refused to fight and instead crawled between the legs of his challenger in shame,
People laughed and indeed considered Hanzin a coward. However, Hanzin was insightful enough to understand that he did not want to ruin his future or potentially lose his life to street thugs for no reason. So he bore the humiliation of being painted a coward, but then went on to serve Emperor Gao of the Han Dynasty and became a great general that was never defeated in battle. This story reminds the would-be shinobi that losing sight of one's greater purpose can leave us embattled in contests of ego that may prove ultimately fruitless. This is particularly true of engaging in altercations with others for the sake of preserving one's ego. A shinobi exercises humility in all his or her affairs with others, recognizing that pride can be used as a weapon against oneself.
To detach oneself from the fear of death, one must realize the root of one's mind. The root of the mind is found by understanding the root of everything in the universe, the primary principle, or supreme ultimate, which is a Taoist concept. This supreme ultimate cannot be found by observing the environment. Rather, it is to be found within oneself by turning the mind's eye inward. From the supreme ultimate comes the one Qi, which is divided into light and darkness, yin and yang, yin and yo. From this dualism, the 5 elements and phases are derived: wood, water, fire, earth, and metal. Shinobi and samurai alike believed that time was divided into 5 phases or elements from which all things in existence are made manifest, be it a grain of rice, a massive planet, or even a person. Earthquakes, tsunamis, thunderstorms, and other natural catastrophes are said to be caused by the variations of the dualistic Qi within the 5 elements. The phases of the elements correspond to seasons of a yearly cycle. Wood is associated with spring, when Yo Qi is growing in strength. Fire corresponds to the season of summer, where Yo Qi is reaching its maximum. Autumn and winter are paired with growing Yin Qi. Following each season of 72 days is a period of 18 days known as a doyo. The doyo, following the season of summer, is considered to be the most important, for it is placed in the middle of the year. Sensei Yasutake's remarks concerning the 5 elements and the depth of your health: take no precautions or have no art of living and choose to sit back inattentively and leave everything to heaven's will, you will die an unprincipled thing which cannot be reflected clearly. However, if any of the 6 kinds of impurity, such as shape, form, voice, smell, taste, feeling, and things which influence the mind, connects with the senses, through the 6 organs of eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, then the mind will be corrupt, unsettled, and unclear, so that it cannot reflect anything clearly, just like muddy water or a dull mirror. The truth here is that you have an enemy and an ally nowhere else but within your own mind. Penetrate this principle thoroughly, so you will always be true to yourself. If you are committed to the principles completely, you will never fail to infiltrate when on your shinobi mission, or once having infiltrated, to achieve great bravery. Fear is a disease to ninjutsu. If left unmitigated, fear can induce the shinobi to become confused about how to proceed with an infiltration, or how to execute skills that are in normal times easy to perform. The biological effects of unbridled fear will cause trembling in the hands and feet, and ultimately lead to the detection of the shinobi by the adversary. Fear, then, is something a ninja must learn to control. To fear is natural. It is as much a part of human experience today as it was in the days of the state of Qi in the 4th century BC China, where we find the origin of the methods of Sima, a classic military text that shinobi would have been familiar with that conveys points on motivating warriors and manipulating the spirit and fostering courage. To the writers of this ancient text, the psychology of fear and courage was to be recognized as derivatives of Qi, an energy closely associated with the spirit of the individual that can be increased and harnessed with certain motivational techniques. These techniques, as applied to a band of warriors, included an invocation of deities and glorification of the warrior's cause while taking an oath to commit oneself to duty, or writing farewell letters to one's family and thereafter destroying life-saving supplies to produce a state of standing on fatal ground where one enters conflict without any hope of emerging victoriously. And for particularly terrifying situations, the Qi of fear was subdued by physical actions such as crouching or sitting in tight formation to break a sense of isolation that is conducive to engaging with internal thoughts and fears. With the sense of isolation broken, the commander can turn the warrior's attention outward by presenting to them an inspirational speech centered on the righteousness of their causes. Eliminating all fear is hard to do, and shinobi are advised that it is foolish to have no fear at all, for fear can be reasonable, keeping a shinobi from making mindless mistakes. The objective then, with regards to fear, is not to eliminate it completely, but to learn how to manage it, to control it, and understand it. Fear can be countered by the desire to be brave and courageous, and perhaps even by reminding oneself of the meaning of the ideogram for shinobi. This ideogram describes a situation wherein the shinobi is at risk of perishing at the hand of the enemy, but nevertheless pursues the objective with courage and an enduring spirit. Sensei Yasutake tells us that the whole system of ninjutsu is aimed at exemplifying bravery and valor. Courage is not the absence of fear. Rather, courage is the ability to act despite fear. The ninjutsu text known as the Koka Shinobi Den no Muraiki is composed of points made by Master Kimura Yasutaka of Koka, conveyed to Chikamatsu Shigenori on the 15th day of the lunar month during Kyoho 4, or the year 1719. Yasutaka begins his transmission by emphasizing the understanding of the past, present, and future as it relates to the shinobi ways. He expounds that, in the Sengoku period, or his past, the skills of the shinobi were battle-tested, assiduously cultivated, and useful. However, following the Sengoku period, the demand for shinobi declined, obviating the need for the inheritors of the art to test and develop their skills. This, according to Yasutaka Sensei, resulted in a shallowing of ninjutsu, as there was no longer any opportunities to serve a lord or conduct official business. The creativity of the younger shinobi was stultified. The time of peace affected the younger generations of shinobi in such a way that they became comfortable with an easy life and lost interest or inspiration to continue developing themselves in relationship to ninjutsu. No longer would the shinobi be driven to achieve greatness. Instead, ninjutsu was relegated to a low priority status among the younger generation. They would not keep in contact with fellow shinobi, nor would they maintain contacts with people that would serve in times of war, failing to appreciate the importance of the Gokan, or 5 types of spies. According to Yasutaka, the very culture of the shinobi in Koka transmogrified from one that was based on close relationships between clans in the area to one wherein the inheritors of shinobi traditions no longer maintained the rudimentary power base that made men of Koka so effective and formidable in times of war. The culture used to thrive on collective intelligence of differing clans that knew each other, gave one another gifts, and shared skills. It was replaced with a culture that put the survivability of the secret aspects of the arts in jeopardy, as more and more students failed to reach for excellence in their family's secret arts. Yasutaka states that there were ascending levels of ninjutsu teachings that were only made known to a student when he or she demonstrated the trustworthiness and desired capabilities becoming of a shinobi. But in peacetime, finding a student that could carry on the most secret traditions of ninjutsu was 1 in 1,000, according to Yasutaka's estimate. This meant that the complete traditions of Koka Shinobi were given to a smaller and smaller number of students. Because the traditions were passed down in such a way that the initial stages of training were made to seem important and lead the student to believe that he or she had attained mastery in the art, this permitted the rise of a scarcity in credible practitioners while the shallow arts gained prevalence and were taught as if they were the highest traditions attainable. In this way, the deeper arts of the shinobi were lost to time. Yasutaka closes out his transfer of knowledge to the writings of Chikamatsu Shigenori by saying that students of the Koka arts should continue training so that their arts are not lost. The Yonin arts are superior to the Inin arts. However, concentrating on Yonin to the exclusion of Inin will not produce results. A shinobi must possess the ability to switch between Yonin and Inin arts with fluidity. For example, the infiltration of Sawayama Castle by Dojin began with a Yonin disguise. Dojin dressed as a lumberjack, and upon entering through the castle gates, he promptly did away with his disguise and hid beneath floorboards. Another example of founding Kasagi Castle with grappling hooks. Upon entering the castle, the pair were questioned by an enemy night patrol. Suyama devised a Yonin cover on the spot by telling the night patrol that he and Komiyama were part of an allied division and on night patrol, going on to warn the guards they encountered that they should keep an eye out for enemy ninja, as it was a windy and stormy night, conditions most conducive for shinobi infiltrations. The pair went on to the main portion of the castle to learn where the emperor was situated within the castle, to Yonin, and finally back to Inin. The wind is shapeless and can enter in through any gap. So too, shinobi should be shapeless, capable of changing their form, manners, and customs on a whim in relation to a situation at hand, so that they can infiltrate without detection. Also, the ideogram or kanji for fuzoku, or wind, can also be translated to mean manners and customs. A shinobi is to be aware that manners and customs differ in 66 ways and 66 places from one another. A shinobi should remind himself that learning to imitate the manners and customs of a particular territory will prove conducive to successful infiltration of that area. The secret aspect of this tradition states that just as wind does not show its shape to the eyes of people, so too a shinobi should be capable of changing the manifest form of ninjutsu so it is not detected. If the defense permitting one to infiltrate. A shinobi should not carry any personal effects or letters that may expose a clandestine plan against the enemy. The shinobi should be prepared to die with his secrets should he be captured during an infiltration. Furthermore, the shinobi should take all measures to ensure that no one will know who he is or who he serves. Upon capturing an enemy spy, be aware that his training, particularly if he is a bushi warrior, will prevent leakage of secrets even if he is tortured. If this is the case, then divide your guards into groups and use them in shifts throughout the day and night to harass and provoke the spy, keeping him from sleeping. After a few days of this, the enemy spy will enter into a state of clouded consciousness that may prove conducive to gaining information about the enemy's plans. A ninja must be self-reflective enough to grasp the 7 emotions within, knowing how they influence the mind and will. Nature has many things to teach the student of ninjutsu. Wolves and foxes have particular import to the art, as they are directly mentioned in the extant scrolls and manuals. The teachings of foxes and wolves, as it is referred to in the Shoninki, conveys points on infiltration strategy that were inspired by the characteristics and behavior patterns of the animals as they were observed by shinobi. Foxes and wolves are very cunning animals, the Shoninki reads. The fox can deceive man, and the wolf can read his very soul. Foxes are known for their abilities of adaptation, which has allowed them to subsist in diverse environments, ranging from forests to deserts to urban sprawl. This core characteristic of adaptability ties into the observation that cunning and intellect are often requirements for quickly molding oneself to overcome an exigent situation, centering on things like a guarded checkpoint. Just as foxes or kitsune were believed to be capable of shapeshifting to alter their appearance and deceive the eyes of others, shinobi were advised to learn from the fox and use the intellect to devise disguises or strategic maneuvers that could get them through enemy gates or bypass the enemy altogether. Foxes and wolves do not like to travel along paths that take them close in proximity to human habitation or areas of high traffic. They prefer instead indirect routes to their objectives through the cover of the forest, aided by the night. So in essence, this tradition can be read as, be like foxes and wolves, avoid direct routes through a territory, avoid checkpoints, and be sure to have good cover that can explain your reason for traveling into enemy territory. However, there is more to be gained from foxes and wolves. Both animals are nocturnal hunters that evince great stealth in their movements when pursuing prey. As they are quick on their feet, they can disappear without a trace. The mystery of their coming and going beckons one to peer deeper into reality, sifting through layers of perception to uncover hidden truths. The senses of the wolf are desirable, as their sense of smell surpasses the capability of humans by 100-fold. Their ears can pick up on danger miles away with a tone reception threshold over 20,000 hertz higher than a human ear. And their eyes are adapted to hunting in low-light conditions with ultraviolet light perception and a 270-degree field of vision. They are enduring and swift creatures capable of achieving land speeds of up to 40 miles per hour while covering long distances up to 4,500 miles in a single year. From these facts, a shinobi is to derive the inspiration for training the human senses to be sharp and receptive. One should travel by night and keep the noise one makes to a minimum with the intent of picking up on sounds and smells in the distance that could convey danger or a need to reevaluate the planned course of movement. Observation and memory are key components to facilitating the strategies of ninjutsu. This is evident in the way that shinobi were admonished to maintain detailed records of what they observed when traveling about provinces and gathering intelligence that would prove useful to battlefield strategists. The type of intelligence collected by a shinobi would range from demographic and power structure characteristics of a given province to terrain, roadways, and other geographic elements of the targeted territory. Why shinobi paid particular attention to the terrain of a given territory is elaborated in part by the ancient Chinese military text commonly referred to as the Six Secret Teachings, specifically the chapter titled The Unorthodox Army. Deep grass and dense growth are the means by which to effect a concealed escape. Valleys with streams and treacherous ravines are the means by which to stop chariots and defend against cavalry. Narrow passes and mountain forests are the means by which a few can attack a large force. Marshy depressions and secluded dark areas are the means by which to conceal your appearance. Deploying on clear, open ground without any concealment is the means by which to fight with strength and courage. Occupying high ground is the means by which to be alert and assume a defensive posture. Other tactical advantages of terrain recognized by shinobi are found in Sun Tzu's Art of War. Sun Tzu states, "The strategy for employing the military is this. There is dispersive terrain, light terrain, contentious terrain, traversable terrain, focal terrain, heavy terrain, entrapping terrain, encircled terrain, and fatal terrain. When the feudal lords fight in their own territory, this is dispersive terrain. When they enter someone else's territory, but not deeply, it is light terrain. If when we occupy it, it will be advantageous to us, while if they occupy it, it will be advantageous to them. This is called contentious terrain. When we can go, and they can also come, this is called traversable terrain. The land of feudal lords, surrounded on three sides such that whoever arrives first will gain the masses of all under heaven, is called focal terrain. When one penetrates deeply into enemy territory, bypassing numerous cities, this is called heavy terrain. Where there are mountains and forests, ravines and defiles, wetlands and marshes, wherever the road is difficult to negotiate, this is called entrapping terrain. Where the entrance is constricted, the return is circuitous, and with a small number they can strike our masses. This is called encircled terrain, where if one fights with intensity, he will survive, but if he does not fight with intensity, he will perish. This is called fatal terrain. For this reason, on dispersive terrain, do not engage the enemy. On light terrain, do not stop. On contentious terrain, do not attack. On traversable terrain, do not allow your forces to become isolated. On focal terrain, unite and form alliances. On heavy terrain, plunder for provisions. On entrapping terrain, move through it quickly. On encircled terrain, use strategy. On fatal terrain, engage in battle." The unorthodox and orthodox mutually produce each other, just like an endless cycle. Who can exhaust them? Ninjutsu is not a system of hand-to-hand martial arts, and no matter who tries to tell you differently, recognize that the only authorities on the matter are the shinobi themselves, who preserved records of their arts through scrolls that have been handed down throughout the centuries. We must look at these works from time to time if we are to understand ninjutsu. The Bansen Shukai, also known as the Ninja Bible, affirms that ninjutsu is not a martial art, stating, quote, "Originally, ninjutsu is a strategy. This strategy consists of a variety of principles pertaining to astrology, astronomy, terrain, tactics, spycraft, and many other arts that are combined to effectuate the point of any strategy, and that is to win and overcome life's enemies and obstacles." So while shinobi may have practiced martial arts, their underlying strategy dictating how and when to use their arts was ninjutsu. If we look deeper into ninjutsu, what we find is the application of principles that are derived from the observance of ancient military strategies that are time-tested and effective. For example, Sun Tzu studied the psychological aspects of warfare and thereby articulated the concept of what is known as death ground, a battlefield terrain wherein the defenders cannot retreat. In such a situation, Sun Tzu states that the soldiers and officers will fully exhaust their strength in trying to defend their lives, fighting with the fullest force of their spirit. This is because the human mind, when confronted with the two choices of death or fighting, will eventually compel the individual to fight with every bit of strength available to him. In the Bansen Shukai, we are given an example of how a shinobi applied Sun Tzu's concept of death ground, where it is stated, "When you are going to fight, you should always take the sword hilt rivet from your wakizashi, so that you cannot draw it in emergencies during the conflict. In this way, we are told that the shinobi will win the fight without fail. By ridding oneself of emergency countermeasures, the shinobi places himself on death ground, creating a situation where he must fight as hard as possible with the only sword available, that or die. Creating this death ground increases morale and the resolve of the shinobi to defeat an enemy. For the same reason, a shinobi is warned against the outcome of putting one's enemy on death ground, where no line of retreat is left available. In this situation, the shinobi will face an enemy that fights 2 to 3 times harder. Therefore, it is wise to leave a way out for your enemy, lest the power of a resolute spirit overcomes you.
Spies are not born. They are selected and cultivated, their loyalty always under the pressure of routine tests of character and scrutinization prior to being entrusted with intelligence matters of gravity. The ancient Chinese military text, commonly known as the Six Secret Teachings, conveys a set of 8 techniques that were often used to further assess the character of potentially worthy spies. First, test their knowledge and intelligence by posing a variety of questions and observing their replies. Second, confound their minds with deliberately deceptive speech by taking positions on subjects that are in opposition to your true values and scruples. See if they change their opinions in relation to the falsities that you speak. Third, if you have already learned some secrets about the potential spies, bring them up in conversation and see if they remain sincere and honest with you. Fourth, continue to question them about their values and observe if there is virtue in their hearts. Fifth, employ them in positions of financial or administrative responsibility and observe whether they change and become greedy or dishonest in the affairs of their position. Sixth, test them with beautiful women to observe if they remain upright or given to lust. Seventh, induce them to endure challenging and difficult situations to substantiate whether they are courageous. Eighth, see if you can get them drunk and then observe their behavior and speech. By creating context that will elicit emotional or intellectual responses, one can come to know the true character of the potential espionage candidates. Other ancient Chinese texts state, make them happy in order to observe whether they maintain principles. Provide them with pleasure to see if they abandon reasonable restraints and become reckless. Make them angry to test their self-restraint. Make them afraid to see where they stand. Put them in hardship to observe their willpower. And if they are in poverty, take note of what they will not do.
It was once observed by the Chinese Confucian philosopher Mencius that applied stress has value. The difficulties that one endures serve to temper the character and to draw out hidden strengths, while simultaneously exposing one's weaknesses. He believed that when heaven is about to entrust a man with great responsibility, it will invariably first subject his mind and intentions to suffering and labor his muscles and bones. It causes his body to become hungry and deprives him of everything he has. It brings chaos to all his actions and efforts in order to stir his mind and forge his nature, increasing him in all that he is capable of doing. People constantly err, and only thereafter do they change. They suffer consternation of thought, and only thereafter do they become creative. Only after things have been attested in appearance and manifested in sound are they then understood, and only then is it known that life derives from worry and misfortune, while death derives from security and pleasure. The impoverished person has certain advantages that are not widely recognized. For one, they are not likely to be targeted by thieves, for they have nothing of value to be stolen. Their lives are simplified, as the strain of their situation tends to elucidate what activities and things are of real value, such as food, essential exercise, shelter, and a warm place to sleep. In lack, creativity can blossom, as one must improvise and think divergently to overcome a problem typically solved with cut-to-fit resources and payments to the skilled for their services. The test of poverty demands cultivation of qualities that were often sought in the world of ancient intelligence, and these are adaptability, and virtue. In fact, ancient Chinese spycraft sources have it that the suitability of one's character for a role as spy could be tested by putting the candidate in poverty and then observing his or her reactions to the stresses of their destitution. The Qianzhi of Xiu Yuan, for example, states, "If he is of mean condition, see what he does not accept, and if he is poor, see what he will not do to aid his situation." In other places, we find the military classics of ancient China reiterating the point, when impoverished, see what they will not do, when lowly, see what they will not take. Maintaining secrecy is a fundamental security concern of implementing any kind of strategy, for the principles of secrecy underlie and inform all activities of one's armies and their deployments, for the simple reason that what is known of them will assist the adversary's own formulations of strategy against them. The 6 secret teachings of Jiang Ziya countenance this admonition, stating, "If your plans are heard about, the enemy will make counterplans. If you are perceived, they will plot against you. If you are known, they will put you in difficulty. And if you are fathomed, they will endanger you." Acknowledging this, the plans of a spy must not be spoken of. One must be without form so as not to be perceived. In the scheme of life, the depths of one's heart and the breadth of one's skills must remain unfathomable. The one is to become as a shadow, its dark umbra a metaphor for concealing truth with what is false, and using light to create darkness in the percepts of one's enemies. But how is such secrecy created and preserved? Following the premise that a secret is a truth about reality that is deliberately hidden or occulted, gatherers of intelligence such as the shinobi of feudal Japan must grapple with facades, false exterior dispositions, fake affinities and relationships, and outright lies. For what is true can be concealed with what is false, while what is false is vaunted as the truth. And so intelligence agents must be perceptive, capable of looking beyond surface sense impressions and the specious deceptions of adversarial propaganda. To stay keyed in to the circumscribing context of events, people, and the conflict binding them all together, it would be well to adhere to a saying of the ninjas of Yoshimori Hyokushu that goes, "If you always assume that you are facing the enemy, you will never drop your guard in any way." In other words, do not trust anyone with your secrets. Sun Tzu has written that the pinnacle of military deployment approaches the formless, for if it is formless, there is nothing to grasp at with the mind, and so even the most perceptive or deepest spies cannot discern it, nor can the wise make plans against it. To be formless means to avoid leakage of vital information, in that armies are comprised of humans, and humans can be enticed to give in to their lower nature and indulge in ego-motivated mutinies or bribes in exchange for secrets. A general should keep his subordinates ignorant, providing only information that they need to know in order to carry out their compartmentalized functions. The Taoist Huainanzi further advances this concept of formlessness as critical to rendering feckless the attempts of enemy spies to exploit what is known about an army and its leadership, stating that although benevolence, courage, trust, and purity are attractive human attributes, the courageous can be enticed, the benevolent can be seized, the trusting can be deceived, and the pure are easily plotted against. So if the commander displays any one of these attributes, he will be captured. Only those without form cannot be ensnared. For this reason, the sage conceals himself in the originless so that his emotions cannot be perceived. He moves in the formless so that his deployments cannot be fathomed. Without tactics or appearance, he acts appropriately. Without name or shape, he changes and creates an image. Even among those with acute vision, who can spy out his nature? Maintaining security over secrets is easy to do if one would just refrain from speaking and writing. However, such behavior comes up against the essential requirement of steering an army, and that is communication. The 6 secret teachings informs us that those who are unguarded in their communications will be listened to. Therefore, encrypting communications is the basic security control that is to be applied to any activity wherein secrets are to be conveyed. The shinobi had their own methods of encoding the writings of letters to prevent interceptors from acquiring knowledge of their activities, and this concept of encryption has been innovated and developed in step with technological evolution into the present day. In the distant past, the Pingfa Payen advised commanders on the many things which could be used to communicate secretly, such as golden signal banners, swift post horses, arrows symbolizing authority, and signal fires to report urgent matters. Where two armies meet, one should establish clandestine watchwords. When miles apart, one should employ a simple letter, making use of unfathomed words, invisible writing, and even non-paper strips, so that the messenger will not know them, having nothing to offer the adversary if he is captured, for there will be no visible markings to trace.
The High Ladder is a shinobi tool expressed in the Bansen Shukai of the ninja as a means to transport heavy loads over gaps. The High Ladder fulfills the need of quickly passing items back and forth between at least two people by using rope and an iron ring. One member of the team will be positioned at a distance above the other or on a level plane, and at least 2 anchor points and 2 ropes will be required to set up this transport system. This system can be used to transport items over moats and to the tops of castle walls, and it can also be used to transfer items between rooftops and over distances in general at the speed of the pull. The first step in setting up the High Ladder is to send our shinobi over the gap or over the moat or up the wall, taking both ropes with them. To do this, the shinobi could swim and then climb, or if the distance is relatively small, a kaginawa hook and rope can be thrown to get a bite on a wall or a tree that can then be tensioned to a second anchor point, making the single line rope bridge I have spoken about in another video. Before tensioning this line, though, the shinobi needs to pass the rope through the iron ring. The iron ring must be attached to the second rope by a secure, non-slip knot, and the second rope must be twice the length of the bridge line. This is so that the ring can be pulled the full distance of the bridge line both ways. On this note, one should know that if the angle of the bridge line is too steep, the shinobi will have difficulty crossing it. With the bridge line anchored, the iron ring attached to the second rope, and the bridge line placed through the iron ring, the shinobi can now cross the gap with the second rope trailing with him. Once the 2 members of the team are in position, tool transport can proceed. The load is attached to the iron ring and is pulled up to the top of the wall or elevated position with relative ease.
The rise of the samurai class during the Kamakura period of 1192 to 1333 brought with it the necessity of classifying martial arts systems and styles. As samurai families engaged in conflict and proved the worth of their weapons and techniques, schools of combat, or ryu, were established to preserve martial traditions. The bujutsu, or martial arts conveyed in these schools, was stratified into lower, middle, and secret transmissions of knowledge, ensuring that the greatest techniques were reserved for only the elite members of the school. This was done not only to protect the higher traditions from abuse and theft, but also to maintain security for the retainer of the school's arts, in that the times were such that a master could be betrayed and put to death by his own students. The master therefore sought to train the most trusted and sincere of his students in the ways of the school's secret arts. The final transmission of the martial arts system to the trusted student involved the drafting and presentation of 3 documents, known as the Inka, a license to teach, the Kirigami, a letter signifying the student's mastery of the ways of the school, and the Mokuroku, an index of the school's techniques. The bujutsu of such ryu would evolve with the times, as the relative peace of the Edo period in the 17th century brought with it a diminishment in the quality and intent of martial arts schools as they opened up their doors to the masses. This diminishment is characterized as a movement away from perfecting skills in combat environments to a manner of instruction that was in line with the preservation of peace. Bujutsu transmogrified into Budo, or the way of war. The concept of Do, the way, came to be associated with a deep sense of duty towards the Lord of the warrior. Consequently, the warrior who assented to this concept of the Do discipline was compelled by duty to preserve peace and advance in Bujutsu without actually killing his opponent, which was contrary to the ideology of Bujutsu, with its methods of combat that are aimed at taking human life. Over time, the techniques of the Budo warrior became increasingly sophisticated, holding to spiritual ideals. In this way, the Budo arts lost their deadly aspects with the march of time. So what are we to make of the traditions of the shinobi purported to have been passed down through the centuries? Were they subject to the same watering down and diminishment in quality to stay in sync with the shift towards Do disciplines? The answers to these questions depends on the authenticity of ninjutsu lineages claimed by those running ninjutsu dojos today. The Togakuryu is purported to have been founded during the Kamakura period of the 13th century and to have survived into the present day through an unbroken lineage. The documents that are said to substantiate this claim of lineal descent consist of makimono, or scrolls held in private collections that are said to have been written during the Edo period of the 17th and 19th centuries. According to this private collection, Togakure Daisuke founded Togakuryu ninjutsu, and a genealogy of lineal descent is provided. However, the historical validity of the genealogy of Togakuryu has been under great scrutiny by historical ninjutsu researchers over the years. The Bugei Ryuha Daijiten, for example, is a compendium of martial arts and their history in Japan written by Wadatani Kiyoshi, which concludes that Togakuryu is marked with deceptive embellishments within its alleged historical genealogy. These embellishments, Kiyoshi says, have made the existence of people of the Togakuryu genealogy appear to be substantiated by documentation that is actually not as old as the inheritors of the Togakuryu have claimed. Those who are still eager to find a ninjutsu master to train under might ask, what are the qualities of a master shinobi? Is the title given for his or her skill in applications of physical techniques, such as striking, grappling, and joint locks? Or is mastery of ninjutsu conferred in accord with one's belt rank or accomplishments during times of a conflict? Does a master own a ninjutsu dojo? What really defines a ninjutsu master? The primary documents that inform what follows includes the Bonsen Shukai, which was written in 1676 by ninja Fujibayashi Masatake, the Shoninki, which was written in 1681 by shinobi and samurai Notori Sanjuro Mazazumi, and the Iga and Koga ninja scrolls, penned by Chikamatsu Shigenori, head of the Renpai-do School of War. Holding to the contents of these ninjutsu manuals, those who ask the former question will be disappointed to find that a shinobi who is skilled and known for his skill would be considered by Fujibayashi Yasutake standards as a very mediocre ninja, if a ninja at all. And so one cannot expect to access the more recondite knowledge of ninjutsu through the kind of people that claim they are masters of this art. This may seem like an appeal to authority, but consider this. The supreme quality that defines a master shinobi is to be spoken of in terms of absolute anonymity, respecting profession, accomplishments, and skill. A master shinobi is thought to have been so secretive concerning his affiliation with ninjutsu that his own family members and close friends had no idea he even had the skills. Indeed, the Bonsen Shukai gives the admonition that the aspiring shinobi should never reveal the extent of his skills even to his closest relations, for the vicissitudes of the turbulent times were such that an ally could spontaneously flip relations and become an enemy. And so according to Fujibayashi Yasutake, one cannot tell a master shinobi apart from a regular citizen or an average warrior. According to these manuals, if one happened to come across a true master of ninjutsu, he would seem average, stupid, and have nothing to display that would offer the presupposition that he is indeed a master of anything. The shinobi will not seek recognition for his skill, he will not boast or even casually speak of his accomplishments, and furthermore, there will be nothing at all which would allude to his capabilities within the realm of ninjutsu. If his capabilities are called to action against his enemies, they will produce effects that are completely indistinguishable from, and one might even say camouflaged by, the cycles of nature. Consequently, in an age of ninjutsu dojos, a master shinobi will not make monetary solicitations in exchange for knowledge of his skills. A master shinobi will not publicly open a ninjutsu dojo for the common citizen, and a master shinobi will not refer to himself as a master. A master shinobi will not enter into a competitive match while stylizing his physical techniques as ninjutsu, and what Fujibayashi claims has major implications for the ninjutsu dojo industry, for if what he says is true, and we have no reason to doubt as 17th century ninja, any person who claims to be a master of ninjutsu is automatically disqualified from the title. Sugitani Zenjubo is remembered in history as an expert in the use of 16th century firearms, particularly the Hinawaju or matchlock rifle. When Rokaku Yoshitaka of the Rokaku clan approached the ninja families of Koka seeking assistance with assassinating the powerful Oda Nobunaga, it would be Zenjubo who would pull the trigger. The plan for eliminating Nobunaga would make use of the mountainous Chikusa Pass that Nobunaga had been maneuvered into by the defensive forces of the Azai clan in Omi province. Seeking to move into the subjugated domain of Issei province, Nobunaga would have to travel through Chikusa Pass, where Zenjubo would lie in wait to strike. When his opportunity came, Zenjubo fired an arquebus at a distance of 20 meters into Nobunaga and his guards, only to fail in eliminating his target. Zenjubo then quickly withdrew and went into hiding, only to be captured by the Azai clan and subsequently handed over to Nobunaga to be executed. Zenjubo's unfortunate demise consisted of being buried up to his neck and slowly decapitated with dull knives. Another attempt on Nobunaga's life, often attributed to the ninja of old, centers on Manabe Rokuro of the Hatano family, whom, seeking revenge for the downfall and destruction of Daimyo Hideharu in 1573, set out to infiltrate Azuchi Castle and assassinate Nobunaga in his sleep. Though Rokuro's infiltration was successful, he was ultimately captured by Nobunaga's guards before he could complete his task. It is said that Rokuro committed seppuku following his capture. Despite the instances of assassination attempts mentioned here, historian Stephen Turnbull implies that there is a paucity of documentary evidence that substantiate assassination as a core activity of the ninja. Whether this is due to secrecy measures applied to such activities or a truth that ninjas seldom engaged in the work of an assassin is unclear. However, the ninja Fujibayashi Yasutake, author of the Bonsen Shukai, makes direct mention of the assassination of King Jie of the Xia dynasty by China's first spy Yi Yin, stating that Yi Yin mastered ninjutsu to accomplish the assassination of King Jie. An inference can be drawn, then, that suggests assassination was in fact a component of ninjutsu, but the details of it will never be known, owing to the secrecy that masters of ninjutsu, known as jonin, held themselves to. It has been said elsewhere in these videos, but I will restate it here, that jonin would never give the indication that they knew ninjutsu, but would rather appear as a hermit or a masterless samurai, or even an ordinary person. When an opportunity for employment would arise, the jonin would make promises only to the lord that he was serving, and then depart to infiltrate the enemy's castle and carry out deep and subtle strategies that would bring the enemy to ruin. Even after the fall of the enemy, the jonin would not speak of what they had done, leaving people to believe that the enemy simply ran out of luck. Competent ninja, Yasutake states, leave no smell, make no sound, and do not gain honor for what they do, even if they have accomplished the extraordinary. The results of their strategies look as natural as nature itself, and so one might surmise that assassination was indeed a specialty of a highly skilled ninja. But no one will ever know, for as Yasutake relates, such ninja did not leave their names for us to give fame to. Contemporary society, individuals who seek effective self-defense are faced with the difficult task of selecting a method of training or a popular art that is suitable to their needs. For these individuals, a dojo or a gym is not a place to develop competitive skills, get an ego massage, or an exercise routine. It is all about learning how to keep oneself safe from physical assault, abductions, murder, and other forms of violent crime. This is a critical point for one to consider in the appraisal of any martial art. Sergeant Rory Miller, author of Meditations on Violence, makes the astute observation that many martial arts systems of contemporary society are lacking in their capacity to furnish the student with an effective response to real violence. His reasons? Real violence happens closer, faster, with more surprise, and with more power than is imitatively evinced in the modern dojo. This idea is not at all theoretical, though it is not representative of all violence. In understanding this, Miller accedes to support the notion that violence as a whole is a subject too big for any one person to fully understand. But despite this truth, martial arts systems may deceive themselves into notions of martial superiority. Sometimes martial arts practitioners become drunk on their own art, and so tend to think about potential solutions to conflict with the tools of his or her school. They put themselves in a metaphorical box that predisposes them to think up solutions to conflict that only involve their hands and fists. This is arrogant, and it can be dangerous. Not all violence is physical in nature, and because of this, physical counter techniques will be ineffective outside of their prescriptions. So what should the individual do who wants to best protect him or herself and loved ones from the many varieties of violence that exist? Fujibayashi Yasutake, a 17th century ninja, might tell us to learn how to be flexible. Prior to starting any long-term excursion into self-defense training, one should ask and answer many questions. Here are a few. What are you training for? The situations in which defensive measures should be implemented and the sorts of techniques and tactics to learn vary in respect to demographics and socioeconomic indicators such as population, density, crime level, ongoing military conflicts, and whatever. The potential context of defense is critical in identifying effective strategies and techniques to train in. For example, the self-defense needs of an individual who lives in a city of high population density marked with a high level of violent crime and laws that prohibit the carrying of a weapon will differ substantially from those of an individual who lives in some rural territory. As a rule, the more contextual factors that are brought into consideration of and planning for a self-defense initiative, the more effective the resultant strategy or techniques will be. This is why the gathering of intelligence is so important to military affairs, as well as conflict on the micro level. It is also important for the individual interested in self-defense to consider the various non-human factors that can severely impact one's capacity to survive. Having a preparedness mentality, for instance, that accounts for possible food and water shortages, natural disasters, and more, is just as important as learning how to defend oneself against human threats. Are you training yourself to defend against an unarmed attacker or an armed attacker? A real conflict is unpredictable. The attacker could be unarmed or have a weapon. The weapon may be a gun, knife, car, or a variety of other items. It would be useless to learn how to disarm an attacker who is flailing about with a blunted weapon if the more likely threat consists of a thug who is wielding a handgun. Furthermore, what if the attacker has a buddy, maybe 2 or 3? What self-defense solutions work for one attacker may fall apart with the addition of other attackers. Is the context of the conflict such that your very life is threatened? As explained by Sergeant Rory Miller, many physical altercations are nothing more than commitments to defend one's ego. He describes the way these situations occur as a monkey dance, wherein the participants are not typically intent on inflicting enough damage to cause death, but merely wish to display dominance. One must be able to distinguish life-threatening altercations from those that simply function in the maintenance of a social identity. What is your capacity for violence? In thinking about self-defense, one should consider whether or not he or she can inflict harm on the enemy, provided that there exists the valid circumstances to do so. Are there legal ramifications to your use of force? Laws that protect the right to self-defense vary from location to location. It is important to be aware of the laws in effect within the particular region where one might be provoked to use violence. It would be an unfortunate event to answer to a lawsuit by the criminal that you assaulted when he was the one who initiated the attack to begin with. Understand the extent to which you may act in compliance with self-defense law. Bear in mind that these questions are not all-encompassing and that effective defenses against violence are difficult to assess without their established use in a real scenario. For this reason, one should use discretion when taking advice from any instructor who has not themselves been in the situation one wishes to learn how to defend against. In the distant past, many teachers of martial arts were veterans. They had literally entered the realm of death and returned to their communities with technical knowledge of violence that was battle-tested. These teachers truly had something substantial to offer their students, and it would do one well to follow defense instructors that have experienced the fear and the pain of conflict, military or otherwise. In today's society, one may be easily deceived into believing a particular system works despite the fact that it has never been tested and is taught by instructors who have themselves never seen combat, let alone real violence. It is important to not be misled by such people and to test the skills that one learns. In this video, we will source from a document within the public domain promulgated by the Notori Ryu, a reinvigorated school of the ninjutsu line of Notori Sanjuro Mazuzumi. According to this document, titled How to Train in Ninjutsu, a student of the shinobi arts can select one of 3 paths of study. The first path involves studying ninjutsu in its historical context, and to recreate ninjutsu as it was practiced in ancient Japan. The second path is to study the principles of the ninja and apply them strictly to a modern context. The third path is a blend of the first 2, studying both the historical and modern applications of ninjutsu principles, while recreating historical ninjutsu as it was practiced in ancient Japan. With the path chosen and goals of training clarified, the next step is to acquaint oneself with an overview of the practical skills that are to be acquired along the path. These skills can be separated into the categories of heaven, earth, and man, or humankind. The skills of heaven are attained by studying the following: meteorology, or the study of weather, its patterns and cycles, as well as methods of forecasting weather conditions; astronomy, the constellations of the night sky, moon phases, astrological lore, and methods of navigation by the sun and stars. Also included in the skills of heaven is an understanding of world religions, in particular Buddhism, and how religion influences and affects the minds of people, their cosmologies and belief systems. The skills of earth are attained by studying fire, its characteristics, construction, and transport. Wild camping and wilderness survival are also included. Other skills of the earth category include lockpicking, enemy camp infiltration methods, swimming, trap setting, cartography, and terrain navigation. The skills of man, or humankind, require a study of the following. First and foremost is espionage. One should expand his or her knowledge of spycraft, as shinobi operated primarily as spies. Next we have psychology, then linguistics, the Japanese language, all forms of climbing skills, rope work, including knots and making rope, the development of human memory, acting in disguises, cryptology, the art of eavesdropping, stealth and camouflage, signaling and hidden signs, scouting, weapon improvisation, firearms, first aid, and lastly, the martial arts. This is not an exhaustive list of the topics that one can explore in studying ninjutsu. As can be intuited, the topics of study subsumed to the categories of heaven, earth, and man, when combined, prepare the student to be adaptable to life's changes. Rather than focusing exclusively on self-defense, the study of ninjutsu encompasses a variety of topics that fit into the modern world, with practical utility geared towards survival, self-protection, social engineering, and more. A modern interpretation of the principles of shinobi ninjutsu influences contemporary self-defense practices by orienting the student on a path of one that is enduring. It has been said that the pursuit of ninjutsu is like running into a void, for there are many arts to learn, and it is stated throughout the extant ninjutsu texts that a student to the shinobi arts should try to learn as many arts as is possible. The reinvention of ninjutsu in the modern era is not possible, for the functions of a shinobi no mono of history are today carried out by 3-letter agencies, computer and internet technology specialists, and a wide variety of local, state, and federal intelligence assets. Any reinvention of ninjutsu in such an environment would prove the art as redundant, anachronistic, dangerous, and impractical. However, there is still a path of training in the ways of the shinobi that could enhance the life of the student. At the outset, we must recognize that recreating ninjutsu to match its historical environment is impossible. Times have changed, and therefore the only path of study that makes any sense from a pragmatic perspective is to take the timeless principles of ninjutsu and adapt them to comport with the modern period. This notion is validated by antiquated authors of the extant ninjutsu texts, insomuch that they would speak of the need to change their techniques with the passage of time to keep in step with battlefield novelty. In this video, I will further explain the path of ninjutsu study known as the path of adaptation, which studies ninjutsu to distill principles that can be used to formulate practical applications in the modern era. I will do this by providing you with principles derived from the texts and showing you examples of their application today. Let's begin with the principle of threat awareness. Shinobi were indeed familiar with the threats to political power and their own personal security. This is obvious when one considers that the vital function of spies is to provide awareness of threats to their lord or employer. An adaptation of this principle might require an education in national security wherein one would become acquainted with internal and external threats to the state and public, ranging from natural hazards and disasters to man-made weapons of mass destruction, terrorism, international crime, cyber threats, black swan events, and nuclear proliferation. The student would learn to apply the core security objectives of prevention, protection, response, mitigation, and recovery to his or her own life, perhaps even going so far as to set up a disaster response framework and emergency preparedness posture to follow in the event of exigent circumstances. Like the shinobi of old, ninjutsu students would be compelled by this principle to be aware of, understand, and counter criminal threats that percolate through the systems of our modern society. For example, cybersecurity would become a sub-discipline of ninjutsu studies to inform and protect against phishing, vishing, man-in-the-middle, and spoofing, along with a host of other cyber-mediated attacks that impact the common person and businesses every day. This principle of threat awareness would beckon one to harness observation and haptics or body language identification skills to be better suited to sensing ill intentions from others. Threat awareness would also call on the development of OSINT, or open source intelligence conduits, such as the news and chatter on social media, to garner an idea of what's going on around the student. This principle goes deep. Now, if you study ninjutsu long enough, at some point you are sure to find that the principle of endurance is basic to the mindset of a shinobi. This principle is most notably alluded to by Ninja Fujibayashi Yasutake while describing the meaning of the shinobi ideogram. The world can be harsh to us all, and if it knocks you down, you need a motivator to pick yourself back up and keep moving. Life is an endurance game for us all, so learning to endure and find the strength and difficulty that we need is one great lesson that ninjutsu can teach us. When things get heavy, remember this principle and keep going. The next principle I will touch upon is that of language acquisition. Shinobi of the feudal era needed to master regional dialects so that they could better their disguised credibility. The wrong speech could out the shinobi from his cover, hence shinobi were told that speech differs in 66 ways in 66 different provinces and that they should study accordingly. Adaptation of this principle would take the form of studying one or two foreign languages, as well as augmenting the native tongue with greater eloquence and wider vocabulary. A shinobi tradition, known as that of the mosquito and the fly, explains that ninja should show the same kind of discretion in interacting with people from various classes as mosquitoes and flies do. A mosquito cares not whom it draws blood from, and so a shinobi should extract needed information from any human source, be they a drug-addicted homeless person or a warrior of the elevated samurai class. The principle at play here is understanding that human intelligence, or humint, may require interacting with people of every class distinction, the poor, wealthy, educated, uneducated, merchant, fisherman, etc. It is emphasized in this tradition that a shinobi cares not about the social position of an intelligence source, but only how useful information might be acquired from any person. The next principle I will talk about today is that of self-protection that we find implied throughout the writings of the ninja. Shinobi were trained in the fighting arts of their respective families and clans. The arts that they learned were geared towards the nature of feudal conflict, with armor, horses, spears, swords, bows, and other combat technology that the moderner wouldn't really have much use for. Unless you are employed in the government sector or in the military, chances are you won't need to adapt this principle to the extent that you arm yourself with hot weapons to ward off enemies carrying the same. For civilians, the principle of self-protection is useful to the degree that it is applied to modern criminal threats and the internet technology that we all rely on. Again, the student could gain an education in cybersecurity and thereby prevent a variety of attacks, sometimes enhanced with social engineering, that users of IT are vulnerable to. One could also take self-defense courses, focusing on likely scenarios that may call on the use of force. Another way of looking at the principle of self-protection is to see your body as the most essential instrument for any action in this world. Like anything else, it requires care, and protecting it means giving it what it needs to carry out its vital functions. Water, nutrition, and exercise are just as important to a self-protection plan as a knife, a taser, or a gun. Take care of your body. You only get one. The last adapted principle I will touch upon is that of isolation. Shinobi had to be comfortable being alone for long stretches of time. Learning to embrace solitude and being with oneself is something I find value in because it turns the mind inward, allowing one to survey the internal undercurrents of consciousness. This is something spoken about with direct specificity within the Bansen Shukai, that a shinobi must know himself, the emotions, aspirations, pressures, temptations, velleities, and generally how the mind operates. Solitude gives us the opportunity to reflect on the mind in this way. This should give you a clearer picture of what the path of adaptation in ninjutsu studies might look like. The practices developed from the principles of ninjutsu should not be interpreted as ninjutsu itself. However, the adaptation of the principles of the shinobi arts, as has been demonstrated, can be of immense value to the student. Welcome back. I have returned to offer this target audience some thoughts and practical information on a sub-discipline to ninjutsu that is, in my opinion, constantly overlooked and devalued in favor of arguably more interesting disciplines like stealth, or weapons, or even manipulation of appearances. The sub-discipline I'm thinking of is implicit and indispensable in many historical activities of the shinobi, such as the siege of Odawara in 1590, wherein shinobi runners were dispatched to rapidly carry messages between Odawara Castle and the Hojo clan's strongholds of Hachigata Castle 35 miles to the north, Hachioji Castle located 50 miles to the northeast, and Shimoda Fortress located over 50 miles to the south along Japan's coastline. To get important communications to these key defense positions, shinobi had to move quickly, often under the cover of darkness and across enemy territory. So if you haven't guessed it by now, the sub-discipline I'm referring to is simply running. The ability to cover ground with one's own 2 feet was absolutely just as important to the ancient ninja as it is to today's elite forces of the world. In the words of Alexander Stilwell, author of The Elite Forces Manual of Mental and Physical Endurance, every selection or recruit training course uses running as the main element in building physical endurance. This is for good reason. For every soldier, be it a marine, a samurai, a shinobi, or ashigaru, ultimately has to rely on his or her legs. In view of the distances that historical shinobi had to cover to relay communications, it is reasonable to surmise that their training had to involve consistent routines of long-distance running with life-sustaining equipment to accustom the mind and body to the added weight of combat loads and the variances in physical terrain. It may also be said that they trained the type 1 fibers of their muscles with sprints, training to prepare them for explosive and quick egress from an area or right into an enemy. So, running is crucial in ninjutsu both historically and practically. The art that emphasizes the disciplines of stealth, mobility, and survival has running as a core component to all 3. Running matters in ninjutsu because you need it for escape and evasion. Because ninjutsu prioritizes avoiding direct confrontation, speed and endurance allow shinobi to outrun pursuers or disappear into the environment, and create distance for an ambush. For the discipline of stealth, running silently requires control over foot placement, breath control, and balance. Key elements in ninjutsu. Soft, controlled running prevents detection. And pertaining to endurance and conditioning, long-distance running builds stamina, essential for missions requiring extended movement. Running also helps cultivate mental fortitude, for running through pain and exhaustion builds resilience, mirroring the harsh training of the historical ninja. To continue emphasizing the importance of running, consider the following examples that evince differences and training dependent on context. Take the Takeda clan espionage of the 16th century. To spy on rival clans of the Hojo and Uesugi, the shinobi agents of Takeda were known to run long distances across enemy lines at night, often reducing the noise of their infiltrations with barefoot movements. Hit-and-run attacks. In the aftermath of Oda Nobunaga's decimation of the Iga Ninja in 1581, many of the survivors took it upon themselves to seek vengeance and harass Nobunaga's forces with tactics that emphasized speed and agility. Shinobi would ambush small units and then quickly retreat into the forests and mountains, inducing a secondary effect of wearing down Nobunaga's forces by luring them to expend resources chasing ghosts. Battlefield sabotage. During the Battle of Kizugawa-guchi of 1578, ninja were employed to set fire to enemy supplies and cause general chaos behind enemy lines. Often, gunpowder stores were targeted, which induced the shinobi to have to escape into marshlands and forests with great speed before the enemy could respond. Escape and evasion. Another detail of Nobunaga's attack against the Iga Ninja that supports the value of running is that many of the survivors of his attack escaped by fleeing from the enemy into the mountains and evading capture by consistently moving for days into safer territory. So building up the body to be capable of enduring long journeys by foot necessitates a training routine with well-defined goals. Perhaps one could aim for attaining the time of a 6-minute mile, or running 5 times a week, depending on one's physical dispositions. As one becomes accustomed to this volume of 5 miles a week, gradually increase it over the months until you can run 6 miles 5 times a week for a total of 30 miles a week. Be sure to incorporate strength training to prevent loss of upper body muscle. Vary the terrain and weather conditions of the run to become accustomed to natural tests of willpower. And lastly, be sure to change up the pace of the conditioning by combining some fartleks and sprints into your long-distance runs. One routine that I enjoy involves running a 6-mile stretch 5 times a week across dirt and forested terrain carrying a 20-pound pack. At the midpoint of the run, I find an area to complete 200 push-ups, 45 pull-ups, 100 inverted sit-ups, or other core exercise before I continue with the other half of the run. The 20-pound pack is carried to get used to the weight of essential survival equipment of an EDC pack or other items that one might need in an emergency. The running sessions are carried out during both daylight and night hours for adaptation purposes. For some, running can become boring over time, so here are some variables that can be added to the running routines to keep them interesting. You might run a mile barefoot to simulate silent running, or get dropped off in a location 1 to 6 miles from your destination and mentally map the area as you run to your objective. You might even run at night and dodge traffic by hiding each time a car passes as a game, or add a bit of work such as setting up a fire or building a shelter at the end of your run. Running needs to be recognized as a fundamental physical skill of ninjutsu training. The agility and speed of a shinobi begins with his or her feet. Movements in the dark are implicit to Jokei Jutsu, or the art of projecting no shadow. Similar in concept to its relative art, briefly mentioned in the Shoniki of 1681 as Joei Nin, or Shadow Ninjutsu, Jokei Jutsu connects to the hidden infiltration activities of the shinobi that require an awareness of the limits of human vision, how shadows are formed, and the advantages afforded to the shinobi when a night watch is blinded by their own light. What is also important to this art is the shadowing or obscuration of one's presence in an area by stealth, which is effectuated by minimizing sense signatures such as how one smells, how one may be seen, how one may be heard, and potentially how one may be felt by the metanormal senses of a religious and or instinctive night watch. Where Joei Nin is concerned with surveilling a target on foot by moving from shadow to shadow, Jokei Jutsu is all about avoiding rays of light, or the Hikari Ashi, and the pursuit of inserting oneself among the enemy for the purpose of carrying out a night attack, arson, or to eavesdrop on enemy communications. To not be heard, one should be still. If the environment moves by the influence of heaven, one may move with it. This is to say that storms and wind make sound, and a shinobi may hide within that sound. The moon casts shadows, as do the fires of the enemy. Little do they know that by making light, they simultaneously create deep shadows that their vision will not penetrate. The shadow of a shinobi is swallowed up by the shadows they produce, and in becoming one with these shadows, the ninja is increased in his own power of vision. He begins to see what those in light cannot. By moving within the sounds of heaven and earth, he becomes the rain and the leaves, the rustling of tree branches, the clap of thunder, and the howl of the wind. The night watch hears these things, but cannot perceive what is hidden within them. The storm approaches, and the house or mansion is now occupied by the wind that moved through the gaps in its walls. It is the hour of the tiger, or 3 a.m., a time when the occupants are most likely to be asleep. The dogs have all been poisoned with strychnine powder baked into rice cakes and left on the ground before the storm. Within the walls, the wind creaks the structure of the house, and then it becomes still. The shadows wait. Assassination, a term owing its existence to the Ismaili Hashashins of the Man on the Mountain, and defined in T.F. Hode's English etymology as a treacherous mode of murder, is a descriptor of the politically or ideologically motivated homicide, classified by George Bernard Shaw as an extreme form of censorship. This rationalized activity of assassination has been with the human species since the inception of history. In fact, it has been so much a part of history, writes Karl Sifakis, author of the Encyclopedia of Assassinations, that it is impossible to quantify them all. We will never have a full account of every assassination that ever took place, nor will scholarship ever dredge up the predicated intent for the murders untold. Yet what is known for certain is that behind each assassination were the singular or plural assassins, whose skill and function circumscribed the life-taking implements of gun, poison, bomb, bludgeon, and knife. Although firearms are arguably the most convenient and common tool for doling out death in the metaphorical dark. There was once a time when the dagger was the item most apt to iconically represent the trade of the assassin. Take, for example, the famous case of Julius Caesar, who in 44 BC was surrounded in the theater of Pompeii in Rome and stabbed 23 times, each death stroke costing less than a round of ammunition. Indeed, the efficiency of the knife as a proven lethal extension of the killing mind rests on the delicate nature of the animated body enshrouded with soft flesh that an edge can easily divide to disrupt the flow of sanguineous essence to life-supporting organs. Anatomical targets like the carotid arteries, the pulsating jugular veins, the subclavian vessels, the femoral, brachial, and vena cava or aortic extensions, and most vitally the heart, brainstem, and kidney are all choice for mortal wounding with a blade. But an assassin need not stop at one or several of these, for unlike munition-dependent weapons, a sharpened edge can continue to be instrumental for macabre-minded machinations until the arms are exhausted. There is little resource cost to stab and slash, and metal casings do not litter the floor in the aftermath. Knives are also quieter than guns, lending themselves to the preferential mode of an assassin to be silent and undetected. Such was the case in 1991 when Hitoshi Igarashi was stabbed multiple times by an unknown assailant outside his office in Tsukuba, Japan. The death blows that fell upon him were not sensed by the ears of others. This is all to say that what knives lack in range and firepower, they make up for with resource cost, availability, stealth, concealability, and lastly, ambiguity of presence. Now surely these characteristics of edge weapons are to be appreciated when surveying ninja assassinations, which employed a variety of tanto, aikuchi, shigoro katana, kogai, kaigen, and kodachi blades. What follows are a few instances of assassination by a blade-wielding ninja, though one must note that there are likely many more cases of assassination by shinobi that are not responsive to historical queries because of the secrecy surrounding such activities. According to the Dai Nihon Shiro, in 1441, a governor of Koga, or modern-day Ibaraki Prefecture, named Uesugi Noritada, was stabbed to death in his sleep by a Koga ninja wielding a tanto. His death has been attributed to factional rivals or direct targeting by the Ashikaga shogunate, but the true reason for his elimination is a subject of speculation. The Shincho Koki recounts an attempted assassination in 1573 of the notorious Oda Nobunaga, who was targeted by rival warlords. A shinobi is said to have slipped into Azuchi Castle to dispatch Nobunaga in his sleep with a kodachi, but the attempt was thwarted by the security of the castle. The shinobi Hiden recounts the killing of an Ashikaga retainer by a shinobi posing as a household servant. Though the unnamed retainer was warned of the potential attempts on his life, he nevertheless underestimated the danger and was executed by a wakizashi that was concealed beneath the clothes of a servant. A notable warlord of Echigo, known as Uesugi Kenshin, is said by records such as the Hokuetsu Gonki to have been stabbed to death while in a vulnerable position on a toilet. Some say an agent of the Oda clan was sent for this purpose, but the truth is subject to speculation. The son of warlord Matsunaga Hisahide is purported by sources like the Tomonin Nikki to have been assassinated by shinobi of Nobunaga following the siege of Shigasan Castle, when Hisamichi's father, Hisahide, committed suicide in defeat. Although Hisamichi attempted to escape and rally reinforcements, he was nevertheless hunted down. The study of propaganda, herein defined as any media that is intentionally designed to convince friendly, enemy, or neutral forces to take action that is favorable to one's cause, is an essential requirement for those who study ninjutsu. Supporting premises for this notion include the traditions of echoes, or yamabiko, found within the Yokan Kajo Damoku Kugi scrolls of the ninja, as well as the Bansen Shukai, wherein echoes refer to the hearing of news from a neighboring province that may indicate that the power dynamics in the area are shifting, or that there is confusion about what is happening there. Iga traditions say that such news needs to be investigated by sending shinobi to identify the source of information and to gain a better understanding of what is happening in the province. The other premise that substantiates the idea that ninjutsu students need to study propaganda relates to the teachings of Senzu, which specifically state that the pinnacle of excellence in war is to win without fighting, which is achieved by influencing the minds of the masses, the military, and political powers. In modern parlance, this action of influencing through propaganda is termed psychological operations.
According to the United States Air Force Air University publication dubbed Psychological Operations, there are 3 types of propaganda to be aware of. There is white propaganda, which is occurring when the source openly takes responsibility for the message that is being disseminated. The message may be true, but the truth may be selective of points that support the governing powers of the source. There is gray propaganda, which occurs when material is distributed without an identifiable source. Such covert productions may be used to damage the credibility of an adversary's white propaganda sources by spreading obvious lies that are attributable to a previously trusted source. Then there is black propaganda, which occurs as material produced by one source that is purported to originate from an adversarial or neutral source. Black propaganda is distinct from the other types in that it deliberately makes use of manipulation, distortion of facts, and outright lies. Black propaganda has a tendency to lose its effectiveness over time, unless the target audience, for example, the citizenry of a nation, is highly susceptible to rumors and lacks the skills of logic and reasoning. The takeaway principle here is to be aware that information can be weaponized and used to influence the successful outcome of adversarial efforts. Throughout the writings of the shinobi, we find allusions to the necessity of employing spies that are skilled in analyzing information and steer away from blindly accepting the purported truths that are disseminated by various sources without subjecting them to rules of logic or comparison to empirical facts. In short, one should be at least mildly distrustful of media sources until they have been scrutinized with reason. The Oxford Companion to the Human Mind, edited by Richard Gregory, contains a subsection titled Military Incompetence, which cites a study surveying costly military disasters such as the Tet Offensive of Vietnam, the Bay of Pigs incident, and the Franco-Prussian War, among others, wherein the leading research question seeks to establish a common pattern of errors that accounts for the disastrous consequences of these events. In all the aforementioned cases, factors constantly identified as causal blunders include failure to undertake adequate reconnaissance, an asinine affinity to engage in frontal assaults, particularly against the enemy's strongest position, a predilection for and belief in brute force as a tactic superior to clever ruses, a failure to make use of surprise and deception, and perhaps most importantly, a tendency to underestimate the enemy. The precept that asserts that all successful warfare is predicated on deception is a foundation for strategies employing the unorthodox to weaponize an enemy's ignorance or incapacity to fathom the true potentials of allied espionage assets in the field. The ninjutsu self-discipline of Henso no Jutsu, or a shinobi no mono's art of disguise, is purposed for this end. Each disguise is tailor-fit to efficiently achieve the objectives of an operation, be they surveillance, infiltration, sabotage, misdirection, or a combination thereof. But the effectiveness of a disguise is ultimately determined by its viability in inducing the enemy and neutral observers to underestimate appearances to such an extent that it becomes a reach of the mind to even consider you as a threat. Doing this requires furoho, or not exposing one's edge, concealing strength and appurtenances of what is considered weakness. As the adage goes, a skilled hawk hides its talons, implying advantage in appearances of harmlessness or even incompetence. The 6th century text of ancient China, known as the 36 Stratagems, instantiates this tactic in its description of jiaqibu dian, or feigning madness while retaining inner balance. Pretending to be incompetent, stupid, or mentally ill creates confusion in the enemy's estimations of your intentions and motivations, leading the opponent to underestimate your abilities and drop their guard. And so we are told within the Bonzen Shukai of a man named Shindo Kotaro, a shinobi no mono who gained entrance to Arata Castle under the guise of an individual afflicted with intellectual and physical disabilities. To castle guards, he was just a deaf and dumb person, hardly a threat one need watch or be mindful of when discussing sensitive matters. But their underestimation of him could not have been worse. I know it sounds oxymoronic, but truly, in weakness there is strength. The mind of a shinobi must be one to identify the advantages in disadvantageous situations, or the light and presence of shadow, if you will. An example of weakness becoming great strength can be found in the story of Zhuge Liang, one of the greatest military tacticians of Chinese history, who was once considered as nothing more than a bookish intellectual with a penchant for philosophy, history, and statecraft. He was not a fighter, nor had he any experience of leading an army.
Yet his reputation for wisdom garnered the attention of Liu Bei, leader of the Shu kingdom. Liang eventually became Liu Bei's chief strategist, and he evinced a genius on the battlefield that emphasized outsmarting opponents rather than relying on brute force to conquer. It is said that his success in war is attributed to his seeming weakness of intellectuality. We underestimate opponents when we cannot see the value of their characteristics in ever-shifting contexts. Take water, for example. A cup of it is innocuous enough, even life-giving, yet torrents of it can drown cities and cut deep chasms in the earth. When frozen, it can fracture stone. Variables of temperature, proportions, time, and space drastically alter the perception of water as just innocuous. In the right conditions, it becomes lethal. This is a lesson in the camouflage that our minds naturally applies to objects and entities in our world. What we perceive to be strong and powerful may turn out to be weak and impotent under the right circumstances. So too, what is perceived as weakness can become one's greatest strength. Within the Yokan Kajo Denmoku Kugi scrolls of the shinobi, there is a tradition known as Mutoden, or tradition of no sword, that touches upon the security posture one is to maintain when presenting an allied spy to one's lord for word-of-mouth communications. This security posture centers on vigilance over the ensuing presentation of the spy to one's lord, with an awareness that although the spy may have pled allegiance and may have been disarmed for the meeting, a possibility still exists that the spy has intent to kill your lord. Mutoden conveys that in this situation, the spy may improvise on the scene and attempt to snatch a sword from those present in order to assassinate the lord, or even produce a concealed weapon for the same purpose that a cursory search of his person has missed. The teaching is clear. In this situation, the shinobi must not drop his guard during the meeting of minds. On the flip side of this, we derive the principle of improvisation the shinobi would weaponize to complete the mission of dispatching the lord. Implicit to this improvisation are a number of physical skills and techniques that a shinobi would have to know to apply Mutoden. For example, an awareness of how to use the weapons of the lord or his attendant shinobi, how to disarm them, how to ready the weapon, and how to strike are prerequisite knowledge. So too, if a weapon is not improvised, then a shinobi must rely on empty-handed skills with which to strike the target. Just what exactly would these empty-handed skills look like? What martial art discipline would the ninja have used? Of course, the simple answer is that the school of their clan association provided them with their arts. But to better answer the question, one would be remiss not to look at the basics of blunt force and bone-breaking trauma that would have to be achieved with the body skill or taijutsu of a shinobi no mono. Referencing a document on assassination attributed to a well-known three-letter agency from 1953, it is posited therein that even a highly trained judo expert can experience difficulty in taking the life of another without a weapon. Well-placed punches and kicks to the head can concuss the brain but are not likely to kill. Attacking the ABCs of the body, that is, airway, circulation, and breathing, with an efficient chokehold can cause death, but the time constraints of such a technique, in tandem with guards that are ready to pounce, makes the success of this unlikely. Breaking the neck, whether with a throw or rotational pressure, is far more likely to succeed in this meeting of minds situation. But even still, there is a considerable probability that something will go wrong and a shinobi will fail, especially if the attendant enemy ninja are cued in to the ill intent of their guest. The empty-handed skills of a shinobi are easy to infer based upon the general functional anatomy of the body, and what it can do to generate force with acceleration and mass. Kicks would be used to strike vulnerable points such as the groin, solar plexus, or head, as well as to knock an enemy off balance. Throws would be used to break bones or gain ground control of the enemy, while strikes with the hands and elbows and grasping would likely be aimed at the head, neck, and controlling the body position of the lord with his clothes. In conclusion, though, there is a reason why Mutoden calls for improvising a weapon on the scene, and that is because killing another with the bare hands in a limited amount of time while being watched by equally or higher trained shinobi armed with swords is hard to do. I seriously doubt a shinobi ever pulled this off, no matter how well trained, and even given the incredulous supposition that a demok or death hand technique was cultivated and used. Mutoden teaches us that concealed weapons are very dangerous, particularly in the hands of a trained spy, and therefore thorough searches of his person must be performed with diligence prior to letting him through to meet with your lord. Even then, be on your guard, for many objects can become weapons in the right hands. Fire is a powerful element of the natural and human realm. Its potential for destruction has been recognized since ancient times, when its utility in practical warfare was demonstrated in conflict after conflict, wherein armies reduced entire villages and cities to ashes. Fire as a tool of war was a subject of specialization for shinobi, as is evidenced by volume 21 and 22 of the Bonsen Shukai, which are full of recipes for the construction of incendiary devices, which were used, among other purposes, for the complete incineration of villages, which one could argue draws a relationship between ninjutsu and arson-mediated terrorism. For example, in Volume 12 of the Bonsen Shukai, Sensei Yasutake explicitly states that the modus operandi in Shinobi no Jutsu is to burn down an entire village or town in one burst by setting fires in many directions, in sync with prevailing wind conditions that will help the fires spread. The terror, confusion, and loss of life induced by these fires were ameliorative effects conducive to the completion of operational objectives, such as dividing an army by drawing attention to one territory while attacking another. But seeing that innocent life was bound to be a cost of initiating these fires, we find that shinobi did indeed function as terrorists in the eyes of their enemies. This indiscriminate slaughter by fire beckons us to question the psycho-emotional narrative of the shinobi archetype, which, absent the fact of annihilating the innocent, tends to be extolled as characteristic of heroic import. This internal belief that one is carrying out violence against non-combatants in furtherance of a just and righteous political or social cause is a basic constituent of the psychology of modern terrorists, who, according to John Horgan's 2005 book, The Psychology of Terrorism, execute their violent actions with the belief that they are in the right, and through these actions create levels of heightened arousal in the targeted population that lead to an atmosphere of uncertainty and fear, not knowing when the terrorist will strike again. According to A.P. Schmid's definition of terrorism, the indiscriminate nature of a terrorist's violence is an anxiety-inspiring method of action employed by a semi-clandestine individual, group, or state actor for idiosyncratic, criminal, or political reasons, whereby the direct targets of violence are not the main targets. These premises match up well to support the conclusion that shinobi were indeed terrorists, for their burning of villages led to the destruction of lives that were not the main targets of their actions, but were instead instrumental to sending a message to their adversaries. Beware, just one or a few of these men can cause great damage, and you will never know when they will strike. This brings me to a juncture where I want to criticize the shinobi myth that is rampant in our culture today. I have witnessed the way the human mind has lifted the shinobi archetype onto a pedestal of adulation and inspiration, but what we see in our culture as being ninja is highly superficial, inaccurate, and at odds with the true darkness that shinobi embraced in their lives. I mean, when you see people attending dojos under the pretense of learning ninjutsu, are they seeking to learn how to take innocent life? How to burn down villages, how to construct incendiaries, how to manipulate others, or how to put fear in the hearts of their enemies? Do they want to be terrorists, spies, and assassins, or are they after something else? The psychological disposition of each individual will hold its own impetus to chase the attainment of power associated with the ninja of popular myth. But my point is that the shadow side of the ninja is incredibly dark, twisted at times in its moral precepts, and probably severely misunderstood. To become a shinobi is to merge with the ills of humankind, which is why seishin, a correct mind, was emphasized by the shinobi themselves. The takeaway from this is that those inspired by the shinobi of old might want to be selective in their pursuits within the art of ninjutsu. Although there are many positive and pro-social elements to ninjutsu, we must be aware that all things have a dual nature. For example, chasing the knowledge of how to build incendiary devices has little value for the betterment of the self and the wider world. Ninjutsu students should exercise a discretion informed by sound ethical precepts when determining what it is they are seeking in the art, and be mindful of what their own psychology is aligning with in relation to the concept of a shinobi no mono.
The 17th volume of the Bonsen Shukai, entitled Tenji, or Opportunities Bestowed by Heaven, is source material for the following points on the weather. Because they are important to the stealth functions of an infiltrating shinobi no mono, or the assault and sabotage efforts of a fire squad, Fujibayashi Yasutake provides 15 points in Tenji that are concerned with the forecasting of wind and rain. He explains that failure to examine the weather can impact the outcome of an Inin shinobi mission.
For example, too much rain will hamper fire starting, whereas not enough wind can mitigate the spread of the fires. With regards to stealth, wind and rain are useful to the masking of sounds produced by an infiltration attempt. Therefore, the student of ninjutsu should have at least a rudimentary understanding of what preconditions are conducive to the manifestation of wind and rain. What follows are a number of paraphrases of Yasutake's points concerning wind and rain. Whether or not they are accurate in their forecasting utility will only be substantiated by the user's own experimentation. However, the following are indeed what a shinobi no mono would have put stock in while estimating weather conditions. When the stars are twinkling, one may expect wind within 3 days. If black clouds cover the Big Dipper or the Milky Way and have an appearance of a dragon, then one can expect rain and wind the next day. If the sun has a halo about it, then one may expect rain. If a halo is seen around the moon, then one can expect wind. Furthermore, the direction that the moon is waning in is indicative of the area where wind and rain will be encountered. If a sunset is deep red, then it will not be raining the next day, but one might expect wind. If it is windy in the morning and calmer in the afternoon, then one can expect a great wind the next day. If the sun rises with clouds arching over it like a cover over a cart, then rain can be expected. If an eclipse occurs in the east, then there will be terrible wind in that month. If it is windy in the morning, it will be calm in the evening. If clouds are spread out in a low position in the sky and resemble smoke or mist, this is called fuka, of turning into the wind, and is indicative of wind rising. In the fall season, the absence of clouds or wind signals the absence of rain. The existence and scientific validation of extrasensory perception as a statistically measurable phenomenon is an established factor of our reality. ESP is real, and it has been used by militaries around the world for intelligence gathering purposes. The type of ESP cultivated by these militaries is today termed remote viewing, a phenomenon wherein individuals can perceive and collect real details of locations and temporal events without being physically present in the areas or events of interest. Remote viewers with especially strong ability to psychically survey areas and events include such personalities as Pat Price, Ingo Swann, George McMonagall, and David Morehouse. The activities of these individuals is documented in the now declassified Project Stargate, which was carried out under the auspices of the CIA in the 1970s and 1980s. A CIA progress report promulgated by Stanford University associates titled Project 3183 Perceptual Augmentation Techniques states, "We have presented evidence for the existence of a biological information channel whose characteristics appear to fall outside the range of known perceptual modalities. The precise nature of the channel or channels is as yet undefined, but may involve either direct perception of information content, perception of mental images of persons knowledgeable of a target information, precognition, or some combination of these. Furthermore, a channel exists whereby information about a remote location can be obtained by means of an as yet unidentified perceptual modality." A 1983 document promulgated by the U.S. Intelligence and Security Command details at length the strange nature of a non-local universe and how individuals can achieve out-of-body experiences. This document states, "Although human consciousness can with enough practice move beyond the dimension of time-space and interface with other energy systems in other dimensions, the entire process is appreciably enhanced if that consciousness can be detached in large measure from the physical body before such interface is attempted." So given that remote viewing and out-of-body states are real phenomena, is it possible that the Japanese ninja, who were mountain ascetics practicing meditative techniques as part of their lifestyle, could apprehend and collect intelligence through extrasensory perception? I'd venture to say that the idea is plausible, especially in light of the fact that the Kuji Goshin Ho, or Nine Seals Kuji-in meditation of the ninja, is said to unlock latent potentials within the practitioner, including psychic perception. For example, Stephen K. Hayes, a well-known pioneer of a shinobi taijutsu system known as Toshindo, states in his writings about the Kuji-in that, quote, "The mind's insistence on limiting its intake to the physical senses must be overcome, and the shinobi achieves this by relying on what he calls cosmic consciousness, and by accepting the reality of intuition and its use to attune one's awareness towards knowing the thoughts of others and projecting thoughts to others."
This is the Tactical Defense Institute's K-Bar Sharkbite thermoplastic knife. It is made of a type of synthetic material called Ultramid that can hold an edge and won't warp, rust, or crack. It can easily perforate flesh with the full force of a driving hand behind it, and above all, it can slip through metal detectors. But I don't own this tool so I can punch holes into windpipes. I own it to demonstrate a point about shinobizashi, the hidden blade of the samurai and shinobi. This knife is intended to be carried concealed. People are not supposed to know you have it so that an element of surprise is preserved should one need to deploy it. Rather than carry a metallic blade, a thermoplastic or ceramic blade's existence connotes an intended use as a cutting tool that can evade detection in semi-non-permissive environments, places where one is not permitted to carry lead throwers or blades. This was also the intent behind the shinobizashi, one of the Junitoku, 12 tools of virtue, recorded in the 17th century teachings of the samurai. According to the Heika Joden no Maki, the shinobizashi is a concealed blade hidden on the body of a samurai that was carried for a number of purposes, including decapitation and self-defense. We are told by the writings of the samurai that the shinobizashi was carried specifically in places where swords were banned. The historical record thus conveys that it was not just shinobi, but even samurai who had to deal with non-permissive environments. The purpose behind the shinobizashi, then, was to keep the samurai armed at all times, and we know the blade wasn't just for utility purposes, for within the same aforementioned historical source we receive the teachings of Santo Isho, which is to stab a human target 3 consecutive times with the shinobizashi. The hidden blade of the samurai can thus be viewed as a security measure for when one's swords were removed, in obeisance to law or custom, and even for assassination. A controversial claim predicated on the following reasoning. The samurai school I am sourcing from was ran by the Notori family. You might be familiar with one of this family's most important members, Notori Sandro Mazazumi, the man who is credited with writing the Shoninki, a 17th century ninjutsu manual. This is one fact that seems to support the notion that shinobi were also samurai. And within the writings of the ninja, we find the teaching of Mutoden, which tells us that shinobi agents were often presented to a lord for word-of-mouth instructions, and that, quote, he may hide a blade in his clothes or may snatch the sword the lord is wearing with the intent to kill him. End quote. This statement alone is enough to validate the idea that shinobi were assassins, for why include it in the Yokon Denkai Kudensho if an assassination by hidden blade or attempted assassination by stolen sword never occurred? And while I'm on this point, have historians who assert ninja were not assassins ever considered the hypothesis that shinobi-mediated assassinations were not something that chroniclers would write about? I mean, how does one find a verifiable instance of a shinobi assassinating a lord or officer or other target of significance if the very act was supposed to be secret and shrouded in the shadows of plausible deniability in the first place? Who would think that shinobi would break cover and lay claim to wet works in their writings or even communicate their involvement in such activities to anybody outside their occulted organization? I think this is something to ponder. Anyway, we know samurai and shinobi carried hidden blades, and we know that these blades were carried in places where the security protocol required removal of other weapons, like your katana. We also know samurai were trained to kill with these hidden blades, as were shinobi. Why and where people are getting the idea that shinobi were never involved in assassination, I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the principle of rejecting a hypothesis rather than seeking to confirm it. If one's hypothesis is that assassination by shinobi never occurred, then the scientific method dictates that one should seek to disconfirm this hypothesis by actively seeking out evidence indicating that shinobi did, in fact, carry out assassinations. If one persists in this method of trying to knock down one's own hypothesis but fails, then it becomes a fact of history. However, what if the truth cannot be found, ever, by anyone, because it was meant to stay in the dark eternally? Deep water makes no sound.
If we are to compare the philosophical doctrine of the shinobi of feudal Japan with that of the elite warriors of the contemporary world, what might we find regarding the emotion of anger? Sourcing from the Bonsen Shukai, we encounter a partial philosophy on this topic within Seishin, wherein Sensei Yasutake more or less states that anger and its relative rage are unproductive when it comes to the shadow arts. Yasutake viewed hot-blooded rage as an inferior impetus to action. Though anger and rage may enable you to fight hard for a time, the drawback is that these emotions may blind you to the strategies of the adversary, and they cannot be sustained for the duration of a mission. Yasutake relates anger and rage to an impetuousness that may cause the shinobi no mono to make errors in judgment and action. The accuracy of this perception of rage and anger held by the shinobi of history is substantiated by the modern science of cognitive psychology. According to the neuroscientist Joseph Ledoux, there are two neural circuits for emotions conveniently classified as fast and slow. The slow neural circuit permits conscious processing of emotional stimuli, recruiting the higher brain functions of the prefrontal cortex to think rationally about what is being felt and how one should react to the emotion. Whereas the fast circuit bypasses conscious processing altogether, leading to mindless reactions to the emotional stimuli. Furthermore, research conducted by Adrian Raine, expatiated upon within his book The Anatomy of Violence, The Biological Roots of Crime, has shown that the prefrontal cortex, a brain structure responsible for higher cognitive functions like reasoning ability, is associated with a loss of control of the more primitive parts of our brain if it becomes damaged. For example, the limbic system, responsible for generating emotions, can get the better of us if our prefrontal cortex is diminished in its functioning. And as Raine points out, it may be a causal factor in the impulsive reactions to emotional stimuli that are characteristic of disorganized killers and aggressive personalities, the type that fly off the handle with the slightest provocation. Even for people who have an intact prefrontal cortex, hot anger tends to flow through the fast circuit of our neural networks, bypassing our neocortical cogitation capacities and permitting anger to control our subsequent decisions. And so we find that a ninja's perception of anger as a potential impediment to the achievement of objectives and an associate of impulsiveness or impetuousness is well grounded in the empirical evidence of brain scans and compromised brain structures. The point here is that anger doesn't make you a badass. Rage won't make you a smarter or more strategic warrior. As I have spoken of elsewhere, shinobi knew that emotions are potential weak points in their adversaries, a notion corroborated by their traditions of identifying the emotions in others so as to be better able to manipulate them. Emotions influence our behavior if we don't understand them and own them. If you don't control them, they will end up controlling and owning you. For a shinobi no mono, the individual that is quick to anger can be led like a raging bull right into a trap. One just has to get under the skin to bring about the expected response. Shinobi were advised to understand their own emotions so that they would not be susceptible to provocation tactics. This requires insight, meditation, and the willingness to put the ego aside if we feel personally attacked by others. Now, turning to the elite warriors of today, Stilwell writes in his Elite Forces Manual of Mental and Physical Endurance that there is only one thing to do with anger, and that is to get rid of it via a constructive outlet like vigorous exercise or some form of artistic expression. Stilwell uses the analogy of a loaded shotgun in a crowded space. The best thing to do is to unload it and put the damn thing away rather than run the risk of doing something horribly destructive. He says that even righteous anger, defined as a positive reaction to real injustice, brings with it its own system of logic that replaces the reasoning system that we typically enjoy when we are calm. He reiterates the point that anger blinds us to a more objective view of the situation. Therefore, learning to slow our thought processes when anger starts to take hold is essential if we are to make rational decisions. From another angle, take note that angry people have an inflamed and inflated sense of their own point of view, making it hard to reason with them. You will not appeal to their reasoning capacity, no matter how astute and correct your points may be. Any attempt to engage with them might just result in an escalation of force. So if possible, it is best to break contact and disengage. As stated before, anger will adrenalize you and give you the energy to fight hard for a brief period. but it will not make you think with prowess. You will lose your ability to strategize. Now, in all this, know that I am not saying anger is something to be suppressed. Emotions and our thinking processes make us human. Rather, what I want you to take away here is that anger and all other emotions are things we should try to understand. When difficult emotions show up, don't ally yourself with them. Instead, question them. Figure out where they are coming from. Ask them to serve you for your constructive aims rather than letting them devolve your brain to a more primitive state. Note that every emotion has a source. Find it, and there will be greater self-knowledge. Poisons are not given much attention within the extant texts of ninjutsu. But it would be inaccurate to say that shinobi never used poisons to accomplish their objectives. Within Volume 13 of the Bonsen Shukai, there is an explicit reference to strychnine powder, which an agent was advised to use in conjunction with basic culinary skills to silence guard dogs. If an agent was trying to infiltrate a house, for instance, he would not commit to the action until a preliminary assessment of its security features was conducted, taking note of things like perimeter walls, gates, and locks, as well as the presence of animals that could alert the human components of the site's security. If dogs were found to be a component to the house security plan, a shinobi would cook up some rice balls laced with strychnine and drop them in locations that the dogs would find them. Consulting Casseret and Doole's collegiate textbook Toxicology, the Basic Science of Poisons, we can gain an idea of just how much strychnine a shinobi would have needed to dispatch his targets. The LD50 of strychnine, that is, the lethal dose necessary to kill 50% of the animals it is administered to, is 2 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. Although other sources on the net peg the LD50 at 0.5 milligrams per kilogram, we will adhere to Claessen's textbook information. This means that a dog weighing 25 pounds requires a dose of roughly 25 milligrams if it is to enjoy the 50-50 chance of being killed by the poison. To guarantee the death of the security animal, a shinobi would have had to use more than this. Strychnine is a bitter-tasting neurotoxin that kills by blocking glycine, an inhibitory neurotransmitter, from binding to acetylcholine receptors and neuromuscular junctions, resulting in uncontrolled muscle contractions that kill by asphyxiation. The effects are not immediate, but rather take time. Symptoms of strychnine poisoning begin 15 to 30 minutes after ingestion, and even quicker if administered by nasal or intravenous routes. Death occurs within hours if the dose is high enough. When I find within the extant ninjutsu texts that shinobi knew about poisons and how to use them, I am compelled to ask the question, how did the Shinobi no Mono of feudal Japan acquire the knowledge of poison dosages necessary to eliminate his targets? We do not find such information anywhere in the existing texts. The question matters because poisoning is not as simple as just grabbing your favorite picrotoxin or sodium barbital in suspension and adding it to someone's food. One must take into account the route of administration, oral, topical, intravenous, etc., the toxicokinetics, and whether the lethal dose will be detected by the senses of the target, or be neutralized by other substances that one has consumed. So how a shinobi acquired their knowledge of poisons is currently a mystery. Yet the idea that they knew how to use them is supported by their manuals. For example, another reference to the use of poisons to assassinate human targets is found within the Yokon Kajo Daimokukugi of the 17th century, wherein poisoning is specifically mentioned as a potential avenue of attack to eliminate enemy generals. So again, we know shinobi used poisons, but we don't know how they acquired their toxicological knowledge.
The official Senate report on CIA torture, published in 2015, derived from the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence
tasked with studying and investigating the agency's detention and interrogation program, contains on page 113 of formerly top secret, now unclassified documents a few details of the standing sleep deprivation postures used on interrogation subjects. In one instance of enhanced interrogation technique utilized by the agency to deteriorate the non-cooperative status of detainees, human subjects were forced to stand with no sleep from the date of June 3rd, 2003 to June 5th, 2003 for 52 consecutive hours. Longer durations have been reported. And this all reminds me of the centuries-old Yokan Kajo Demoko Kugi, or oral traditions of Iga and Koga Shinobi, specifically the scrolls of Yorihide of Iga, which contains a description of Utsutsudoe no Jutsu, translated to mean the skill of interrogation by sleep deprivation. Details on this art convey that one should not torture a captured spy, presumably by physical trauma, for if the spy is a bushi, he will have a spirit that cannot be broken by such means. Instead, shinobi were advised to split up the guards into day and night shift roles and prevent the detained spy from sleeping for at minimum a few days, so as to induce a state of mind that the shinobi called clouded consciousness that would better facilitate the interrogation process. Shinobi agents used sleep deprivation to interrogate centuries ago. The CIA used or is still using sleep deprivation to aid interrogation in the 21st century. Yet another connection is herein made that further substantiates the perspective of ninjutsu as an art of import to intelligence tradecraft. Ninjutsu deserves to be painted with an espionage motif, because this is what it is at the core.
The single line rope bridge. I don't have the Japanese name of this skill, but I would subsume it to Kumo no Sute, or traditions of the spider spoken of in the Yokan Kajo Demoko Kugi scrolls. A spider needs to spin web to travel over gaps, and likewise, shinobi need rope to pass over walls, rooftops, and in this case, bodies of water. We know the single line rope bridge is a skill of the ninja because it is explicitly mentioned in the 12th volume of the Banzen Shukai, a 17th century ninja manual. In this text, under 15 points on using tools, point 6 states that a swift river is to be crossed by attaching a line of rope to the best swimmer among the shinobi team and having him tie off a rope to a tree on the opposite side of the river. Holding to this rope, the rest of the shinobi team may cross the body of water safely. The end of this point follows up with Kuden, indicating that a ninja received further oral instructions from his teacher on the use of this skill. We can guess at the Kuden by observing the context of the skill. The single rope bridge appears in an Inin, or hidden infiltration volume of the ninja canon, meaning this skill was employed to get a shinobi team deeper into enemy territory by stealth, passing over rivers and over moats surrounding castles before carrying out an assault. We find this skill next to a variety of methods for getting into a castle complex, including one on using a gutter of a waterway. So I thought, what better way to demonstrate this skill than by passing overflowing sewage? This skill is for demonstration purposes only. It requires upper body strength, especially if carrying equipment. One's equipment needs to be secure and waterproofed, and the knots one ties to anchor the bridge need to be life-sustaining. I imagine that the types of knots and places to anchor the line were subjects of the Kuden transmissions of the ninja. Bear in mind that before establishing a line, shinobi would have already scouted the best places to cross a body of water before executing the mission. We know this because the same volume hammers us with the necessity of knowing the depth, length, and temperament of rivers and how these things factor into defensive and offensive operations of the ninja. If you want more information on this topic, here's the source. water. They floated up out of my pockets. They weren't secure. So in that situation, what are your backups? Hole right there. Well, have a backup pair of gloves. This is how I waterproof my items. Nothing fancy. It's just a grocery bag. Looks like we have a couple droplets of water. Nothing serious. Lighter survived. Right when I was crossing, you see me pause because my bag sheared. That's something to take into consideration when you're crossing like that. Your pack slips, you're going to lose it. Breakfast. So if you're going to question what I am about to say, remember that these are not my words. These are coming directly from Fujibayashi Yasutake, a 17th century ninja. Our first indication that ninjutsu is not Japanese comes from the question in the Bansen Shukai concerning the origin of the shinobi arts. Our preceptor, Fujibayashi Yasutake, states that ninjutsu came into existence at least as far back as the 2800s BC or the 29th century BC in China, and thereafter in the time of the Yellow Emperor in China, which is literally thousands of years before the oldest lineages that modern ninjutsu adepts lay claim to. This art was passed down for centuries, generations after generations in China until it entered into Japan in the 7th century. As a matter of fact, he says that the first instance of ninjutsu being used in Japan is in the 7th century by a ninja named Tayoka under the Emperor Temu. So this implies that ninjutsu was used elsewhere than in Japan prior to the 7th century. Where? China. Yet despite this fact, it would be incorrect for us to call ninjutsu Chinese. And this is simply because ninjutsu in its essence is the art of getting close to and observing an enemy. So to say that ninjutsu is Chinese would be like saying that the invention of fire is somehow an artifact of Chinese culture, or saying that the first person who assigned a word to water, that culture now owns the concept of water. This is not correct. Espionage is considered to be the second oldest profession in the world. It's been practiced for time immemorial. You have instances recorded in the Bible. You have instances going even further back than that. It's a matter of human behavior. That's what spycraft is. We have to look at principles of human behavior. And those principles cannot be codified into a system or owned by any particular culture. Now, the techniques that you derive from those principles, they're going to be accented by your culture. That's what we get when it comes to the principles of espionage coming from China into Japan, and then the Japanese iterating it into their own techniques. Yet it's incorrect to say that ninjutsu is Japanese. And Yasutake accedes to this notion as well. You simply have to read his text. Look at it this way. We would say a kimono is Japanese, a katana is Japanese, kabuki theater is Japanese, and hiragana and katakana, the Japanese language. Yes, these are artifacts of Japanese culture. Yet, when we arrive at ninjutsu, we would be remiss to our sense of preciosity when appraising the value of ninjutsu if we were to believe that the art is rooted in Japanese society. It's not. Fujibayashi Yasutake states this in the introductory volume of his text. Ninjutsu is merely the term that Japanese assign to the principles of spycraft that they used in their warring states period and prior. Ninjutsu is a collection of military principles focusing on espionage. So this is the reason why Yasutake tells us that it has different names in China, such as Saisaku, Yutei, Kansai, whereas in Japan, they call it shinobi. The job of the spy is shinobi. This is also the reason why Yasutake states that ignorant ninja are not aware that the old ways need to be let go, and you must adapt the principles of ninjutsu to the times. If we take this notion and we extrapolate it further, we see that times are changing, they continue to change, and that's why we have alphabet agencies that now specialize in the techniques of espionage. The principles of ninjutsu, however, we would find within these modern arts if we would look for them. Now, within the extant texts, there are many references to the need to adapt ninjutsu principles to the times. Again, this is one of the hallmarks of a competent ninja, one who can adapt to the situation and use their creativity to come up with techniques that helps them to get through the situation or achieve the objective, whatever it may be. So if you think that ninjutsu is dead because it's somehow confined to the culture of Japan back during the Warring States period and prior, you're wrong. This is an erroneous notion. You cannot kill the art because the art, the essence of the ninja, is predicated on timeless principles that do not change. They will exist for as long as human beings exist. They are derived from our minds. Our techniques are what become the style. Our techniques become the culture. But ninjutsu itself is a collection of espionage principles. And again, it's just the term that the Japanese apply to these spycraft principles. Now, did they come up with their own techniques? Yes, they did. Would we call this ninjutsu? Sure. But the essence of it, it's timeless. It hasn't changed. And so the ninja Fujibayashi Yasutake tells us that a ninja is one who bases his actions on principles, right? You simply need to know what these principles are and then adapt them to the form and time. You don't need to know Japanese to study ninjutsu. You don't need to serve a feudal lord to act in some capacity as a shinobi. And you don't need tabi socks and black gis in order to learn ninjutsu. All that is required is that you study espionage and human psychology while adhering to strict ethical standards that will keep your path from degenerating into one of the thief, a criminal, or someone who is dishonorable. Anyways, I gotta get going with my run. If you want to check the veracity of the things I'm saying, here is the source. Until next time.